The protagonist of this story had only one desire in life: to reach the very peak of martial arts. But as time went on, he realized that even if he spent his entire life training, it would never be enough to achieve his dream. He simply wasn't destined to reach the summit of martial mastery. Still, because of his deep desperation, he refused to give up. He decided to chase an ancient legend. A tale from long ago about a divine dragon that guarded a golden fruit said to grant immortality to whoever consumed it. After a fierce and deadly battle against the divine dragon guardian, he finally reached the sacred place where the legendary fruit was said to grow. He could hardly believe it. The golden fruit of legend was real. Its radiant golden light illuminated the surroundings, exuding a mysterious divine aura. Exhausted from the long fight, he sat atop the corpse of the slain divine dragon, his eyes fixed on the glowing fruit. After catching his breath, he slowly stood and approached the tree. Confidence filled his chest. With this fruit, he believed, he could finally reach the peak of martial arts that he had dreamed of all his life. Without hesitation, he plucked the golden fruit and began to eat it. The moment he swallowed, a strange and powerful energy surged through his body. His veins throbbed, his blood boiled, and his entire being trembled as if being reforged by divine power. It was then revealed that this man's name was Gilfus el Dragon, the one hailed as the strongest human in the entire world. But decades later, Gilfus el Dragon had grown old. Now lying weakly on his bed, he was surrounded by his children and grandchildren. They whispered that his time was near and that they must accept that he would soon pass away. His eldest son, Gilliam, held his father's hand tightly. Gilfus, the current head of the El Dragon family, told his son that he didn't want to see sadness on their faces, that his time had simply come. Gilliam forced a smile, his voice trembling as he said that the manor had already grown gloomy when their mother passed away, and it would be even lonelier once their father was gone. But Gilfus gently reminded him not to let weakness consume him, not to be swallowed by grief. Then, as silence filled the room, Gilfus thought back to the golden fruit. He admitted to himself that in the end, perhaps no one could truly believe in the myths of the ancient world. Yet he still felt fortunate, for he had lived long enough to have a family of his own. He told his loved ones that he had lived a long and fulfilling life, and that he had no regrets, but deep inside he knew it was a lie. Even now, he still couldn't let go of his dream. If only he had more time, he would continue to pursue the peak of martial arts, the dream that had eluded him all his life. And so, in his final moments, he held onto that desire until his last breath. However, in a completely unexpected twist, Gilfus opened his eyes once again. Confused, he wondered if he had merely fallen asleep. Everything felt strange. His room was different. His body felt light, and his surroundings unfamiliar. When he finally looked at his hands, his eyes widened in disbelief. "These aren't my hands. Am I a baby?" He quickly realized he was in a bizarre situation. But as a 10-star level martial artist, he questioned how anyone could have done this to him without him noticing. Then, a thought struck him. The divine dragon and the golden fruit. He finally understood. The fruit's effect wasn't immortality, but reincarnation. Though unexpected, the realization filled him with joy. He had been granted another chance, a second life, to reach the peak he failed to attain before. Soon he noticed he wasn't alone in the room. When he looked around, he realized he was inside the annex of the El Dragon Manor. Somehow, he had been reborn into the same family. He then noticed that the room was filled with other infants. Just as he was wondering why there were so many babies here, a group of maids entered, carrying baby bottles. But strangely, instead of milk, they carried a red liquid. Gilfus watched as the maids poured the crimson substance into the bottles. He thought they were about to feed the infants, but suddenly, one of the maids carried out a goblin. They forced the bottle into the goblin's mouth. Moments later, the goblin began to tremble violently. A red light burst from its body, and then it exploded into a shower of blood, splattering across the room. Gilfus froze in shock. Fear and confusion filled his mind. What in the world is happening here? One of the maids calmly said that the mixture would be safe if they adjusted the right amount of water. As they began feeding the red liquid to the other infants, another maid picked up Gilfus himself. He looked at the bottle and immediately realized it wasn't milk. The energy coming from it was terrifyingly strong. He could sense that the liquid was dragon blood, and that it was far too dangerous for a newborn's fragile body. But before he could react, the maid pushed the bottle into his mouth. Instinctively, like any infant, he began to drink. Instantly, immense power surged through his veins. His small body trembled from the pain, but Gilfus recognized it. The blood of ancient dragons was coursing through him. He thought, "This is dangerous, but maybe this is also an opportunity." At first, he considered stopping, but then he realized, if he could absorb this power, He might surpass even his former self. He might finally reach the true summit of martial arts. With fierce determination, he continued drinking the dragon's blood. His veins bulged, his body convulsed in agony, but his will remained unbroken. "Don't underestimate me," he thought. "I am Gilfus Eldragon." He repeated the words in his mind like a mantra, enduring the pain until miraculously, he overcame it. The maid stared in disbelief as he continued to drink, surviving what should have been a death sentence. Within his tiny body, two colossal dragon energies clashed violently, battling for dominance. When one finally overpowered the other, Gilfus could hardly believe how easily he had absorbed the power. When the two dragon forces finally merged within him, he realized this was the perfect opportunity. After finishing the last drop, he couldn't believe he had survived the overwhelming pain. His body hadn't exploded. Instead, it had adapted. He noticed a few other infants had also survived, which made him smirk inwardly. So, he thought, never underestimate the survival instincts of a newborn. But as expected from a baby's body, exhaustion soon overcame him. His eyelids grew heavy, and despite his triumph, Gilfus Eldragon, the strongest human reborn, slowly drifted into sleep. After 7 years, he was now undergoing intense physical training. While doing one-handed push-ups, a massive boulder was balanced on his feet. When he finally reached his 1000th count, he kicked the boulder upward, and as it came crashing down onto his back, Gilfus couldn't believe the strength his body now possessed. Gilfus Eldragon, the former family head of the Eldragon clan, now lived under a new name, Zeke Eldragon. Zeke thought about how he had achieved such physical power at a young age, realizing it was all thanks to the ancient dragon blood flowing in his veins. It was said that every being in this world possessed something called a source of power, but the ancient dragon blood that had been given to them as infants contained a tremendous amount of that power. Those who survived drinking it developed bodies far stronger than ordinary humans. With the divine dragon source of power within him, Zeke knew he had already surpassed the limits he reached at the same age in his past life. And since he was the only infant who had managed to drink an entire bottle of ancient dragon blood, his body underwent a drastic transformation, one even he did not expect. Yet despite his progress, what frustrated him most was that he remained a mere 1 star. He had trained relentlessly, expecting to reach at least 4 stars by now. The star was the measure of one's source power. In this world, the human body was said to resemble a universe. The more stars one had floating within that inner universe, the stronger they became. However, as the number of stars increased, so too did the difficulty of reaching the next level. In his past life as Gilfus Eldragon, Zeke had achieved the unimaginable, 10 stars. He was the only person in the world to ever reach such a level. "Time really flies," Zeke muttered. He was now 7 years old. We learned that he was an illegitimate child of the current Eldragon family head. His mother had died when he was still an infant, and to this day he had never even seen his father's face, something he considered deeply irresponsible. What shocked him most was the realization that 1,000 years had already passed since his reincarnation. He thought that reincarnation itself was already unbelievable. But after 1,000 years, the world had changed. It had become a true survival of the fittest era. The greatest proof of this was the practice of feeding infants the blood of ancient dragons, followed by a ritual known as the Dragon Trial. Only those who survived both the drinking of dragon blood and the Dragon Trial were deemed worthy to receive education and training as Eldragon warriors. Naturally, Zeke should have been one of them. Yet, whenever he asked the servant assigned to take care of him why no instructor had ever been sent to train him, the servant would only say that he wasn't allowed to answer such questions. Even after turning 7, Zeke had never received a single lesson. "Isn't that strange?" Zeke wondered aloud. Every child who survived the Dragon Trial was supposed to begin combat training. Everyone except him. Day after day, he lived alone with only a servant by his side. When he confronted the servant about it, the servant merely asked what was wrong with that arrangement. Zeke sighed and said that for now, conditioning his body was more important than combat training anyway. After all, he could teach himself if he wanted to. He had once been a 10-star warrior in his past life. Zeke then requested information about the other surviving infants or anything about the main family that could help him. But once again, the servant refused, saying she wasn't permitted to disclose such information. Frustration clouded Zeke's face. "Will you always refuse to answer me?" he asked sharply. The servant's firm and repeated that she couldn't speak of such matters. "Isn't it cruel?" Zeke asked bitterly. "Treating me like this?" But the servant explained that he was only following orders, her duty being to attend to Zeke's daily needs, nothing more. The servant, a 3-star level practitioner, could have easily taught Zeke basic combat techniques. Yet Zeke had no interest in such trivial lessons. After 7 years of living with this maid, he had grown used to the same lifeless responses. Finally, Zeke decided to leave and head into the forest. The servant said nothing, merely watching as Zeke walked away. So, she's really going to let me go? Zeke thought, a hint of irritation in his tone. Deep in the forest, Zeke uprooted wild poisonous herbs and ate them without hesitation. As before, the taste was vile, but this was part of his training method. Then suddenly he noticed something. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm as he repeated to himself, "Be patient, be patient." He could feel someone, or something, watching him from afar, observing his every move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the presence. After a few moments, Zeke sighed. "They followed me all the way here, huh?" When he could no longer stand it, he called out, "You might as well come out if you've got something to say." Then he moved into the tall grass, hiding himself. Moments later, while crouched in the grass, Zeke sensed a dark, oppressive aura nearby. When he looked toward the source, he saw a creature known as an anger boar. What is that aura? He wondered. The black mist surrounding the beast was something he had never seen before, not even 1,000 years ago. As the anger boar grazed on the grass, Zeke suddenly stood and revealed himself, startling the beast. It charged at him immediately, and rather than fear, a smile formed on Zeke's face. He was genuinely thrilled to fight it. The boar lunged forward, but Zeke swiftly dodged, gathering golden energy into his fist. With a powerful strike, he unleashed an explosion that tore through the anger boar's body. He couldn't help but grin at the sight. His attack had been far stronger than he expected. Even as a 1-star, his power surpassed that of most practitioners at the same level. Hoisting the slain creature over his shoulder, Zeke muttered, "It'll be even better once I raise my star level." He was tired of 7 years of being ignored and isolated by the Eldragon family. He wondered if it was time to leave and travel on his own, maybe even venture toward the ocean. Meanwhile, in the distance, a cloaked man watched from the shadows. "What's going on with that boy?" he muttered. Even without formal training, he's reached 1-star level, and he killed that anger boar with a single strike. What puzzled the man even more was how Zeke managed to sense his presence. "That child isn't ordinary," he said quietly. He recalled that Zeke's mother had died young, and his father, the current family head, had shown no interest in him. Without proper guidance, the boy shouldn't have grown this strong. Still, as the son, illegitimate or not, of the Eldragon head, Zeke was bound to remain under the clan's watch. That was why someone like him had been assigned to monitor the boy from the shadows. An illegitimate son, yet the blood of the family head runs through his veins, the man whispered. Could that be why he's so strong? Uncertain, he chuckled softly. That kid will be interesting to watch in the future. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Back at Zeke's home, the boy was packing his belongings, ready to set off on his journey. But suddenly, he sensed several powerful presences outside. 3 4-star practitioners and 1 5-star. What are they doing here? He thought, stepping quietly to the door to listen. From their conversation, he heard them talking about how fresh and clean the air was in such a remote place, and how peaceful it was since there were no nearby rifts. Hearing this, Zeke concluded that they weren't assassins. They didn't sound like bad people at all. Deciding to confront them directly, he opened his door and asked, "What business do you have here?" The group froze in surprise. Then Zeke noticed the emblem embroidered on their clothing, the mark of the Eldragon clan. "Eldragon?" he muttered under his breath, wondering what they wanted from him. The men quickly bowed. "It's an honor to finally meet you, young Master Zeke," their leader said. "We've been sent to escort you to the site of your examination." "Examination?" Zeke frowned in confusion. Annoyance flickered across his face. "They expect me to take an exam," he muttered, "even though they haven't taught me a damn thing yet." And after a few days, Zeke could hardly believe that he had returned once again to the main estate of the Eldragon family. He told us that he wasn't brought here to live again within the main estate, but rather for another purpose. Before he could enter, they instructed him to change out of his dirty clothes first. Zeke then began to explain about something known as the Dragon's Nest. After 1,000 years, the Eldragon family had established a school that served all branches of their bloodline. Everyone born with any relation or connection to the Eldragon family dreamed of entering this so-called Dragon's Nest to receive proper education once they turned 7 years old. And today marked the day of the entrance ceremony for that academy. Zeke was here to take part in the entrance exam. Even though he hadn't learned anything about the modern generation of his family, taking the exam was mandatory. Zeke immediately felt disheartened when he realized that this was the true reason they had brought him here. Why now, he thought, when he had already decided to leave and travel the world? While sitting by the school gate, a boy from Ortiscale village approached him. It was Rangus, who asked if he was all right and what seemed to be bothering him. When Zeke asked who he was, the boy formally introduced himself as Rangus and said he had approached because Zeke looked troubled. "Is that so?" Zeke replied casually. After observing the flow of energy in Rangus's body, Zeke quietly thought to himself that the boy seemed shy, but had an unusually strong sense of perception. Zeke then apologized for his situation, introducing himself in return, and admitting that his mind was in turmoil because he had no idea what they would be required to do in the exam. "Is that all?" said Rangus, feeling slightly nervous at the mention of the test. Still, he explained that the annual entrance exam for the Dragon's Nest didn't really change much. But when Zeke admitted he knew nothing about the exam, Rangus was shocked. Taking the test without any knowledge at all. Wasn't that far too reckless and dangerous? Just as Rangus was about to explain the details of the exam, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted them. A boastful boy shouted and called Rangus a weakling. Rangus turned around in shock and immediately recognized who it was. It was Retin, also from Mortiscale Village. Mocking him, Retin asked why he was here, suggesting that he must have gotten lost to end up at the Dragon's Nest. He even told him it would be better to go home before he got hurt. "I'm here to take the entrance exam," Rangus replied, though his voice trembled as Retin drew closer, asking if he was seriously going to take the test. Retin clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, saying it was impossible for him to pass. He even insulted Rangus's father, saying, "Your father's a pseudo-dragon, right? What could the son of a pseudo-dragon possibly accomplish?" Rangus's fists trembled as he held back his anger. But Zeke noticed everything. Then it was explained to us that the Eldragon family followed an absolute hierarchy. The ranks were as follows: novice whelp dragons, regular soldier child dragons, captain-level adult dragons, executive elder dragons, also known as elders, and at the very bottom were the pseudo-dragons. Those who had failed to enter or graduate from the Dragon's Nest, considered immature and incomplete dragons. Yet Rangus had long dreamed of proving that even if they were called pseudo-dragons, they were still dragons nonetheless. Zeke was surprised and asked why Retin was so sure Rangus would fail the exam even before it started. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Retin snapped, asking if Zeke had a problem with him. Zeke calmly said he was merely curious why Retin was so confident Rangus couldn't pass. Retin pointed at Rangus and shouted that the reason was obvious. He was just a weakling. Zeke tilted his head and asked if he really said Rangus was weak, because from what he could sense, Rangus seemed even stronger than them. Hearing that, Rangus's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time someone had stood up for him. The arrogant boys grew angry and asked if Zeke was seriously claiming they were weaker than a pseudo-dragon, a being they saw as inferior. But before things could escalate, a man arrived and drew everyone's attention. He was the adult dragon examiner, announcing that the Dragon's Nest entrance exam was about to begin, and that all participants should register to receive their numbers. As Retin left, he glared at Zeke and warned that he wouldn't forget his face. Zeke sighed and said there was no need for anger, remarking that the children of this generation seemed to have such short tempers. Rangus quickly replied that wasn't that strange, since they were about the same age. Rangus added that anyone would be angry if told they were weaker than him. "Is that so?" Zeke muttered lightly. Since the entrance exam was mandatory, they had no choice but to take it. Though Zeke was surprised when Rangus said it was actually possible to skip the test. Zeke's eyes widened, and Rangus realized Zeke truly didn't know anything about it. Rangus advised him that it might be better to withdraw now before he got hurt. But Zeke replied confidently that a genius like him would never withdraw from a challenge. Rangus could only shake his head and say that Zeke was overly confident despite knowing nothing about the exam. Zeke simply laughed and said that whatever the test may be, they should hurry since it was about to start. Rangus had no choice but to agree. When they arrived at the testing grounds, the examiner announced that the exam was simple. To pass, they only needed to scratch the stones placed behind him. However, no other weapons were allowed except those provided by the academy. Still, they were free to use their bare hands if they wished, but each participant only had 3 attempts. "That's it?" Zeke said, sounding unimpressed. After surviving the dragon trial when they were still infants, he expected something far more terrifying and intense. But this seemed disappointingly simple. The examiner then called the first participant and instructed him to begin. The boy, nervous but determined, struck the massive stone with all his strength. The sound of metal clashing against rock echoed loudly, ringing in their ears. But to everyone's shock, the boy's sword snapped in half, and the recoil shattered his arm. Zeke was stunned at what he saw. As the boy writhed in pain, the examiner calmly said that he still had 2 remaining attempts, and asked if he wished to continue. But since the boy could no longer stand, the examiner declared him failed and ordered the others to clean up the area. As the injured participant was dragged away, the next number was called. Rangus trembled in fear at what he witnessed, while Zeke grew annoyed. "So this is what they call an exam?" he muttered. He then asked what kind of stones they were using. It was explained that the stones possessed regenerative properties. Any scratches would vanish in an instant. Moreover, they could reflect physical force 100-fold when struck with power. Zeke immediately said that such materials were far too excessive for an entrance exam. But Rangus explained that it was still possible to scratch them if one could properly circulate their source power throughout their entire body before attacking. "I see," Zeke said. He realized that the circulation of source power was far more important than martial arts skills in this exam. After glancing at the other participants, he thought that only a few would be able to pass, including those arrogant boys. As the exam continued, more and more failed than passed. Many were injured badly due to the stone's ability to reflect ordinary physical attacks. Then, after a few moments, the examiner called out Zeke's number. "It's my turn," Zeke said with a calm smile. Rangus, still nervous, asked if he really had no intention of withdrawing. But Zeke simply walked forward, telling him not to worry. As he approached the examiner, the man's eyes widened in shock. Zeke's aura began to flare up, faintly revealing the might from his previous life as Gilphus. The examiner told him to step forward and choose a weapon, but Zeke said it wasn't necessary. His fists alone would be enough. The crowd murmured in disbelief. No matter how skilled he might be in circulating source power, they thought, there was no way he could scratch the stone with his bare hands. His fists would surely shatter instead. Some of them said that not only Zeke's fists, but also his arms would be destroyed, which made Rangus extremely nervous for him. Along with his fear came anger toward himself, thinking he should have forcibly stopped Zeke to prevent him from getting hurt. The examiner then gave the signal to begin. As Zeke approached the massive stone, he placed his hand on it, noting that this was the first time he had ever seen such a material. He thought to himself that it must have been formed over 1,000 years ago. And even now, there were still many things about the current generation that he didn't fully understand, but that didn't matter anymore. He immediately gathered his source power into his fist. While Rangus trembled with anxiety about what might happen to Zeke, our protagonist was actually filled with excitement, because for the first time, he could use his full strength. He decided to use the mysterious stone to measure his current power. Rangus's eyes widened once more as Zeke unleashed the first form of the Dragon Destruction combat technique, Burst Strike, against the stone. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the impact. Fragments of the shattered rock flew everywhere, and the violent wind from the blast sent dust and debris swirling through the air. In awe yet on guard, Rangus quickly shielded himself from the aftermath, while the examiner's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. As the dust began to settle, Zeke stood there with a smile on his face, remarking that the technique he used still seemed too much for his current strength. Despite the severe injuries to his hand, he laughed at himself, realizing he still needed much more intense training. The other participants were speechless at what they had seen. Retin looked both shocked and annoyed that Zeke had destroyed the enchanted stone. A woman watching commented that Zeke was truly interesting. While the others still couldn't get over what had happened, Zeke waited happily for the examiner to announce the results, but the examiner was still in shock. The stone Zeke had destroyed was known to regenerate itself, and the only ones capable of breaking it were supposed to be those who had already reached the 4-star level or higher. Yet now, a mere child stood before him, having done what seemed impossible. "He's just an illegitimate son," the examiner muttered to himself, then wondered if Zeke's ability came from the blood of the family head that still flowed within him. He also realized that the technique Zeke used seemed strangely familiar. Still dazed, the examiner didn't respond right away, so Zeke called out to him impatiently, asking for the result. Snapping back to his senses, the examiner finally declared that Zeke had passed the test. One of the examiners then handed Zeke a small bottle containing a green liquid. Curious, Zeke asked what it was, but the man only asked if he could leave already since Zeke was blocking the area. Annoyed, Zeke frowned and muttered if everyone in this generation was this rude. Before he could complain further, Rangus ran up to him with excitement, praising Zeke's performance. Zeke proudly grinned and said it was nothing but peanuts. Zeke then asked what the liquid was, and Rangus explained that it was a healing potion, the standard potion of the Eldragon family. "Healing potion?" Zeke repeated. Rangus confirmed it, but since Zeke was an illegitimate son of the family, he suspected it might be poison. However, since Rangus had vouched for it, he wondered if it might actually be a spiritual medicine. The elixir, known as Cloud-Piercing Clarity Wood, was made from extremely rare materials, herbs found only in secret realms, along with the pure source power of divine beasts and the essence of elusive phantom beasts. When used, it could heal not only fresh wounds but also old scars and injuries. On top of that, it could enhance one's source power. Because the ingredients were so rare and the process so complex, such elixirs were rarely seen. After drinking it, Zeke was amazed by its immediate effect on his body. "Is this really a spirit medicine?" he asked Rangus. Rangus replied that he didn't know what spirit medicine meant, but he was certain that the Eldragon family's potions were of far higher quality than any commercial ones outside their domain. Rangus then asked if the potion's effect surprised Zeke that much. "Of course," Zeke said, explaining that it healed both his serious injuries and the strain from his training. Still, he noticed that unlike spirit medicine, it didn't seem to boost his source power. Rangus, on the other hand, said he was even more amazed by Zeke himself, to which Zeke chuckled and told him not to joke. Zeke thought to himself that the potion's existence showed how far knowledge had advanced over the last 1,000 years. Rangus praised Zeke's strength again, and Zeke declared that his dream was to become the strongest of all. Soon, the examiner announced that Retin had also passed the test, as well as his companions. Zeke expected as much, but then Rangus trembled nervously when his number was called. Despite his fear, he gathered his courage and walked to the front. Watching his stiff movements, Zeke wondered why Rangus was so nervous, then shouted to encourage him, telling him to trust himself. Embarrassed, Rangus asked him to lower his voice. When Rangus chose a sword as his weapon, Zeke watched closely, wondering what he was doing. Once the examiner gave the signal, Rangus attacked the stone, but as he expected, he failed on his first try. Determined, he stood again for another attempt, but his strike bounced off the stone, causing him to lose his balance and fall. His hands trembled from the stone's reflective ability. Retin and his group burst into laughter, saying it was just as they expected. The son of a pseudo-dragon was nothing more than a pseudo-dragon himself. They mocked him, telling him to give up. Retin even sneered at Zeke, asking if this was the same man he claimed could pass, and if Rangus was truly stronger than them. Zeke stayed silent for a moment, then told them to stop spouting nonsense. The examiner informed Rangus that he only had one attempt left, and asked if he still wanted to continue. Rangus couldn't answer. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and the ridicule of others, he lowered his head. But then Zeke walked up to him and asked what he was doing. He questioned why Rangus was using a sword instead of a spear, why he would choose a weapon that didn't suit him, and why he would take a test without any plan at all. Retin watched mockingly as Zeke told Rangus that in his current condition, he wouldn't even scratch the stone no matter how many times he tried. Retin and his group laughed again, calling Zeke an idiot, reminding him that Rangus knew nothing about using a spear. His weak father only ever taught him swordsmanship, they said, and switching weapons now wouldn't change the outcome. But Zeke ignored their jeers and called out to the examiner, asking if it was against the rules to change weapons. The examiner said it wasn't. "Then Rangus is lucky," Zeke said with a grin. He turned to Rangus and asked if he trusted him. Memories of all the humiliation he and his father had suffered flashed through Rangus's mind. Gritting his teeth, he stood tall and said he would trust Zeke. He would fight with a spear just as Zeke told him to. Rangus told us that his father never managed to enter the dragon's nest. Because of that, people called him a pseudo-dragon and laughed at him. But despite all the humiliation, his father endured everything just to raise Rangus properly. That's why Rangus swore to prove to everyone that he, Rangus, the son raised with care by his father, is also a true dragon. He stood up once more, gripping the spear tightly in his hands, and declared that today, he would prove that neither he nor his father were fake dragons. He also realized that if he tried again with a sword, the result would only be the same as before. So this time he decided to trust Zeke completely. The only problem was that he didn't know how to use a spear. Zeke called out to him, and as he pointed toward the enchanted stone, he told Rangus that there was nothing else he needed to do. Just thrust the spear straight into the stone without thinking about anything else. Just pierce it straight through, Zeke said firmly. Rangus tightened his grip on the spear. He knew that under normal circumstances, stabbing the stone directly wouldn't cause even the slightest damage, especially since it had a strong regeneration element. But Zeke was the first person to ever stand up for him, even though they had just met that very day. It was something new and unfamiliar to him, but because of that, he chose to place his full trust in Zeke and believe in his own strength this time. He gathered his source power into the spear and immediately noticed something strange. For years, he had wielded a sword, yet he had never managed to wrap it in this much source energy, something he was now effortlessly doing with the spear. With a determined shout, Rangus unleashed his full power and struck the stone with everything he had. Retin nearly died laughing, saying exactly what he had predicted, that changing weapons wouldn't help him pass the test. But Rangus didn't stop. He felt something different, something powerful. The spear in his hands felt like an extension of his own body. Then, as he drove the weapon forward with all his strength, The spear pierced through the enchanted stone completely. The shock on Retten's face and those of his companions was priceless. Even the examiners couldn't hide their astonishment, delighted by what they had just witnessed. Rangus hadn't just scratched the stone. He had pierced straight through it. Zeke immediately praised him, while Rangus himself could hardly believe what he'd done. Even after the examiner officially declared that he had passed, Rangus still asked in disbelief if he had really succeeded. Zeke smiled, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and confirmed it. Overwhelmed with joy, Rangus nearly cried as he hugged Zeke tightly, shouting over and over that he had done it, that he had passed the test. Retten's group, however, refused to believe it. They called it luck, but Retten himself stayed silent, shaking with rage. He couldn't accept that, just as Zeke had said, Rangus was actually stronger than them, and that his result was far better. The examiner then announced that the test had officially ended. Afterward, he declared that the entrance ceremony would begin shortly. Zeke immediately asked if the test was truly over. Rangus replied that it seemed so, but added that there would probably be more tests once they entered the dragon's nest. Soon, a group of men emerged from a dark hallway. When they stepped into the light, the examiner announced that the head of the Eldragon family would now deliver a speech to congratulate those who passed. The moment Zeke saw the man, he asked who the person with the cold, dark expression was. Rangus, clearly nervous, replied that it was the family head himself. "That's the family head?" Zeke said. "Why does he look like that? He's not even smiling. He looks colder than ice." Rangus immediately covered Zeke's mouth, whispering that it would be best if he stayed quiet, repeating his plea for him to stop talking. Zeke nodded. When he looked again at the group, he remarked that these people represented the current power of the Eldragon family. Some of them were at the 7-star level, while others were 6-star. To Zeke, their strength was impressive, especially since the current family head, Balza Eldragon, was an 8-star level powerhouse. 1,000 years ago, only a handful of people had ever reached that level. Still, Zeke wasn't sure how many existed in this current era. "I don't like this family head," Zeke muttered. But before he could say more, Rangus tried to hush him again. Zeke sighed and thought to himself that he never expected this man to be his father in this lifetime. A dark, fiery aura radiated from Balza's body, making the entire area feel heavy. The examiner quickly ordered everyone to stay silent because Master Balza was about to speak. When Balza stepped forward, he uttered only a few words. They must all strive to become the flesh and blood of the Eldragon family. As he spoke, the terrifying pressure of his aura spread across the hall. Zeke wasn't affected, but many of the examinees trembled in fear, some struggling to breathe as their bodies froze under the immense pressure. Zeke noticed that even Rangus was affected. He couldn't believe how easily everyone around him was overwhelmed by the family head's presence. More than that, Zeke could sense an intense hatred hidden within Balza's aura. He didn't know the reason behind it, but even so, he couldn't bring himself to like the man who was supposedly his father. When Balza turned away, another man stepped forward and drew everyone's attention. He had blonde hair and cheerfully thanked Balza for his words. He then said that Master Balza had high expectations for them all, and that just like his master, he would also keep his own speech short. As Zeke wondered who this man was, the speaker simply told everyone to train hard and grow stronger. "That's it?" one of the examiners muttered. The man smiled and said that people who worry too much about small things go bald early, so he wouldn't bother with long speeches. Zeke couldn't understand what was wrong with them, but at least the atmosphere in the hall had lightened up. The examiner then announced that the new students would now be assigned to their dormitories. Everyone whose number was called had to head there immediately. Zeke asked if they wouldn't all be staying in the same dormitory, and Rangus explained that there were 4 East, West, South, and North dorms. Every student accepted into the academy was allowed to live in one of those 4 halls. When Zeke's number was called, he stood up and waved goodbye to Rangus. He was assigned to the East Hall. As he walked through the corridor, he commented that a lot had changed in this place over the past 1,000 years. After finding his room, he said that he must have gotten lost since it took him a while to arrive, and his roommate had probably gotten there first. When he opened the door, he cheerfully greeted his new roommate and apologized for being late. He then said that from today on, they'd be sharing the same room. But to his surprise, his new roommate turned out to be none other than Rangus himself. Zeke couldn't help but laugh, saying it seemed like fate kept linking them together. He asked if there was anything else scheduled for the day, and Rangus confirmed that their training would start tomorrow. "Is that so?" Zeke said casually, prompting Rangus to ask if he hadn't listened to the examiner's earlier explanation. Zeke admitted that he hadn't, on purpose. Rangus sighed and said they should get some rest early, since training would begin the next day. As Zeke gazed out the window, he thought about his plan to escape from the Eldragon family and travel the world. But after what he'd learned about the enchanted stone with regenerative properties and the healing potion, he realized he had discovered many interesting things during the exam. If he truly wanted to understand all the changes that had taken place over the past 1,000 years, he thought, then maybe staying with the Eldragon family for a while wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. A month passed at the academy, and their training continued to grow harsher. Holding heavy dumbbells in both hands, the instructor explained that the dragon's breath he was teaching them was one of the most important techniques ever created by the 15th Eldragon family head. After reminding them that they had to master the technique under any condition, the instructor's attention was drawn to a few students. Some of them, he noticed, had already mastered dragon's breath, especially the young woman he called Master Lika. Her overflowing energy suggested that she was close to reaching the 2-star level. But aside from her, one other student caught his eye, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Zeke was training while not only holding the dumbbells but also balancing large stones on his head and arms. The instructor stared in disbelief and muttered to himself that the blood of the family head truly ran in Zeke's veins. However, it was said that no one had ever taught Zeke anything since he was a child, which is why everything he was witnessing now felt unfamiliar to him. Zeke, on the other hand, couldn't believe that the technique he once called the Dragon King's breathing technique had been further developed by the succeeding family heads, and that it was now being taught to other branches of the family as well. According to Zeke, breathing techniques were methods that gathered the source power from the surroundings into the body. Once circulated, this source power would strengthen a person's own inner energy. The effectiveness of such techniques depended on an individual's ability and intellect. That was why the great families of this world kept their techniques secret, never allowing them to be learned by outsiders or those not belonging to their bloodline. Zeke also realized that the dragon's breath was a safe and simple technique, easy enough to master, but it was useless to him if it could only be used while resting. His own version of the breathing technique allowed him to manipulate the surrounding source power even while moving. Because of that, it was far more complex and powerful in actual combat, but also much harder to learn. Only a few had ever mastered it. He thought the current generation must have simplified his original version, so that even the family's branch members could learn it, and that decision had clearly helped strengthen the Eldragon family. Zeke couldn't help but feel a strange satisfaction. He never imagined that the techniques he had discovered long ago would still have an impact after 1,000 years. It made him wonder if the other martial arts techniques he created had also evolved over time. Interesting, he muttered to himself, amused by the thought. Lika, meanwhile, quietly observed Zeke from a distance. Later, in the cafeteria, the other students were astonished by how much food Zeke was eating. As he continued devouring his meal, he noticed Rangus sitting silently across from him. "What's wrong?" Zeke asked. "You won't get strong if you don't eat." Rangus simply asked if Zeke didn't find his stamina strange. "That's it?" Zeke replied. "You just need to eat more if you want to get stronger. Train harder. Push yourself." He even offered some of his food to Rangus, but the latter politely declined, saying he'd had enough. As Zeke thought about how some of the students were already well trained even before entering the academy, a girl suddenly approached them. "You're quite impressive," Lika said, her tone calm yet confident. Zeke blinked. "And who are you supposed to be?" he asked casually. Rangus immediately choked on his food, whispering nervously, "You don't know who she is? That's Master Lika, the daughter of the family head, Lord Balza." "Oh," Zeke said indifferently. "What do you want me to do about that?" "I don't know her." Rangus began sweating profusely. "You can't talk like that. Master Lika is one of the candidates to become the next family head. She's not someone you can just speak to casually." "Is that so?" Zeke replied. "Well, I'm a family head's child too." "An illegitimate one, though?" Rangus froze in shock while Lika looked at him curiously. "Is that true?" she asked. "You're really the family head's illegitimate son?" The narrator's voice continued. Lika Typhona Eldragon, one of the candidates to inherit the Eldragon family, was now standing before Zeke herself. "Why would I lie about that?" Zeke said, shrugging. Lika frowned slightly. "Then tell me, how could an illegitimate child like you destroy the magic stone with your bare hands? How could someone not from a renowned family possess such strength?" "Because I'm Zeke," he replied confidently, turning back to Rangus. "Stop staring and finish your food." Both Lika and Rangus fell silent for a moment. Then, Lika suddenly smiled. "You really are an interesting person," she said before sitting down beside him. "How about serving under me? I'll make you one of my followers." Zeke raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "I want you to join me," she said. "Be my ally and I'll be your backer. Every illegitimate child needs allies and influence, don't they? Use your strength to help me become the next family head, And once I do, I'll help you achieve your own dreams. Zeke didn't even hesitate. No, he said flatly. Lika frowned again. Why not? Don't tell me you want to become the family head yourself? As her aura flared with a faint, crackling energy, Zeke could tell that she was close to reaching 2-star level. For someone her age to release an aura like that, she was indeed impressive. Still, Zeke remained calm. You can think and do whatever you want, he said. But I have no interest in being family head or any kind of title. Why? Lika asked coldly. Zeke stabbed his knife into the table. Because I don't need to serve anyone, he said, his voice steady but sharp. I'm the strongest person there is. The cafeteria went silent. Even Lika couldn't believe what she was feeling. Zeke's presence had completely overwhelmed her for a moment. Rangus immediately stepped in to diffuse the tension, urging both of them to calm down. But Lika wasn't the type to back off. Embarrassed and angered by what just happened, she decided to challenge Zeke to a duel. Zeke, however, didn't seem to care and simply continued eating. Moments later, a commotion spread across the campus. Where are they going? One student asked. To the training grounds, another replied. There's going to be a duel between the younger generation. Master Lika herself is fighting. What? Master Lika from the Typhona family? Someone exclaimed. Who's brave enough to challenge her? When they arrived at the training grounds, everyone whispered among themselves, wondering who would face her. Zeke, meanwhile, couldn't believe Lika was actually serious about the duel. Are you all right with this? Rangus asked nervously. You'll be fighting Master Lika. Even if you call her Master, I don't know who she is, Zeke replied bluntly. Rangus sighed. You should at least show some respect, now that I know you're also the family head's son. Do what you want, Zeke said. Still, Rangus tried to explain. What's important now is that you understand who you're up against. Master Lika isn't just anyone. She's the daughter of Lord Balza Eldragon. And she also carries the blood of the Typhona family, one of the 4 great families supporting the Eldragons. She's a prodigy who mastered all forms of the Typhona family's hereditary lightning great sword technique at a young age. Like her father's other children, she has terrifying talent. Zeke tilted his head. I didn't understand a word of that except that she's the family head's daughter. Rangus stared at him. How do you not know any of this? Because I don't, Zeke said plainly. So don't ask me. Rangus blinked as Zeke suddenly laughed. But since I don't know anything about her, he said with a grin, that'll just make the fight more fun. Sounds exciting? Rangus could only sigh in worry. No matter how strong Zeke was, Master Lika was on another level entirely. Why did you even accept her challenge? He asked. I never run from a fight, Zeke answered, and it looks like my challenger's ready anyway. At that moment, Lika stood with her sword planted firmly in the ground. Her aura flared, lightning crackling faintly around her. Are you two done talking? She asked coldly. Lika shouted, asking if they were finally done talking, and Zeke replied that he was ready. Rangus, trembling in fear and shock, immediately ran away from them, warning Zeke to be careful in their fight. Zeke then turned to Lika and asked why she was so determined to fight him. Lika explained that she wanted to become the next family head of the Eldragon family, and to achieve that, she needed to defeat Zeke and make him one of her followers. What do you mean by that? Zeke asked, wondering what his connection was to her dream of becoming the family head. Lika questioned him back, asking if he truly had no idea about the current situation of their family, and whether being an illegitimate child was the reason he was so unaware. Zeke simply answered that he didn't, admitting that his knowledge about their family was limited. Because of that, Lika began explaining. She said that including both of them, there were 5 candidates to become the next family head. Except for Zeke, all of her siblings were connected to the 4 major branch families of the Eldragon clan. The position of family head was so important that it became a source of conflict among those branches. For that reason, all of Zeke's siblings had entered the Dragon's Nest to study and represent their respective families. Since the fight for succession had turned into a fierce competition, Lika needed strong allies to stand against her older brothers. Zeke quickly understood that this was a power struggle between the 4 main branches of the Eldragon family. He found it all too complicated, and wasn't even sure if he wanted to understand it. Lika then continued, saying that as one of the candidates for family head, she needed to strengthen not only her knowledge and power, but also her influence by gathering strong followers. Without another word, she charged straight towards Zeke, declaring that she would defeat him right then and there to make him one of her subordinates. But Zeke easily dodged her powerful strike, as well as the flurry of attacks that followed. Still, Lika refused to let him escape. The onlookers couldn't believe what they were seeing. The speed of their movements was incredible. Lika's attacks, despite her heavy greatsword, flowed so smoothly and rapidly that it seemed almost effortless. As they watched the battle between the siblings, The crowd began to murmur about Lika's precise control over her source power, noting how her strikes were becoming faster and stronger over time. They could only marvel at the power of a true daughter of the family head from one of the main branches. Some even said the fight's result was already obvious. What they didn't know, however, was that Lika herself was growing increasingly frustrated. She couldn't understand how Zeke kept dodging every single one of her attacks, or why it felt like he was simply toying with her. Rangjus, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but be amazed, his earlier worries fading away as he saw Zeke's calm movements. Zeke then remarked that the martial arts Lika was using were unlike anything he had seen before. He admitted that her movements were far faster than those of any ordinary one-star level fighter. But Lika, irritated, shouted for him to stop talking and focus on their fight. Zeke clenched his fist and said he was already focused, and that was exactly why he could unleash such a powerful strike so easily. His punch landed squarely, and Lika immediately gagged from the force. She fell to her knees, gripping her sword and stomach in pain. The spectators gasped and began whispering among themselves, wondering how Zeke managed to avoid all of Lika's attacks and who this mysterious boy truly was. As Lika struggled to stand, she asked why none of her strikes could land. Compared to other one-star fighters, she knew she was much faster. So logically, Zeke shouldn't be able to keep up. Zeke admitted that she was indeed faster than any one-star he had ever seen. But in his eyes, she was still just a one-star. "You're a one-star too," Lika snapped, saying that Zeke shouldn't be able to match her speed and movements. "There's a simple reason for that," Zeke replied. "Your breathing, the movement of your eyes, even the shift of your muscles. I can read them all. By observing these small details, I can predict your next move. It's all based on experience." "Don't make me laugh," Lika shouted, launching another fast strike toward him. But Zeke easily dodged again, saying that just like his words a moment ago, he could see and read her every move. In the next instant, he countered with another powerful attack that sent Lika crashing into the wall with a violent force. The spectators screamed in shock, asking if Lika had really been defeated. "Master Zeke, that was amazing! You beat Master Lika!" Rangjus shouted in excitement, but Zeke calmly said that it wasn't over yet. Their fight wasn't finished. As the dust cleared, Lika stood once again, bruised but defiant. Zeke noted that she had focused her source power into her core, allowing her to endure his attack without suffering serious damage. He smiled slightly and admitted that Lika was truly an extraordinary girl. "That's enough, Master Lika," Rangjus pleaded. But Zeke told him to move back, warning that he could get caught in their next exchange. Zeke then noticed an intense surge of aura flowing from Lika. He wondered if she had just advanced to the 2-star level. The spectators noticed it too. They couldn't be mistaken. The glowing mark on her body was proof that she had indeed become a 2-star with a white aura. The 2-star level was a stage where one could channel source power into their martial arts, even manifesting it outside their body as aura. Lika thanked Zeke, saying that because of him, she had achieved the 2-star level earlier than expected. "But because of that," she declared, "you no longer have any chance of winning." With her aura blazing, she charged towards Zeke, her great sword surrounded by radiant power. Zeke only laughed. He looked genuinely thrilled. "You've really improved," he said with excitement, dodging another rapid strike. "Your speed is incredible now." But his expression suddenly changed when he felt a sting on his cheek. A shallow cut. "I know I dodged that attack," Zeke thought to himself. Lika smirked and asked if he could finally see the difference in their strength. "This is my true ability," she said proudly. "Now that I've become a full 2-star and gained my aura, I'll show you the real power of the true Thunder Greatsword technique." "Oh, then I get to witness a martial art I've never seen before," Zeke said, smiling in excitement. To him, this was turning out to be the most thrilling and enjoyable moment of their fight. Lika suddenly unleashed the Lightning Greatsword technique. Lightning flash. Her sword crackling with blinding golden energy as she charged forward. Zeke was instantly enveloped in a storm of lightning, forcing him to retreat a step back as he shouted, "Wait a second!" What kind of technique was that? How can you manipulate lightning like that? Isn't this too much for a sparring match? Lika smirked, driving her sword into the ground as golden light surged around her. "You seem surprised," she said calmly. Summoning another move, Lightning Net, sparks erupted from the earth, forming a glowing web of electricity that shot towards Zeke, but he narrowly dodged it. As he landed, he muttered to himself, "Her power has grown tremendously. Her strength now is nothing like before. At this rate, this fight won't be easy." The audience murmured in awe, unable to hide their astonishment. Ever since Lika had advanced to 2-star level, the tide of the battle had completely turned. Rangjus, who had been watching anxiously, began to worry. Zeke noticed that Lika's movements were simple, nothing new compared to her 1-star self. but every swing of her blade now carried far greater force. Her lightning greatsword technique was overflowing with power, her aura amplifying each strike. What surprised Zeke even more was the speed. Lika was moving faster than he could have anticipated, and her lightning felt strangely mysterious. Still, he remained confident. Even if she could cloak herself in thunder, he was sure he could counter it. Yet, curiosity filled him. What kind of power was this? What kind of lightning could she command? While evading her continuous assaults, he studied her every move, analyzing her aura and its rhythm. Lika, noticing Zeke's calm smile as he danced away from her attacks, frowned. Still smiling? "You look too relaxed for someone in a duel," she sneered. "Let's see how long that lasts." She dashed forward once more, her sword blazing with light as she used swift thunder, enveloping herself in golden lightning. But again, Zeke evaded at the last moment. She's as fast as lightning itself, he thought, only for Lika to swing her sword mid-charge. The blow struck true this time, sending Zeke flying backward with a powerful shockwave that scattered dust and debris across the field. Rangus gasped and rushed towards Zeke out of sheer panic, but one of the spectators grabbed his arm to stop him. Meanwhile, Zeke stood up, his clothes scorched but his will unshaken. Lika charged again, unleashing another lightning flash, striking him head-on. Yet Zeke still stood tall afterward. How is he still standing? Lika muttered, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Rangus ran toward them, shouting, "Master Lika, stop!" "That's enough. We've already seen your strength." But Lika snapped back coldly. "Do you not understand, Rangus? Stopping mid-battle would be an insult to Zeke." Desperate, Rangus turned to Zeke and begged, "Please, Master Zeke, surrender." "That's enough." Lika chuckled. "He's right. Judging by your condition, surrendering would be wise. If you kneel and pledge loyalty to me, I'll stop." But Zeke only smiled silently. Lika's eyes hardened. "Even as an illegitimate child, you're truly a proud Eldragon," she said with a hint of mockery. She raised her greatsword high, her aura surging. "If that's what you want, then I'll use my full strength to end this." Lightning roared from the heavens as Lika summoned her first secret art, Heaven's Thunder. A colossal surge of golden energy descended, shattering the stones beneath Zeke's feet. Thunderbolts struck his body in a storm of divine fury. Rangus cried out in terror, watching his friend's body engulfed by golden lightning, smoke rising from his charred form. Lika drove her sword into the ground, exhaled deeply, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Zeke, but this is the end." But then, a voice echoed through the crackling air. "Is that so?" In an instant, a brilliant golden lightning aura exploded skyward. Lika's eyes widened in shock as she turned around. "Impossible. How can this be? How do you have a lightning aura?" she stammered. Zeke stood, smiling calmly as golden arcs danced across his skin. "So this is what you call lightning aura," he said casually. "If you're asking how I got it, I honestly don't know." His tone was calm, but his words sent ripples through the crowd. "Impossible," Lika whispered, unable to believe what she was seeing. Zeke smirked. "Truth is, I let you hit me on purpose. I wanted to study your lightning, how it flows, how it behaves. And somehow I learned to use it myself." "That's absurd," Lika snapped. Inwardly, Zeke explained to himself that he had deliberately taken Lika's attacks because her lightning intrigued him. While enduring her strikes, he continuously activated his Dragon King's breath technique. The strange resonance between his breathing and her lightning caused golden energy to gather in his body. Before he knew it, he could manipulate the lightning himself. Maybe Lika has a unique constitution, he thought. And judging from her family's great sword technique, it's likely their whole bloodline shares this lightning affinity. Zeke walked toward her confidently. "I never expected lightning-type source power to be this incredible." This duel turned out to be the perfect training. With a grin, he added, "Thanks to you, Lika. I've reached 2-star level myself." Golden lightning flared around him as he declared, "Our battle isn't over yet." Lika roared and charged again, her greatsword glowing with power, unleashing another blinding attack. But Zeke sidestepped effortlessly and prepared a counterstrike. However, as he moved, he suddenly vanished in a flash and reappeared on the opposite end of the arena. "What just happened?" he muttered. He then realized, when one gains immense source power, it strengthens the body's muscles and nerves. This new lightning aura must have changed my physiology. I can't fully control my speed yet. In the stands, Rangus was speechless. He couldn't follow their movements anymore. Both fighters were blurs of golden light and thunder. Am I just imagining things? Or has Lika not landed a single hit lately? He wondered. Frustrated, Lika shouted, "Are you mocking me, Zeke? Stop toying with me." "I'm not," Zeke replied calmly. "But I will admit, you're a real threat." He then lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick, but Lika blocked it with her sword, the force pushing her backward. Zeke straightened, smirking. I think it's time to end this. End this? Lika repeated, narrowing her eyes. Yes, Zeke replied. I've been thinking of creating a new technique for a while now, and this seems like the perfect time. Creating a new technique? She said in disbelief. Zeke nodded. Exactly. He paused for a moment, then murmured, should I call it a first form, or maybe a special form? Lika blinked, confused. Did he even receive proper combat training? From which family could he have learned that? She wondered, her thoughts spinning. Before she could react, Zeke appeared beside her in a flash, lightning surging in his hand. Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, Special Form, Lightning Peak, he shouted. The attack struck her directly, wrapping her in a fierce storm of golden thunder. Her body trembled violently, her sword slipping from her grasp as she fell to her knees before him, electricity still crackling around her. The arena fell silent. Rangus and the others stared in disbelief. Zeke had won. Lika, lying on the ground, exhaled shakily. After a few moments, she forced herself to sit up, trembling. I can't believe I lost. I was supposed to become the next family head. I can't lose. Not to anyone, she thought bitterly. Zeke approached her, offering his hand. You were amazing, Lika. Truly strong, he said sincerely. It's always exciting to learn something new. This fight was worth it. Smiling warmly, he added, it'd be boring if this was the last time we fought. Let's have another sparring match sometime. Lika froze, her cheeks turning red as she stared at his outstretched hand. Despite her defeat, she had a feint of happiness on her face. Perhaps out of pride, or perhaps for the first time, admiration. Once again, Zeke said that they should have another sparring match soon. With a confident smile, he added that he couldn't wait for their next bout. Lika, though a bit shy, extended her hand toward him, admitting that she was no match for him, and that she willingly accepted her defeat. Meanwhile, several hours later, deep inside a dimensional rift, Balza Eldragon, the father of Lika and Zeke, and the current head of the Eldragon family, stood surrounded by countless strange and feral monsters. As the creatures charged toward him, Balza's eyes began to glow with an intense light. Releasing a crushing wave of aura and dragon pressure, he instantly froze every creature in place. Drawing his sword, Balza invoked the first form, Genesis, of the Dragon Destruction Combat Arts. With a single, fluid swing, all the monsters around him were cleaved cleanly in half. As he sheathed his sword, the Eldragon family soldiers rushed forward to finish off any remaining monsters that might have survived their master's strike. Balza turned toward the exit of the rift, but before he could leave, one of the soldiers called out to him, saying that he had an important report. Balza stopped walking and asked what it was about. The soldier informed him that Lady Lika had reached the 2-star level. Upon hearing this, Balza froze mid-step. His glowing eyes flickered, and his response came out cold and detached. So what of it? The soldier, clearly nervous, explained that reaching the 2-star level at only 7 years old was an extraordinary achievement. He added that with Lika's talent, once she graduated from Dragon's Nest, she would likely reach the 4-star level, or perhaps even the 5-star level. Balza's reply was chilling. Talent means nothing. The next time you report to me, I expect to hear how she can be of use to us. If all you bring are worthless updates like this, you'd better leave my sight. The soldier fell silent as Balza continued toward the rift's exit. But before he could step through, the soldier quickly added that Lika had recently lost in a sparring match. Balza stopped abruptly and turned his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Did she lose to one of her brothers? He asked. The soldier shook his head. No, master. She was defeated by someone her own age. By Lord Zeke. Zeke? Balza repeated, his voice low. The son of that woman? Memories surfaced, of a humble maid, Zeke's mother. That woman truly was gifted in battle, he muttered. But she died after giving birth to the boy. He turned fully to face the soldier, his tone sharp. Tell me, who could have possibly trained Zeke to defeat a 2-star cultivator? The soldier hesitated before answering. No one, master. Lord Zeke has never received formal training. He defeated Lady Lika through his own strength and skill alone. In fact, he too has already reached the 2-star level. I see, Balza said flatly. Then, turning his back once more, he declared, Begin the first trial. The soldier was visibly startled. Master Balza, forgive my intrusion, but isn't it too soon for the first trial? It's only been a month since the students began their combat training. Most of them haven't even reached the 1-star level yet. Balza cut him off. I do not care. Death chooses no timing, no level, no favorites. Only the strong deserve to survive. Star levels mean nothing if they can't endure the first trial. Those who fail aren't worthy of the Eldragon name. Yes, master, the soldier replied quickly. But then Balza added, Also summon Freya. Tell her to return immediately. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. Freya. Master, do you mean that Freya? Balza nodded. Indeed. If Zeke could defeat Lika using only his own strength, then he's far more intriguing than I expected. I want Freya to design and supervise the first trial herself, and I expect her to personally observe every participant. The soldier bowed deeply. As you command, Master Balza. For the first time in a long while, a faint smile appeared on Balza's lips. A rare, almost warm expression flickered across his face as he said softly, "He's the most interesting one of all." The next day at Dragon's Nest, the students continued their combat training under Rangus. Zeke, however, was off to the side, practicing his breathing technique. Sitting in a wall-sit position, he balanced a massive boulder on his head while holding dumbbells in both hands. His unwavering focus drew the attention of Rangus and the others, who couldn't help but watch him in silence. With his eyes closed, Zeke contemplated the technique they were studying. The Strike Dragon combat arts. As he recalled, this technique was originally created by the 15th family head. Though labeled as a combat art, it was in truth a body enhancement method. Simple, yet well constructed, allowing even young cultivators to grasp it. Rangus called out, "Zeke, aren't you going to train?" Zeke opened one eye. "What do you mean?" "I mean combat training," Rangus clarified. "We're practicing the Strike Dragon combat arts." "I already learned that," Zeke replied casually. Rangus was stunned. "What? But it was only taught to us this morning. How could you have mastered it already?" "Because I'm me," Zeke said with a smirk. "But what's more important right now is that your source power is flowing incorrectly." "My what?" Rangus asked, confused. Zeke set down the heavy boulder from his head and told Rangus to turn around. Placing his hand on Rangus' back, Zeke channeled his aura through Rangus's body, correcting the flow of energy. "There," he said. "That's how your aura should circulate." Rangus turned to face him, grateful. "You've really mastered the Strike Dragon combat arts, haven't you?" "That's incredible!" Zeke frowned playfully. "Are you doubting me? What kind of friend are you?" "No, not at all," Rangus quickly said. "It's just, aside from my father, no one's ever taught me like that before. That's why I want to learn everything I can. You, Lord Zeke, already have your own martial arts, strong enough to defeat Lady Lika. I just thought the Strike Dragon combat arts might be too simple and boring for someone like you." "It's not boring," Zeke replied. "Actually, I admire its stability. It reminds me of my own dragon destruction combat arts, though my children never liked that technique. They said it was too difficult and complicated." The dragon destruction combat arts was indeed a complex and demanding technique, but it possessed immense power. It consisted of 4 main forms, and during his battle with Lika, Zeke had created a 5th. Beyond that, there was even a secret, its final form, a terrifying and destructive ability, the same one he had once used to slay the divine dragon in his past life. He wondered silently how his descendants had handled his other dragon techniques over time. Perhaps they had modified them. The thought only made him more excited. "Anyway," he said, "since I've already mastered the Strike Dragon combat arts, I'll continue with my physical training." He smiled faintly. Everyone has their own way of learning techniques. But before he could continue, Rangus suddenly shouted his name. "Zeke, please, teach me. I know it's a shameless request, but I want to get stronger, even just a little." Zeke looked at him for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll teach you." Rangus blinked in surprise. "Wait, you mean it? You'll really teach me?" "Of course," Zeke replied. "Why do you look so surprised? You were the one who asked. I just didn't think you'd agree so easily," Rangus said sheepishly. "I'm not lying," Zeke said, "and I know you're worth teaching." Just then, Lika approached them. Though hesitant, she spoke up. "Zeke, I'd like you to teach me too." Rangus turned to her, startled. "You too, Lady Lika? Is there a problem?" she asked calmly. "Honestly, I used to think that no one my age could defeat me. As a candidate to become the next head of the Eldragon family, I was confident in my power. But yesterday's match, it shattered my pride. I still don't know how you managed to use lightning aura, or how you wield it even better than I do." Zeke sighed. "So now this is my fault?" he muttered half-jokingly. Determined, Lika continued. "I want to become stronger. Strong enough to defeat our older brothers. And you as well, Zeke. Please. Teach me." Zeke fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Since Zeke didn't answer right away, Lika asked if he was really fine with it, even though he was also a candidate to become the next head of the Eldragon family. Rangus agreed with her, realizing that even though Zeke was an illegitimate child, Balza Eldragon was still his father, which technically made Zeke one of the successors, whether he liked it or not. Zeke calmly replied that he didn't mind, but the real question was whether Lika's body was in good condition to train, saying that from what he saw in their match, her injuries would normally take at least a month to heal. Lika shook her head and said she had already used a healing potion, so there was no need for him to worry. Zeke and Rangus exchanged a look, whispering to each other. Zeke asked if that medicine truly had such absurd effectiveness. But Rangus replied that if Zeke was referring to the basic potion given during the entrance exam, it definitely wasn't strong enough to heal Lika's wounds so quickly. Because she was the daughter of the family head, she must have used a much stronger kind of potion. Zeke sighed in amazement, muttering that this era truly was something else. Lika nodded, admitting that without the potion, she would have been bedridden for at least a month. But now, what mattered most was her request. Whether Zeke would agree to train her as well. She knew that he, too, needed to train, but she wanted to grow stronger under his guidance. Zeke agreed without hesitation, saying that he never turned down young people with ambition. Both Lika and Rangus were surprised by his answer. Lika pointed out that he was also young like them, while Rangus added that they were about the same age. Zeke chuckled and agreed. Then, with a teasing tone, Zeke asked if she was truly sure about having him as her instructor. After all, he was the one who defeated her. Lika replied firmly that she didn't care about that. She didn't have the luxury to be picky. If she wanted to become the next head of the Eldragon family, she had to become stronger, no matter what it took. Zeke remembered how, during their first encounter, she had mentioned her dream of becoming family head. He asked why she seemed so obsessed with that goal. Without hesitation, Lika answered that if she failed to become family head, she would only be used for a political marriage. She spoke bitterly, saying that in the best-case scenario, she'd probably be forced to marry one of her cousins. But the worst case would be marrying a man she didn't even know. Zeke's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes as he asked what she meant by that. Lika said it was natural, considering how valuable the Eldragon bloodline was, especially within the 4 branches of the family. Their source power was special. It could be used in countless ways. That's why the family was obsessed with keeping their bloodline pure. Rangus shuddered, sensing the terrifying aura that suddenly emanated from Zeke. His voice turned cold and sharp as he said that the Eldragon family had truly begun doing disgusting things like this. He clenched his fists, saying he would destroy such filthy and meaningless traditions. But before the atmosphere could grow heavier, several instructors arrived, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Lika blinked in surprise, wondering why they had come, while Zeke muttered that the timing couldn't be worse. He worried that they might have overheard what he just said. Then, from behind them, a woman with fiery red hair appeared. One instructor stepped forward and announced that starting today, they would have a new instructor. Despite how busy this person was, she had taken the time to teach them personally, so they should be grateful. As the red-haired woman approached, she reached out her hand toward Lika and asked if she was Lady Lika. Feeling a wave of danger, Lika instinctively leaped backward. Zeke stepped forward protectively, while Rangus grabbed onto his arm in fear. The red-haired woman smiled faintly, praising Lika's sharp reaction and saying her aura quality wasn't bad at all. Zeke frowned slightly. He hadn't even sensed her presence until now. Rangus nervously asked who she was. The instructor then introduced her as Lady Freya. Freya Fewinkick of the Black Dragon Corps. Freya gave a polite smile and greeted everyone, saying she was pleased to meet them all. She then looked straight at Zeke and asked if he was Lord Zeke. When he confirmed it, she asked if he wasn't surprised by her sudden appearance. Zeke replied calmly that nothing she did was surprising. Freya froze for a moment as Zeke's eyes began to glow faintly, and he commented that her stealth technique was rather interesting. Freya quickly realized why even the family head, Balza Eldragon, was interested in this boy. Meanwhile, Zeke analyzed her movements. He noticed her source power was concentrated in her lower body, following a flow pattern he had never seen before. That must be why her footsteps made no sound at all. A spark of excitement lit up his eyes as he wondered what kind of martial arts she used. Freya then took command of the class. She confirmed that she would be their new instructor. The students began whispering among themselves in disbelief. Lady Freya, the Tempest Wind, was known as one of the strongest warriors in the family. The other instructor confirmed that Freya was a 6-star practitioner under the Black Dragon Corps, the elite unit serving directly under the family head himself. The students were in awe, unable to understand why someone of her rank would come teach at their academy. Freya smiled faintly and said she would indeed train them, but under one condition. They had to pass a simple test. The students gasped at her words. She told them not to worry. The test was simple. They just needed to bring crystal like the one she's holding, and survive for 1 full month inside the Poison Dragon Mountain. Rangus went pale at the name, while Zeke felt a sense of nostalgia. The Poison Dragon Mountain, he explained, was home to countless poisonous creatures. Even brushing against a single leaf could kill an ordinary human instantly. It was a region of pure danger. Zeke recalled how, in his previous life, he had often used that place as his personal training ground. Still, he thought this test might be too cruel for young students. Freya explained the rules. Each student would receive 1 crystal orb. If their orb broke or was lost, they would immediately be disqualified. When someone nervously asked what happened to those disqualified, Freya replied bluntly, they would be expelled from the dragon's nest. She added that they didn't need to worry about the poison itself. If they properly used the dragon's breath-breathing technique, they would be fine. As long as they held onto their orbs and controlled their breathing, they could survive. Lika pointed out that aside from poisonous plants, there were monsters there too. Freya's eyes turned sharp as she said they would need to defeat those monsters themselves, since that was the only way they could secure food. Without hunting, they wouldn't last even a few days. The students were horrified. Retin muttered that it was impossible. Many doubted whether their basic combat technique, the strike dragon, could even hurt the creatures living there. Freya smirked and told them not to panic. They had 5 days to prepare. During that time, they could each choose a basic weapon art from the Eldragon family archives to learn. If they mastered it, their survival chances would improve. But if they failed to learn it within 5 days, she would not take responsibility for whatever happened in the mountain. One student asked timidly if Freya would help them in case things got too dangerous. Freya chuckled darkly, saying, "You're in the dragon's nest, the land of the Eldragon family. Here the weak do not last. Only the strong survive. If you can't defeat a few monsters on your own, then you might as well sleep peacefully beside them in the bed of poison." The students trembled in terror, sweat dripping down their faces. Rengis was on the verge of tears, while Lika stayed silent in deep thought. Zeke frowned to himself, wondering if this was still the same Eldragon family he once knew. It felt so different from when he had been the family head. Freya then said that was all for now. She began distributing martial arts books for every weapon type and told them to step forward to pick whichever technique they wanted to learn. As students crowded around, Rengis hesitated, unsure what to choose. Zeke advised him to take a spear technique, reminding him that he used a spear during the entrance exam. Rengis quickly agreed and thanked him. Lika said she would pick a great sword technique since she already knew the lightning greatsword's basic forms. But Zeke stopped her, suggesting she try axe arts instead. Lika asked why, and Zeke explained that it would help cover her current weaknesses. Since it was Zeke who suggested it, she didn't argue and just nodded, quietly trusting his words. Freya then asked if everyone had chosen their books. When they confirmed, she told them to make good use of the remaining 5 days. Their survival depended entirely on mastering those techniques. If they failed to do so, they would die pathetically in the Poison Dragon Mountain. Just as she was about to leave, Freya suddenly remembered something and turned back. She warned them that during the test, their seniors would be trying to steal their crystal orbs. Rengis was stunned and asked what she meant. Freya explained that their 10-year-old senior group would also be taking the same test, but their task was to hunt down and steal the orbs from the younger batch. She added that the younger students outnumbered the seniors, and since the Poison Dragon Mountain was vast, they might get lucky and avoid confrontation. Still, their seniors would use everything they had to find and attack them. After saying that, Freya turned and left. Rengis looked terrified, sweat dripping down his face as he asked what they were supposed to do now. Not only did they have to deal with poisonous monsters, but also with upperclassmen hunting them. Lika frowned and said that every upperclassman was at least 1-star level or higher. If they ganged up on her, she wouldn't last long, and most of their classmates probably wouldn't survive either. Zeke nodded, saying she had a point. If Lika couldn't fight alone, then she should form a group of 2 or 3. Cooperation wasn't forbidden after all. They could help each other hunt monsters and defend against seniors. When Rengis asked about Zeke's plan, Zeke simply said that he intended to go solo and enjoy the exam. Lika sighed and admitted that somehow that sounded just like him. Before they began training, Zeke suggested they eat first. As they walked away, Lika glanced at Rengis and asked if he didn't think Zeke was a little strange sometimes. Rengis shrugged and replied, "Yeah, sometimes." 5 days later, the students gathered before the Poison Dragon Mountain, their emotions mixed between fear and determination. Freya stood before them, a confident smile on her face, and declared that the weather was perfect for the test to begin. Nervously, Rengis said that the exam was finally about to begin. Even though this was Zeke's plan, he couldn't help but wonder if it was really okay for someone like him to be part of Lady Lika's team. After all, there were many noble-born students she could have chosen instead of him, a mere commoner who hadn't even reached 1 star yet. "We're the same, Rengis," said another student. When Rengis turned around, he recognized them as Raymond and Celine. Celine, who came from the East Hall of Dragon's Nest, admitted she was also a commoner, and couldn't believe she'd been chosen to join Lady Lika in the upcoming trial at Poison Dragon Mountain. Raymond, also from the East Hall, smiled as he looked at Lady Lika. But Lika quickly said that it didn't matter whether her teammates were nobles or commoners. She had chosen them because she recognized their potential and abilities. Hearing this, Rangus fell silent for a moment, then gripped his spear tightly and declared that he understood, and that he would do his best not to become a burden to their group. Raymond followed, saying he would give his all to meet Laika's expectations. Laika smiled brightly and said, "I'm counting on you all." Then she turned to Zeke and asked if he was truly planning to take the trial alone. Zeke nodded confidently, saying he couldn't wait for it to begin. Celine, still nervous, admitted she admired both Zeke and Laika. While she was trembling in anxiety, Zeke was brave enough to face Poison Dragon Mountain on his own. Raymond remarked that it was natural for them to be confident, since the blood of family heads flowed through their veins. But Laika quickly interjected, telling him not to compare her to Zeke, because even she felt nervous. "You're nervous?" Zeke asked. "Is there even a reason to be nervous? Aside from you, everyone here seems like a group of promising students." However, they all replied that there were plenty of reasons to be nervous about the upcoming trial. Laika then asked Zeke if he truly thought the students she picked were skilled. Zeke immediately confirmed it, and thought to himself that Laika had successfully gathered some of the most promising students in the academy. He realized that her eye for talent was indeed remarkable. He praised their group's offense and defense, saying the trial would surely be easy for them. "You're right," Rangus replied with a drop of sweat running down his cheek. "You've always been too confident, Zeke." Freya then asked if all the participants have arrived, and soon noticed that many of the students had already formed groups. Since some weren't yet masters of their weapon arts, forming teams wasn't a bad idea. Freya then stepped forward and announced that the trial would begin shortly. She explained once again that their task was to survive for 1 full month in Poison Dragon Mountain and protect their crystal orbs. They would only pass if their orbs remained intact. Every orb was identical, meaning that if one lost theirs, it could be stolen by others. Many students grew anxious upon hearing this, while Zeke realized that this meant stealing orbs from other participants was fair game. Freya continued, saying that after the new students entered the mountain and settled, upperclassmen would also enter, to steal their crystal orbs. The upperclassmen mocked them, saying that since most of the new students hadn't even reached 1 star, taking their orbs would be easy. Hearing this filled Zeke's classmates with mixed emotions: fear, excitement, and unease. Freya concluded the explanation, and as soon as she announced that the trial had officially begun, the students dashed toward Poison Dragon Mountain. Watching them go, Zeke heard Laika tell him to make sure he survived. He smiled and said he would, but that they should survive as well. Laika then called out to her team, and as Zeke told them to be careful, Freya noticed him. "It's your turn to enter, Zeke," she said. "Right," Zeke replied, apologizing for getting a bit carried away. "Carried away?" Freya asked. "Aren't you nervous at all?" "No," Zeke replied with a calm smile before walking toward the mountain. Freya watched him go, thinking to herself that he was indeed a peculiar boy. That night, at the camp outside Poison Dragon Mountain, one of the instructors asked Freya if the new students would be all right. When she asked what he meant, he said the trial seemed too early for beginners. Another instructor agreed, pointing out that most had only been in Dragon's Nest for a few months, that few had achieved even 1 star, and that they lacked real combat experience. He wondered how many would actually survive. Freya reassured them, saying there was no need to worry. Although the mountain was filled with poisonous creatures, most of them were only 1 or 2 star level beasts, not strong enough to pose serious danger. With a cheerful smile, she said the students would do fine. Then, under her breath, she whispered that she would eventually release that thing. When an instructor asked what she said, Freya simply smiled and replied, "Nothing." She then announced that it was time for the upperclassmen to begin their part of the trial. The older students immediately ran off toward the mountain, their eyes gleaming as they carried their weapons. Watching them leave, Freya murmured, "I wonder how many will survive. I can't wait to see the results." Meanwhile, inside the Poison Dragon Mountain, as the upperclassmen began their hunt, one of them spotted their first target. It was none other than Zeke, still standing motionless at the foot of the mountain. "The newbies entered the mountain long ago," one said mockingly. "Is this guy stupid or what?" Another raised his crossbow and prepared to shoot. But before the arrow could reach him, Zeke effortlessly caught it mid-air. As the upperclassmen stared in disbelief, Zeke snapped the arrow in half and said, "I've been waiting for you." One of them asked what he meant, but another shouted that it didn't matter. Didn't they see how he caught that arrow? Without wasting a second, Zeke dashed forward, his eyes sharp with excitement. "Now then," he said with a smirk, "let's play together." In the deeper part of Poison Dragon Mountain, Celine and her group were under attack by the mountain's monsters. After Celine slew a massive frog-like creature, another one suddenly leapt from behind her. Raymond swiftly raised his shield, blocking the attack and saving Celine just in time. With a powerful swing, He bashed the monster to the ground and drove his shield straight into its body, killing it instantly. Seeing that Rangus was easily defeating his own opponent, Raymond smiled in satisfaction. Lika then praised them for their excellent teamwork, and Rangus gratefully thanked her. However, his eyes widened when he saw the mountain of slain frog monsters that Lika had single-handedly defeated. Selena, impressed, remarked that Lika's power was truly on another level, just as they had expected. Raymond agreed, saying that while they were busy fighting a few monsters, Lika had already wiped out most of them by herself. Lika simply shrugged, saying it was only natural. After all, she was a 2-star warrior, and these creatures were nothing more than a warm-up for her. She also noted that since the exam had started a week ago, everyone had improved significantly, especially Celine and Raymond, who had both reached 1-star level. Celine gratefully acknowledged Lika, saying they wouldn't have advanced so quickly without her guidance, and Raymond echoed her gratitude. Rangus, however, remained silent, quietly thinking how far he'd fallen behind now that both Celine and Raymond had achieved their first stars. Celine noticed his downcast expression, and gently told him that he would surely get stronger in time and reach 1-star level too. Raymond agreed, telling him to be patient and keep working hard. Hearing their encouragement, Rangus smiled again and thanked them both. Lika then spoke, saying that Rangus had managed to defeat 3 giant frog monsters even without a star, which was truly impressive. She added that before the exam began, Rangus had trained personally with Zeke and had already perfected his spear handling, so it was only a matter of time before he became a 1-star. Moved by her faith in him, Rangus nearly teared up. As Lika looked toward the sky, she noted that night was fast approaching and told everyone they needed to head back to base. Celine agreed, warning that Poison Dragon Mountain was far too dangerous after dark. While they were on their way back, Lika suddenly stopped. Rangus immediately asked what was wrong, but Lika didn't answer. Her expression darkened as she stared ahead, and demanded to know what a certain student was doing near their base. A moment later, a figure emerged from the tall grass. Rangus and the others were startled, and Celine and Raymond instinctively drew their weapons. The student stepped out with a smirk, holding his weapon loosely as he said he hadn't expected Lika to notice him so soon. Lika immediately recognized him as one of the upperclassmen and asked if he had come to steal their crystal. When he confirmed it, she realized that at last, an upperclassman had decided to attack their group, and this one was a 2-star. The upperclassman grinned, saying that their current exam required them to steal the crystals from first years, though he hadn't expected his first target to be none other than Lady Lika's group. Lika asked if he still planned to stay even after realizing whose base he had invaded. She warned him that a single upperclassman wouldn't stand a chance against her team, but the upperclassman's grin widened as his expression turned menacing. "Who said I was alone?" he replied. From the grass behind him emerged 3 more upperclassmen, all 1-star level. Their leader sneered, saying that even Lady Lika would have trouble fighting them since her teammates were nothing but burdens. Drawing his sword, he shouted for them to surrender and hand over their crystal orbs. He then charged at Lika with a powerful attack, but she evaded effortlessly and ordered Celine and the others to maintain their battle formation while she handled him. Meanwhile, Rangus, still without a star, struggled to defend against the attacks of his opponent. The upperclassman taunted him, saying it would be better to surrender and hand over his crystal. Rangus hesitated, unsure of what to do, until he remembered a conversation he once had with Zeke. Back then, Rangus had asked Zeke if there was any way for someone weaker, like him, to defeat stronger opponents. He admitted he was still starless, and worried that if stronger enemies appeared, he'd only drag his team down. Zeke's reply had shocked him. "Then you should surrender." Zeke explained that if the opponent was far stronger, 3-star or 4-star, then surrendering was the only logical choice, since a starless person could never hope to win. However, he added that if Rangus ever faced an opponent around 1-star level, there was still a chance. When Rangus asked how, Zeke simply said, "It's nothing unusual. You just have to exploit an opening." "An opening?" Rangus had asked, confused. "Exactly," Zeke replied. "If you can find and exploit an opening in your opponent's defense, you can defeat them, even if they're a 2-star. When Rangus asked how he was supposed to find such an opening, Zeke's answer was simple: endure. Keep enduring until your opponent shows one. Rangus had been doubtful, but Zeke continued, "There's no other way. You can't force an opening against someone stronger. You can only endure until they make a mistake. If you can't even do that, then defeating someone stronger will always be a fantasy for you." Zeke added, "If your opponent is someone special like Lika, then you won't last long. But against an ordinary 2-star, you should be fine." He then told Rangus that confidence in his own strength was crucial, and gave him one last piece of advice: don't overthink it. Don't think about how to create an opening or the difference in power. Just wait patiently, and when it appears, thrust your spear straight into it. Now, in the midst of battle, Rengis clenched his fists as Zeke's words echoed in his mind. Since he was weaker, he had no choice but to endure every attack and wait for the right moment. The upperclassman grew more and more frustrated as Rengis continued to withstand his blows. "Just fall down already," he shouted in anger, unleashing a powerful strike. But in that instant, Rengis saw it, the opening Zeke had spoken of. Without hesitation, he gathered all his strength and thrust his spear straight into his opponent's body. The upperclassman coughed up, collapsed, losing consciousness instantly. As he fell, a radiant light glowed on Rengis's chest, the mark of his newly awakened 1-star. Lika noticed immediately, surprised yet proud that Rengis had taken down his opponent. Meanwhile, the leader of the upperclassmen was in disbelief, unable to understand why Lika's power felt so overwhelming despite them both being 2-star level. Lika realized that ever since mastering the axe arts technique Zeke had recommended, she had learned to channel greater force and energy into her great sword, which explained the vast difference in power. She told her opponent that it was his misfortune to have chosen her group as a target. Then, summoning golden lightning around her sword, she declared, "This battle ends here." Her blade struck with blinding force, and the enemy leader fell unconscious. After ensuring the enemies were defeated, Lika rushed back to her team and asked if everyone was safe. Once confirmed, the group cheered in relief. They had just won their first battle against upperclassmen. Celine and Raymond congratulated Rengis on reaching 1-star level, and Rengis thanked them with a bright smile. Lika looked at her team proudly, realizing that now all of her members had finally manifested their first stars. With that, she said that the next battles ahead would be much easier. Then, with a thoughtful expression, she wondered aloud how Zeke was doing. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Poison Dragon Mountain, a terrified upperclassman was running for his life. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered repeatedly, "Please don't come here. Zeke, don't come here!" He cursed under his breath, trembling in fear, asking himself just what kind of monster that boy named Zeke really was. Moments later, the upperclassmen were running frantically, shouting for help, hoping and praying that Zeke would not follow them. As Zeke dragged along one of the upperclassmen he had just defeated, the others cursed in fear and confusion, asking what kind of monster or demon he was. Holding the corpse of a giant snake beast in one hand, Zeke grinned and mockingly asked what their problem was, wondering aloud if no one else wanted to play with him. The upperclassmen, now completely terrified, called him insane as they continued to flee. Some questioned why a lower-classman like Zeke was the one hunting them down when it should be the other way around. That the upperclassmen were supposed to be the hunters, not the hunted. Suddenly, one of the fleeing upperclassmen tripped and fell. As he struggled to get back on his feet, he froze. The moment he lifted his head, Zeke was already standing right in front of him. With his crimson eyes faintly glowing, Zeke sighed and said he was getting tired of chasing him. He reached out his hand, offering to help the upperclassman stand up, but calmly added that once he did, he would have to fight him. The upperclassman's eyes widened in pure horror before his body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. Zeke tilted his head in confusion, muttering to himself and wondering what just happened to the man. He looked around and asked out loud what was going on with the upperclassmen, questioning why they had suddenly become so defensive and cowardly. Calling them pathetic, he mocked how aggressive they were the first time they saw him, only to end up running away in fear. He then smirked and shouted for the others not to leave him behind. Just then, Zeke felt a faint presence nearby. Turning toward his side, he asked whoever was watching him why they didn't come closer if they wanted a better look. When he received no reply, Zeke chuckled and said that since the observer was still watching without interfering, it must mean there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. With that, he said he would stop holding back and continue his little game with the upperclassmen. From the direction where Zeke had sensed the presence, a man emerged. It was one of the overseers monitoring the examination. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek as he whispered to himself, unable to comprehend what kind of child Zeke was. He had witnessed Zeke defeat upperclassmen who were supposed to be far stronger than him. And even more astonishingly, Zeke had sensed his hidden presence. Realizing the gravity of what he had just seen, the overseer decided he had to report everything immediately. Meanwhile, at the camp outside Poison Dragon Mountain, Freya was taken aback when several observers arrived to make their report. According to them, it had been 1 week since the examination began. At present, 30% of the lower classmen had already dropped out, while the remaining ones were gradually adapting to both their environment and the dangers of Poison Dragon Mountain. One of the observers added that they did not expect many more lower classmen to withdraw from the test. When Freya asked about the upperclassmen, however, The observers exchanged uneasy glances and couldn't answer her directly. Freya's expression darkened, and she ordered them to speak clearly. Finally, one of them admitted that the upperclassmen were constantly fleeing. Freya frowned, momentarily lost in thought, and asked why they were running away. What exactly were they escaping from? She pointed out that, to her knowledge, there were no monsters within Poison Dragon Mountain strong enough to threaten the upperclassmen. One of the observers then explained that they were not running from a monster. They were running from Lord Zeke. Freya raised an eyebrow and asked why they would flee from him. The observer took a deep breath and said that Zeke had been relentlessly attacking and hunting the upperclassmen. At first, they tried to fight back, but eventually they had no choice but to run. Another observer spoke up, asking what kind of person Lord Zeke even was. Based on what he had seen, Zeke seemed to be enjoying himself, gleefully cutting down upperclassmen and hunting them like prey. For him, it was something completely unprecedented. A second observer nodded in agreement, saying that even though Zeke was the son of the L-Dragon family head, he was far from normal. To them, Zeke was no longer just a prodigy. He was something beyond, a true monster in human form. Freya listened quietly, then spoke with a calm but serious tone. She admitted that she had also suspected Zeke was unusual from the very beginning. Unlike the others, he had chosen to take the exam alone, and appeared completely relaxed upon entering Poison Dragon Mountain. That could only mean one thing. Zeke never planned to hide from the upperclassmen. From the very start, his intention had been to hunt them down himself. Remembering the look in Zeke's eyes when they first met, Freya couldn't help but think that the boy was indeed a monster. Suddenly, one of the observers frowned, asking what that strange sound was. Freya's lips curved into a faint smile as she said that what they were hearing was something she had been waiting for. A man then approached and asked Lady Freya where they should place the massive cage they had brought. Freya told them to leave it where it was, and thanked them for their work. When the observers turned to look at the cage, their eyes widened in shock. They immediately asked what kind of creature was inside, and some even questioned whether Freya truly intended to release it into the mountain, as the creature's aura alone revealed it to be at least a 3-star level beast. Far too powerful for any of the students to handle. But Freya, clearly pleased, reassured them that there was nothing to worry about. Adjustments had already been made to the creature. It would only target individuals of 2-star level strength or higher. Ordinary students would not suffer serious harm. One of the observers then asked why such a creature was suddenly being released during the exam. Freya replied calmly that it was a direct order from their family head, Balza. In her mind, she wanted to witness the abilities of the boy whom their soldiers had already begun calling a monster. She wanted to see whether Zeke could survive against such a being. With that thought, she ordered that the mysterious creature be released into Poison Dragon Mountain at dawn. The next morning, deep within Poison Dragon Mountain, Rangus and his team suddenly stopped in their tracks as the ground trembled violently beneath them. Lika frowned, saying she had a bad feeling about the tremor. Raymond wondered if perhaps the upperclassmen had caused it, but Rangus shook his head, saying it was most likely the work of a beast, probably a massive anger boar. Still, Lika couldn't shake off her unease and said that something about it felt different. A moment later, a second, stronger quake shook the mountain. As a giant tree began to fall toward them, Lika's instincts kicked in. She shouted for everyone to move, and the group jumped aside just in time as the enormous trunk crashed down where they had been standing seconds earlier. When they turned around, Lika froze in disbelief. Celine gasped and asked what kind of creature it was, while Rangus's face went pale and sweat dripped down his temples. In a trembling voice, he said they needed to run immediately, because standing before them was a colossal golem. Meanwhile, on the other side of Poison Dragon Mountain, as Zeke sat atop a pile of monsters and upperclassmen he had defeated, he remarked that he was growing bored with the current situation of the examination. Since no more upperclassmen dared to face or challenge our protagonist, and because he could no longer sense the presence of the observers of the exam who seemed to be simply letting him do whatever he pleased, Zeke found the entire situation rather disappointing, until suddenly he sensed a presence from the opposite side of Poison Dragon Mountain, causing him to immediately question what kind of strange aura it was. At first, he thought it belonged to a 2-star level creature, but eventually he realized that the presence came from a 3-star entity. He instantly wondered if 3-star monsters were truly supposed to exist within Poison Dragon Mountain. He also questioned whether the aura he sensed belonged to an unknown being that had lived within Poison Dragon Mountain for 1,000 years. Zeke then thought that all the examinees would surely struggle against a 3-star level creature, and even Lika herself would definitely not be able to handle it. He also said that the instructors should have made sure that no 3-star level creatures existed within Poison Dragon Mountain before the examination began. But after pausing in brief contemplation, he questioned whether Freya and the other instructors had intentionally allowed a 3-star creature to remain on Poison Dragon Mountain as part of the exam. He then admitted that he had no idea what the instructors were thinking. Still, he found it perfect, because it meant he would once again have an opponent to entertain himself with. Zeke also realized that the presence he sensed was far from where he currently was, and he wondered aloud why the creature did not simply appear near his location. But he stated that he couldn't just sit and wait, and because he wished to face a 3-star level monster, Zeke declared that he would go to it, and that the creature should wait for him. Meanwhile, Celine had launched an attack toward the golem, but even with the full force of her strike, it had no effect. She couldn't believe that she failed to inflict even a scratch on the golem's body. Raymond also charged in and struck the golem with his shield using all his strength, yet his attack was just as ineffective as Celine's. This prompted Lika to use her aura and lightning to attack. After noticing that the golem's arm had sustained a scratch, Lika concluded that with aura, she was able to cause damage to the golem's outer shell. In other words, only 2-star levels like her could inflict any harm, and her 1-star companions were incapable of doing so. Rangus immediately called out to Lady Lika to ask what they should do next. Lika instructed them to listen to her orders. She said that after she gained the golem's attention, they would need to seize the opportunity to escape. However, Rangus insisted that they could not do that, nor could they abandon Lady Lika to face the golem alone. Lika told them that they would only become burdens to her in the fight, and she ordered them to observe the golem's arm that she had previously attacked. She added that even with her aura, all she managed was a scratch, and that as 1-star levels, they truly lacked the ability to injure the golem. Raymond admitted that while they indeed could not injure the creature, they could still support Lika in battle, ensuring that every attack she launched would land successfully. When Lika asked what they meant, Rangus stated that he would do everything in his power not to become a burden. Selene agreed, saying that if they worked together to make sure Lady Lika's attacks hit their mark, then they would surely gain a chance to win. Because of the determination and trust her companions showed her, Lika couldn't help but smile, saying she understood what they wanted. She said she would rely on them to provide support so her attacks would land. As Lika gathered her aura and lightning into her sword, Raymond prepared to defend, while Rangus and Celine readied themselves for their offensive support. After Lika finished concentrating all her power into her sword, she instructed them to begin their renewed assault on the golem. Lika quickly advanced to the front to face the golem, but the creature immediately launched an attack toward her. Raymond used his shield to protect her, but because he was still only a 1-star level, he struggled to withstand the golem's 3-star power. Rangus and Celine dashed forward to attack the golem and draw its attention away. Meanwhile, Lika swiftly moved behind the golem to deliver her strike. She unleashed her lightning greatsword technique, Heaven's Thunder, striking the golem from behind with her full strength. A powerful explosion erupted within the forest of Poison Dragon Mountain. After Lika managed to knock down the golem, and once the smoke had cleared, the damage she had caused to the forest was evident. Rangus immediately approached her to ask if she was all right, and Lika said she was fine, though she had used up all the source power in her entire body. She then asked how Raymond was doing. With Celine supporting him, Raymond replied that he was doing all right as well. But when Lika said that they should return to their base, she suddenly sensed the golem's presence again behind them. She quickly shoved Rangus away, resulting in Lika being the one seized by the golem. As the golem held her, she couldn't believe that it was still capable of moving. She realized she had grown too complacent after her attack. Celine also couldn't believe that after being hit by Lika's full power strike, the golem was still alive and able to move. Rangus immediately tried to save Lady Lika by attacking the golem with his spear, but the golem swung Lika rapidly, preventing him from landing a blow. As Rangus grew increasingly concerned for Lika, a tree suddenly came hurtling toward their direction. When the tree struck the golem, it released Lika from its grip. Rangus quickly helped her stand and move away from the creature. Lika, still confused, wondered aloud what had happened and how she managed to escape the golem's hold. Then Zeke suddenly asked what kind of situation they were dealing with. Rangus and Lika immediately recognized our protagonist upon hearing his voice. But instead of checking on Lika's condition, Zeke was far too delighted by the sight of the monster. With his eyes glowing in excitement, he immediately asked what kind of clay puppet he was looking at. Just moments before Zeke arrived at the location where he sensed the presence of the golem, he caught sight of a golden lightning aura. He immediately realized that this aura belonged to Lika, and he couldn't believe that Lika's group would be the first to encounter and clash with the monster. As Zeke continued sprinting at full speed, he said that in his previous life, he could have reached the location of the aura he sensed in an instant. But now, he could do nothing but run toward the monster's location, something he found utterly pathetic in his current state. He also thought about how Lika's group was filled with promising youngsters. Even so, their opponent was a 3-star level monster, so he had no idea how long they would be able to endure in battle. Suddenly, something came to mind, causing him to stop abruptly as he remembered a technique he had recently learned. He immediately grabbed the trunk of a huge tree, and after pulling it out from the ground, he used his physical strength along with the new technique to hurl the massive tree toward the monster. While watching the tree fly through the air, Zeke commented that the result of the new technique wasn't bad at all. He also said he didn't make a wrong decision learning it, because with his current body, he would definitely need this technique, the technique known as nurturing dragon throwing arts. According to Zeke, the basic Eldragon combat manuals were given to them as preparation for the exam. The nurturing dragon combat arts, much like the strike dragon combat arts, didn't contain battle techniques but instead basic movements and source power flow simple instructional texts. But they were perfect for him, especially since in his previous life he had been a long-range fighter possessing a body similar to melee fighters. However, he quickly realized that throwing a tree at the monster wouldn't be enough, so Zeke resumed running toward Lika's location. Rangus, still unable to believe Zeke had arrived, immediately asked if they were all right. Rangus confirmed that they were, but said that wasn't what mattered. They had a bigger problem, the golem they were fighting. Zeke's eyes glimmered as he repeated the word golem, saying so that's what the creature was called. He also said the creature was strange because he could sense its presence, yet he couldn't detect any life force within it. As the golem rose again, it immediately launched an attack toward Zeke, prompting Lika to shout an alarm, with Rangus warning that the golem was extremely dangerous. But even though the golem unleashed a powerful attack, Zeke casually caught its fist with one hand, remarking that the creature was indeed tough. Because of the golem's hardness, Zeke quickly realized that he needed to use aura in order to gradually break through its defenses. With a swing of his arm as he pushed away the golem's fist, he commented that fighting and defeating the golem using normal methods would be too boring. Lika, exasperated, said that Zeke was always too reckless, while Rangus couldn't believe that Zeke actually found the golem boring to fight, considering their group had nearly died and struggled greatly against it. When the golem prepared to attack Zeke again, he immediately noted that because of its large size, the creature was definitely dangerous. Even so, he didn't hesitate to raise his arms and block the attack head-on, resulting in a powerful impact that shook the area. While defending himself, Zeke stated that the place was too dangerous, so they needed to move away. Lika's group immediately obeyed Zeke's order and hurriedly evacuated the battlefield. Once they were far enough, Zeke gathered momentum and threw the golem with tremendous force. As the creature crashed away, he remarked that its outer shell truly was extremely durable. While gathering aura into his fist and rushing forward, Zeke said he wanted to know if the inside of the golem's body was as tough as its outer shell. After leaping into the air, he declared that it was time to find out whether its interior was just as hard. He then activated the first form of the Dragon Destruction Combat Arts Burst World, striking the monster and causing a massive explosion upon impact. In Zeke's mind, instead of dragging out the battle by slowly breaking through the golem's defenses, it was better to use Burst World to inject source power into the monster's body and destroy it from within. After confirming that his plan and attack worked, Zeke was overjoyed, saying that fighting this way made the battle far more enjoyable. Meanwhile, 1 month later, at the Eldragon State main building, Zeke was irritated as he questioned why he had been summoned and had his training interrupted. It was then explained that the 1-month exam at Poison Dragon Mountain had concluded safely. After the 3-star golem attack, no other serious incidents had occurred. The number of 7-year-old class members had dropped to 30% from the beginning, due to the harsh environment of Poison Dragon Mountain, but because they were exposed to constant danger and the brink of death, the remaining 30% of the 7-year-old class achieved good results and reached 1-star level. And after the exam ended, Zeke was directly summoned by Balza Eldragon of the Eldragon family. As they walked through one of the hallways in the main estate, Zeke asked what the family head wanted from him. Freya was displeased that Zeke referred to the family head simply as head, so she requested that he address the family head as Master Head, although Zeke argued that it was practically the same. In Freya's mind, the reason for the summons was already obvious, but she still explained that Zeke was called because of his behavior and actions during the exam, and that he had brought this upon himself. When Zeke asked if it was truly because of his behavior, Freya immediately confirmed it. She said that the purpose of the upperclassmen exam was for them to attack the lowerclassmen and steal their crystal orbs. But Zeke, a lowerclassman, did the opposite by attacking the upperclassmen, something they never expected. Freya added that because of Zeke, not a single upperclassman managed to steal a crystal orb from any lowerclassman, and so the upperclassmen had to retake the exam. Zeke argued that attacking upperclassmen wasn't forbidden, but Freya replied that no one would ever expect a lowerclassman to muster the courage to attack an upperclassman. Freya could only sigh, and as she turned away, she told him that his awful attitude needed to be corrected before he faced the master head. Once again, Freya reminded Zeke to fix his attitude and the way he spoke in front of the master head, especially when speaking directly to him. However, Zeke simply asked why, and Freya replied that even though he was still young, his terrible attitude could get him killed. She said she did not want to witness him being executed by his own father just because of his behavior. Zeke, on the other hand, only commented that if that were the case, then Balza was apparently quite violent. After they reached the door, Freya knocked immediately, and after addressing Balza as Master Head, introduced herself as a member of the Black Dragon Corps, Freya Winkik, and stated that they had come in response to the Master Head's summons. Balza then spoke in a serious tone, telling them that they may enter. After Freya opened the door and they stepped into the room, she immediately stated that she had brought Zeke according to the Master Head's orders. While Balza was still writing, he suddenly looked up at Zeke and seriously asked him why he had attacked the upperclassmen during the examination. Zeke fell silent for a moment, then said that everyone kept asking him the same repeated questions, so instead of answering, he decided to ask his father whether he was not allowed to attack the upperclassmen during the exam. When Balza asked what he meant by that, Zeke explained that the condition for passing the test was to survive in Poison Dragon Mountain for 1 month and keep their crystal orbs safe, and aside from that he had not heard of any other rules. Therefore, he simply followed the rules of the exam and used his time in whatever way he wanted while the test was ongoing. He added that if there were any prohibited actions during the exam, they should have stated them clearly before the test even began. Upon hearing Zeke's words, Freya felt intense fear and anxiety, and she immediately shouted, demanding to know what he was saying and why he was speaking like that in front of the Master Head. At that moment, Balza's eyes suddenly narrowed as he released his terrifying dragon aura, and because of the pressure from it, Freya collapsed to her knees, thinking that the Master Head's aura was so strong that it could kill Zeke. Contrary to her expectations, however, the protagonist remained standing, and Balza's pressure had no effect on him. On top of that, Zeke even told Balza to stop trying to intimidate him, because it was becoming extremely annoying, causing Balza's expression to darken in both shock and irritation. While Freya was still kneeling, Zeke asked if Balza had really summoned him just to ask such meaningless questions. Balza then asked how Zeke had done it, but Zeke did not understand the question and inquired what he was talking about. Balza stated that according to the reports, Zeke had not only defeated the upperclassmen, but had even brought down a 3-star golem, and he also asked how Zeke was able to remain standing and calm in front of him after he released such intense pressure. He then seriously demanded to know how someone like Zeke, a mere child born out of wedlock, had obtained such incomprehensible strength and power. Zeke simply asked if Balza really wanted to know the reason for his strength, and said it was very simple, the only reason being that he was Zeke, which caused Balza to furrow his brows in frustration, while Zeke's gaze sharpened as he stood by his arrogant answer. After a moment of silent staring between them, Balza finally said that Zeke's personality really was as terrible as the reports claimed, yet he would still reward him for defeating the golem. Balza told him that he could choose what he wanted. Either take any single item from the dragon treasury, or gain access to the second floor of the dragon hall, which made Freya silently question what was happening, and why Balza was actually rewarding him. According to Freya, both the Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury were repositories of rare items collected by the Eldragon family for more than 1,000 years, beginning with the patriarch Gilfas Eldragon. She explained that the Dragon Hall contained various kinds of books, including those now considered forbidden techniques, while the Dragon Treasury held relics from previous family heads of the Eldragon family, including legendary weapons, spirit medicines, artifacts, and other items from different eras. These facilities also contained the secret treasures of the Eldragon family, which was why they were heavily guarded, and only a few people were given the opportunity to enter, as one had to demonstrate extremely excellent results to even gain access to the second floor or higher levels of the Dragon Hall. Freya could not believe that despite all the disrespect Zeke had shown to his father, Master Balza still considered him an outstanding child. Zeke then said that if Balza was going to give him a reward, there was no need to be stingy and make him choose, and asked why he could not just be given access to both the Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury. Balza, however, stated that he could only choose one, and then told them they could leave, but Zeke suddenly pointed at him, unable to believe that their conversation was already over, saying that he still had many things he wanted to say. This angered Freya, and she immediately grabbed Zeke by the collar, and while pulling him away cheerfully said that it was a great honor for him to receive a reward directly from the masterhead, adding that she now understood his orders and that they would be leaving. As she turned her back and dragged Zeke along, he said that if that was the case, there was just one last thing he wanted to say to Balza, and he stated that as long as Balza continued to kill off his own emotions the way he was doing, he would never become any stronger no matter what he did. Balza was shocked as he released his aura once more, only to find that his dragon aura had been suppressed by the protagonist's divine dragon. Freya, trembling, told Zeke to be quiet, and after they left Balza's room, the father of the protagonist remained silent, questioning to himself what kind of presence he had felt from Zeke. Meanwhile, as they exited the main hall, Freya shouted, asking what had been going through Zeke's mind and why he had been so rude to the masterhead, and asked if he had not listened to her warnings before they entered Balza's room. Zeke merely asked what she was talking about, saying that he had done everything he could to hold himself back so that he could behave properly in front of Balza, which made Freya ask if that really counted as him restraining himself, and why he could speak politely to the instructors and even to her, yet be so disrespectful to the headmaster. Zeke simply replied that Balza was his father, so the way he spoke to him was different. Because of Zeke's abilities and personality, Freya could only say that he truly was not an ordinary child, and asked who he really was. Zeke, however, asked if she was seriously questioning who he was, and as he always said, he was Zeke, which left Freya speechless. In her mind, all of them had drunk ancient dragon blood as infants, and they had no ability to defy the Master Head, because Balza possessed the power of the Dragon King, a superior species among all ancient dragons, and even Zeke should not have been able to oppose him. That was why she wondered what kind of child Zeke truly was, someone who could stand calmly in front of the Master Head. When Freya fell silent, Zeke asked if there was a problem, but she replied that there was none, while thinking that she needed to thoroughly investigate Zeke's birth records. She then asked which reward Zeke would choose, once again explaining that he could either enter the Dragon Hall up to the second floor, or enter the Dragon Treasury to take any item he wanted, but he could only choose one. When Zeke asked if he could have both, Freya said no, so he had no choice but to select the Dragon Hall, as it contained knowledge. Zeke then thought that he lacked understanding of the current era, and for now he wanted to learn about the new medicines and tools that had been created over the past 1,000 years, but he could only choose one. At that moment Rangus arrived, unable to believe that they would actually be allowed into the Dragon Hall of the Eldragon family. When Zeke asked if he was happy, Rangus immediately confirmed it and said that the Strike Dragon combat arts and Nurturing Dragon spear arts he had learned were already amazing, and now he would have the chance to learn even better martial arts from the Dragon Hall, adding that he could not believe they would receive such great rewards after passing the exam. Soon after, Laika also arrived, excitedly wondering how much knowledge she would be able to absorb before the time limit ended, and saying that she would need to read with all her effort. When Zeke asked if there was a time limit to their stay in the Dragon Hall, Laika replied that even though they could only enter the first floor, the basic rules were the same as the higher levels. She explained that each of them would be allowed to borrow one book from the Dragon Hall, but they could read as many others as they wanted, as long as their time had not run out, so managing their time inside would be extremely important. Zeke simply responded with an "I see." Laika then mentioned that she had heard Zeke had been given a choice for his reward, and asked why he had chosen the Dragon Hall instead of the Dragon Treasury, saying that based on what she knew about him, she thought he would choose the Treasury. Zeke replied that he had thought about it at first as well, but for now knowledge was more important to him. Upon hearing that, Laika said that the second floor of the Dragon Hall contained much rarer books than the first floor, especially when it came to martial arts, and that according to what she had heard, the difference in the quality of books between the floors was enormous. Even so, she said she believed there was no technique better than her lightning greatsword technique. Zeke, however, was simply staring at the Dragon Hall, causing Laika to ask whether he was even listening to her. When they finally arrived at the Dragon Hall, the Guardian announced that their time limit inside would be 5 hours, and reminded them to use their time wisely and to remain silent while inside. Zeke was unsure if 5 hours was considered long or short for them, but Laika said that it was already a generous amount of time compared to others who were only allowed 2 to 3 hours inside the Dragon Hall. She then said that the first thing they had to do was decide which book they wanted to borrow, and after that they should use the rest of their time to read as many other books as possible. Rangus mentioned that he had heard of talented people who could read multiple books at the same time, but his current goal was simply to find a martial arts book that suited him before their time ran out. After they entered the Dragon Hall, Zeke commented that finding the books that suited them and that they wanted to borrow would probably be difficult, while Rangus and Celine still could not believe that they were actually inside the Dragon Hall and that this was what it truly looked like. Zeke, on the other hand, said that the number of books in the Dragon Hall was even more impressive than he had expected, and he immediately smiled, excited about whether there was some new knowledge he could discover that might surprise him. At the moments after our protagonist finished choosing and reading some of the books he wanted to read, it was as if he had been struck by lightning from the shock, wondering what kind of new information he was discovering. With a mountain of books stacked in front of him and at his sides, Zeke still couldn't believe what he was reading about rifts, chaos, and magic. Because of the overwhelming amount of new knowledge he was uncovering, his mind struggled to process everything all at once. Eventually, Zeke simply lay down beside the books he had already finished, saying that the events of the past 1,000 years were terrifying, and more than anything, he still couldn't believe what had happened to their world within just 1,000 years, especially the fact that their world was now becoming connected to another world through rifts. According to the information he discovered, 900 years ago was the first time the dimensional wall was torn after a rift appeared. Beyond that rift lay a chaotic world now known as the Chaos Realm. In the Chaos Realm, monsters known as Chaos roamed freely, and there were also humans in that world who possessed powerful source power and continued to fight these chaos. After the Eldragon family learned about the existence of these people, they cooperated with them to fight against the chaos. Through the bond formed in war and their continuous battles against the chaos, 4 powerful female warriors from the other world eventually married into the Eldragon family. They were Typona, Fafnield, Levias, and Bahamut, founders of the 4 great Eldragon branch families that still exist to this day. Zeke's thoughts then drifted back to the anger boar he killed in the forest, the one covered in a strange black mist, as well as the lightning aura he recently saw from Lika. He admitted to himself that he truly knew nothing about any of those things, because both the strange black mist from the anger boar and Lika's lightning aura originated from the other world. But what truly caught his interest was magic, for to Zeke, it felt like an advanced form of technology brought by the people from the other world into their own. His eyes shone with excitement as he wondered where the books on magic might be, questioning why he couldn't find a single book that could teach him magic. Normally, such books would be placed near the history section, but then Zeke was startled when he suddenly heard a voice telling him to be quiet while inside the Dragon Hall. When he turned around, he noticed a golden aura in the darker area of the hall, and immediately wondered how it was possible for him to hear a voice, even though he sensed no presence. He also questioned whether it was truly just a voice, or if this was what they called magic, a technique capable of transmitting sound alone. As he looked up at the ceiling of the Dragon Hall, Zeke confirmed he still couldn't sense any presence aside from the source power he saw earlier. Then suddenly, the books in front of him moved. When the books floated into the air, Zeke was completely shocked and cried out in surprise, asking what was happening. But his eyes gleamed again when he realized something: the use of source power threads to manipulate objects and books. Excited, Zeke exclaimed how interesting that technique was. But when the mysterious voice once again told him to be quiet, Zeke grabbed one of the books mid-air, asking how he was supposed to stay quiet in front of something so fascinating, and demanded that the source of the voice show itself to him properly instead. However, the cloaked figure sitting on the upper floor of the Dragon Hall remained silent. After using their source power threads again, Zeke immediately froze when he realized his entire body was now bound. In the next instant, the mysterious cloaked figure threw him down to the first floor, saying that his time inside the Dragon Hall was over. After tossing him out of the hall's doors, Zeke tumbled across the ground and stabilized himself before landing properly, saying he had discovered yet another thing he didn't understand. As he stood up, he wasn't sure whether he was angry or simply excited by this new discovery, demanding that the cloaked figure show him clearly how the source power thread was used. But before he could continue, Rangus arrived, full of confusion, immediately asking Zeke what happened. Lika followed, asking what he had done inside the Dragon Hall for him to be forcibly thrown out. Zeke simply said he got a little too excited, then asked how things went for them if they found the books and techniques they wanted. Rangus confirmed this and said he borrowed a martial arts book called Cloud Water Spear Arts, adding that he thought he had learned a few simple techniques while inside. Celine said she also learned some techniques, and in addition, borrowed a martial arts book called Windflower Sword Arts. Reynald said he learned about the Eldragon-style Guardian Sword Arts inside, and the book he borrowed was also Eldragon-style, specifically about Guardian Shield Arts. Zeke greeted them awkwardly, thinking to himself that all the techniques they borrowed were ones he created in his past life as mere pastimes. When Zeke asked which book Lika chose, she happily said she picked the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, created by the first patriarch of the Eldragon family, Gilfus Eldragon. In the present time, It was known as the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts revised and improved version by their 15th family head. She added that she also possessed their family's hereditary martial arts, so she could use the book for research. Zeke fell silent, thinking about how another one of his techniques had been revised by the 15th family head, just like his Dragon's Breath and Strike Dragon combat arts. He also remembered seeing many books in the Dragon Hall related to his other techniques from the past, but most of them now had improved versions placed alongside the originals. He wondered if the 15th family head was behind all those improved versions, finding the man more and more intriguing. When Zeke glanced back at the Dragon Hall, he thought that he originally assumed things would become boring after entering it, but now he could no longer wait for the next chance to go back inside. 5 years later, as Lika walked down a hallway, she suddenly stopped and wondered where Zeke and Rangus were. Just then, their classmates arrived and greeted Lady Lika, informing her that Lord Zeke and the others were currently at the training ground practicing. Again? Lika Typhona muttered before thanking her classmates. She was now 12 years old. When she arrived at the training ground, she immediately saw Rangus, Reynold, and Celine preparing to attack our protagonist Zeke, who was now also 12 years old. Meanwhile, in Balza's office, he received a report about the appearance of a special rift. When he asked the person on the other end whether the report was truly reliable, it was immediately confirmed. The man reporting was Ein, captain of the Black Dragon Corps, who stated that according to their investigation, there was roughly an 80% chance that water magic existed inside this newly appeared special rift. Balza responded that the location where the rift had appeared was an extremely troublesome spot, and he questioned why, out of all the places within their territory, the special rift had manifested there. Still, they could not afford to ignore it, as there was a high probability that magic water existed inside the rift. According to Balza, anyone who drinks magic water becomes a mage, because those who consume it gain a special constitution that allows them to convert source power into a different force known as mana. He further explained that the emergence of mana-based magic introduced entirely new techniques to the world, and at the same time sparked fierce territorial struggles over the sources of magic water, known as magic springs. In this age of magic, the number of mages directly determines a house's military strength. However, within Eldragon territory, not a single magic spring existed. For a house like the Eldragon family, which possessed no magic springs, there was only one way to obtain magic water: conquering special rifts. At present, the number of Eldragon mages was extremely small, and including Balza himself, all of them were hardened veterans who had obtained magic water through special rift conquests. Even so, in terms of sheer numbers, they were being overwhelmed by other houses that owned magic springs. For this reason, conquering special rifts was Eldragon's top priority mission. However, as Ein had reported, the location where the special rift appeared, the abundant dragon forest, was far too troublesome. There had even been a small border skirmish in the surrounding region just the other day. The abundant dragon forest was a vast woodland that lay mostly within Eldragon territory, but part of it stretched into the lands of another house. Those who claimed broader ownership of the forest and referred to it as the Great Abundant Forest were the Kerberos family. Ein added that the rift itself was certainly within Eldragon lands, but considering its scale and position, the special domain formed around it might extend into Kerberos territory. Knowing those mongrels, there was a high chance they would swarm toward it. Balza remarked that their noses were the only thing they were good for, and in any case, they would detect the special rift sooner or later. Thus, the Eldragon family had to prepare with a struggle against them in mind. Since it was a special rift, both sides would have limited options, but they needed to act before the Kerberos family caught on. With that decided, Balza immediately instructed Ein to inform all dragons' nests at once, and announced that a selection exam would be held as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Lika commented that Rangus and the others really went all out every time they trained with Zeke. In the middle of it all, Zeke remained calm as he waited for their attacks. As the three of them attacked Zeke simultaneously from different directions, Zeke's expression darkened as he strengthened his body and accepted all of their blows at once. With the sharp tip of Rangus's spear pressed and embedded into the hero's cheek, Zeke remarked that their coordination was good, but that Rangus was putting too much force into his spear, which ruined the true strength of spear arts. At the time, Rangus was 11 years old. As for Celine, who was 12, Zeke advised her that she focused too much on speed and the number of strikes, leaving no weight behind her attacks, and that she needed to find a proper balance. Raymond, who was also 12, was told by Zeke that his movements and use of the shield were good and correct. Even so, Zeke stated that all of them were still far too passive, and he told them to get more accustomed to attacking. Once again, he instructed them to come at him. As Rangus charged forward again, Lika remarked that watching their training was still completely insane. When Zeke asked what exactly she found so crazy about it, Lika replied that letting himself get hit bare-bodied without using source power was total madness. Zeke simply asked what she was talking about, and said that this was proper training for him. Shouting toward Lika, while flexing his muscles beneath his shirt, he told her that she should witness the fruits of his training. Zeke added that because of this training, his body had become sturdy, even without source power. Lika complained that Zeke should at least have them stop attacking while they were talking, but at that very moment, Rangus delivered a powerful spear strike from behind Zeke. Rangus declared that Lika should look closely at his attack to see just how insane Zeke's body truly was. This caused Lika to shut her eyes and clutch her head, muttering that all of them were truly abnormal. Not only did Zeke refuse to use any bodily defense, but Rangus and the others continued attacking him with full force. Raymond suddenly asked how Zeke could possess such incredible defense without using source power, while Celine said that it was far too mysterious to be explained by the human body. Lika told them not to lump Zeke in with humans, because Zeke was not one of them. She then asked if they knew what the seniors used to call Zeke, and revealed that he was known as the Eastern Hall's demon child. This prompted Zeke to ask whether that title was meant as an insult, before questioning what Lika's purpose was in coming to see them and whether she wanted to join their training. Lika replied that training was fine, but there was something she wanted to tell Zeke first. When Zeke asked what it was, Lika said it looked like they would soon be seeing children from the other dragons' nests, and much sooner than expected. Rangus was visibly shocked by this, while Raymond commented that he had figured it would happen someday, though he hadn't expected it to be so early, and that it was finally time to meet them. When Selene asked if this was for the next test, Lika replied that even she didn't know the details. Zeke then asked where Lika picked up such rumors, to which she answered that she simply observed the instructors, their conversations, and their movements. Zeke said that he had never paid attention to such things, meaning gossip and rumors from instructors the way Lika always did. Lika responded that regardless, they needed to be careful, because the West Hall had that guy. By that guy, she meant one of the next head candidates besides herself and Zeke. Zeke merely said that now it sounded fun. A few days later, the students of the East Dragon's Nest were gathered in the arena, including several students who were being introduced for the first time. Zeke noted that everyone had been assembled in the arena without any distinction by grade, and Lika agreed, adding that, just as she had said before, they would meet students from other dragons' nests. After a short while, the students suddenly fell silent as Freya arrived and immediately ordered them to quiet down. Once the students were lined up before her, Freya announced that 3 days from now, they would be fighting the children of the other dragons' nests. Again, Freya announced that 3 days from now, they would be fighting the children of the other dragon nests, also known as the Dragon Halls. This immediately caused murmurs to spread among the students, as many of them could not believe that they would be facing students from other dragon halls this time. According to them, battles between students of different dragon halls usually only happened during graduation exams, so they could not help but wonder why such a fight was suddenly being held now. Freya explained that there were various reasons behind it, but she could not discuss the details yet. She then added one more thing she wanted to mention. Those who won these matches would be given a special mission. Upon hearing this, Zeke's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. He began to wonder if the special mission Freya mentioned would be worth fighting for, and in his mind, the situation was becoming more and more interesting. Freya then told the students that the matches would be elimination style, with 7 participants selected from each of the East, West, South, and North halls. She also said that the students themselves would decide who would compete, and that the selection had to be finished today. One of the upperclassmen asked Freya if those 7 fighters would be chosen only from among the upperclassmen. In response, Freya simply asked him what he thought was the reason she had gathered every student of their hall there, then stated that participants would be selected from all grades. This caused several upperclassmen to look slightly shocked, and they immediately began questioning what the lowerclassmen could possibly do against students from the other dragon halls. According to them, there was not a single lowerclassman capable of fighting on equal footing with the upperclassmen, as all lowerclassmen were weak beings. However, before leaving, Freya bluntly stated that she did not care either way, and that they should decide everything among themselves today. As soon as Freya left, one of the upperclassmen named Rick suddenly shouted, telling all the lowerclassmen to listen to him. He declared that the 7 fighters would be chosen from among the upperclassmen, and asked if any lowerclassmen had a problem with what he said. Lika immediately shouted back, saying that she did have a problem with Rick's decision. She stated that it was obvious they should also select from the lower classmen, because they had just as much right to participate in the battle. Rick looked at Lika with a mocking smile, and said that she seemed to be under some misunderstanding. What they were discussing, according to him, was everyone's ability. He added that no matter how noble Lika's bloodline was, in a contest of skill, it meant nothing. In response, Lika slowly walked toward Rick as her aura burst forth. As she revealed her 3 stars, she asked him if ability was truly what they were talking about when choosing who would fight the other dragon halls of the dragon nest. The upperclassmen were shocked, unable to believe that Lika was already at the 3-star level. Some of them had heard rumors that she was only at 2 stars, so they began questioning how this had happened. Lika merely said that she agreed with Rick's statement that strength and ability should be the basis for choosing who would fight the other dragon halls. She then loudly asked Rick if there were 7 upperclassmen stronger than her, and if not, then they should also select from the lower classmen. Enraged and irritated, Rick was unable to answer immediately, and eventually said that the only reason Lady Lika was stronger than the other upperclassmen was because her bloodline was special. Nevertheless, Rick insisted that aside from Lika, there was not a single lower classman capable of standing against the upperclassmen, calling them nothing but trash. At that moment, Zeke suddenly told him that he was too noisy. Rick, now furious at the protagonist, asked if Zeke could repeat what he had just said. As requested, Zeke mockingly repeated that Rick was too loud and annoying, causing Rick's anger to flare even further. Zeke then calmly asked Rick if he truly believed that all lower classmen were weak beings and nothing but trash in the eyes of the upperclassmen. Rick fell silent in shock as Zeke's expression changed and his aura surged forward. Zeke asked if the upperclassmen would agree to everyone fighting each other until only 7 students remained. This made Lika immediately grab her head, saying that Zeke's suggestion was a huge problem. She also commented that his idea was far too violent. Lika then explained what she was trying to say instead. How about holding preliminaries for those who wanted to participate, allowing anyone who wished to compete in 3 days to join, regardless of grade? She asked the upperclassmen what they thought of her suggestion, adding that if they were confident in their abilities, there should be no problem. Rick agreed to Lika's proposal, even though he thought it would only be a waste of time, as they needed to focus on their training. As the upperclassmen turned away, Rick glanced back at Lika and Zeke. Lika then asked Zeke if he would join the preliminaries, and Zeke immediately confirmed it. He also said that Rangus, Selene, and Raymond should join as well. The 3 were slightly shocked, and Rangus quickly asked if Zeke was serious about making them join the preliminaries and fight the upperclassmen. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation. He said that they had been training with him all this time, and if they could not show the results now, then when would they ever be able to show them? Selene commented that the pressure of fighting upperclassmen was insane, while Raymond simply said that since Zeke had already decided, all they could do was give their best against the upperclassmen in the preliminaries. Lika then said that it seemed she would once again be fighting alongside her teammates, and she immediately asked the other lower classmen if any of them also wanted to join the preliminaries. However, the other lower classmen were too nervous, whispering among themselves and saying that they had no chance of winning against the upperclassmen, especially since there were 3-star levels among them. Hearing this, Zeke let out a sigh and asked his fellow lower classmen why they lacked motivation. He told them that fighting stronger opponents was where they gained the most, and added that for now, he wanted to see the so-called abilities of their upperclassmen. After the upperclassmen took out their weapons, they spoke among themselves, saying that the selfishness of lower classmen these days was such a pain. No matter how hard the lower classmen tried, there was no way they could win against them. As Rangis and the others gathered together, trembling from the anxiety they felt about facing the upperclassmen, one of the upperclassmen mockingly said that they should go easy on the lower classmen. Another upperclassman laughed and agreed, adding that aside from Lady Lika, the lower classmen were all like babies, only at 2-star levels. Zeke noticed the reactions of Rangis and the others, so he asked them why they looked so gloomy and whether they were worried about the battle. Rangis immediately confirmed it, saying that their opponents were all 3-star upperclassmen, so it was only natural to feel worried. Zeke then reminded them that they had trained hard with him for the past 5 years and had done well in their training. Because of that, he said, they needed to have more faith in themselves. Selene and Raymond were immediately encouraged by Zeke's words and reminder, while Rangis still could not completely shake off the nervousness he felt about the upcoming fight. Suddenly, one of the upperclassmen shouted, telling them to stop chattering because they were just wasting precious time, and that upperclassmen did not have time to waste on lower classmen. He told them to hurry up and start the fight already, saying they would teach the lower classmen their proper place. However, in less than a minute, the spectators could not believe what they were witnessing, immediately questioning what was happening and how the lower classmen had managed to defeat the upperclassmen so easily. Some of those watching even wondered if the upperclassmen were really this weak this year, but others said it was not that the upperclassmen were weak, rather that the lower classmen they faced were simply monsters. Our protagonist wore a wide smile, clearly delighted by the result of the battle, and he immediately praised and congratulated Rangus and the others. In Zeke's mind, Rangus's deflection techniques and his eye for spotting openings had become much sharper. Celine was also handling the multi-strike windflower sword arts very well, and Zeke thought it was impressive how Raymond could smoothly switch between his shield and sword arts. According to Zeke, all of them had shown magnificent results from their training, and at this rate, if they gained confidence through real combat, it would only benefit them further. Zeke also thought that Lika had grown stronger as well, and with her lightning aura, she could defeat her opponents in a single attack. While the other upperclassmen were still in disbelief at the speed and ferocity of the fight they had witnessed, Lika commented that she believed it was only right to defeat her opponent decisively in order to teach them a lesson for their arrogance. However, Rick could not accept the result of the battle. According to him, there was no way 3-star upperclassmen would lose to 2-star lowerclassmen. At that moment, Zeke walked toward him and said that Rick was naive, because even after seeing the results with his own eyes, he was still spouting such nonsense. As Zeke approached Rick, he said that age and the number of stars were merely indicators, because in actual combat, the strong were simply the victors. Zeke added that if the upperclassmen were weak, then they would lose, and that was all there was to it. Rick suddenly pointed his finger at Zeke, shouting and calling him stupid. He insisted that the number of stars was equivalent to power, and asked if Zeke did not even know something so basic. Zeke calmly replied that whether Rick had stars or not, if his heart was destroyed, he would die all the same. Rick fell silent for a moment when Zeke told him not to lose sight of the essence of strength, because in combat, strength was simply whether one could win or not, and nothing more. Rick then shouted again, telling Zeke to shut up and demanding to know who Zeke thought he was. Rick said he was an upperclassman, so a brat like Zeke should not try to twist logic because it would not work on him. He added that he had been going easy on the lower classmen because they were just kids, but because of Zeke's words, it was now too late for Zeke to cry later, as he would not hold back anymore. Zeke simply replied that he was already tired of their war of words. He said that children should act like children and move their bodies before their mouths, and since only the two of them were left in the arena, he asked Rick to show the martial arts he had mastered and was so proud of, as well as how much he had trained. This only made Rick boil with rage, shouting at Zeke not to underestimate him. Rick immediately charged forward with his great strength technique, using all his power. However, before Rick's attack could even land, Zeke's eyes suddenly emitted a golden light, and with a single punch to Rick's face, Rick was sent flying across the arena. After that, Zeke even laughed, saying that Rick had indeed trained well. Because of Zeke's remark, the entire audience fell silent, as did Rick, who remained kneeling on the ground. Other students quickly agreed with Lika's comment that Zeke was truly ridiculous for saying Rick had trained well, because before Rick could even show the results of his training at the Dragon's Nest, he had already been defeated by Zeke. Meanwhile, at the West Hall training grounds, students could be seen groaning in pain, clutching various parts of their bodies from the injuries they sustained after the battle. After letting out a deep sigh, one man said that every single one of them was useless. This man was one of the candidates for the next family head, Vanille Fafnilde Eldragon. Soon after, other students arrived, and one of them addressed him as Lord Vanille, reporting that the selection here was already complete. This man, Alan, Vanille's right-hand man, was a 3-star level, and behind him were the other 3-star students who had passed the selection, including Retin, who was only 12 years old. Vanille immediately noticed Retin and called him over, asking if he was truly already a 3-star level, despite being a lower classman. When Retin confirmed it, Vanille praised him, saying that he liked competent people like Retin. Vanille added that if Retin proved useful, he would make him one of his subordinates. Retin immediately bowed and thanked Vanille, thinking to himself that Lord Vanille had acknowledged his strength, and that with Lord Vanille here, there was no way the West Hall would lose to the other halls. Retin also believed that if they achieved great results in the special mission, Lord Vanille would become the next head of the Eldragon family, and when that happened, he would become a direct subordinate of the family head. Alan then stepped closer to Vanille and said there was something he needed to inform him about. When Vanille asked what it was, Alan whispered that apparently, Lady Lika would be participating in the East Hall's selection team. This made Vanille scratch his head in irritation, and with annoyance clearly visible on his face, he said that Lika was an endlessly annoying pest to him. He then stood up and said that it did not matter, because no matter how excellent Lika was, they would be the ones to win. Vanille declared once more that they would win and complete the special mission, and prove to his older brothers that the seat of the next family head truly belonged to him. On the day of the selection, all of the participants gathered, along with the students of Dragon's Nest from the various dragon halls. Because of the sheer number of students who came to watch, Rengis couldn't help but feel nervous as he muttered that there were so many people in the arena. Lika then explained that most of the students from the different halls had gathered to witness the selection, and she also added that since some kids had dropped out during the exams, she could say that the number of students had already been greatly reduced, asking Rengis if he agreed. Instead of answering her question, Rengis thought to himself that Lika was right, and that those who had dropped out of Dragon's Nest weren't here because they were called pseudo-dragons, just like his dad. Lika immediately noticed the sadness on Rangis's face, so she quickly changed the topic, patting him on the back, as she said that what mattered was that they had been chosen as representatives of the East Hall, and that they should be proud of themselves. Rengis immediately agreed and said that he would do everything he could in the upcoming selection. Soon after, they noticed their protagonist standing quietly among the participants of the selection. When they approached Zeke, Rengis immediately asked if something was wrong, while Lika also remarked that Zeke seemed unusually quiet today. Zeke replied that there was no problem, and that he was simply gauging the fighting strength of the students around him. Suddenly Rengis collapsed in shock when they heard a loud voice saying, as expected of Lord Zeke, to think that he can also do such a thing. When Zeke turned toward the source of the voice, he saw two students running toward them. At the same time, Zeke casually remarked that things had certainly changed. The two upperclassmen, who were also members of the selection and were currently running toward him, immediately agreed with what Zeke said. Rick added that after their battle, they had reconsidered their way of thinking, and even though he was part of Eldragon, he genuinely respected the strong. Zeke simply replied that it wasn't a bad thing, so it was fine. Meanwhile, Rengis burst into tears as he clung to Zeke's legs, saying that he was truly shocked by Rick's sudden shout. As they helped Rengis stand up, Zeke thought to himself that every participant in the selection from the different dragon halls was at the 3-star level except for those from the East Hall. As he expected, there were no 4-star students among the participants, but there were several who already had 1 foot in that realm. That was why Zeke was excited to see what kind of techniques he would witness this time. While they continued talking, a girl suddenly hugged Lika from behind, and Lika immediately recognized her as Sandy. Because of Lika and Sandy's loud voices, Zeke also turned his attention toward them. While still hugging Lika, Sandy said that it had been a long time since they last saw each other and asked how Lika had been. She also asked if anyone was bullying Lika, but Lika simply replied that she was fine. When Celine asked who the person hugging Lika was, Lika immediately introduced her as Sandy, her cousin Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the Typhona family head. This shocked Rengis and the others, as Sandy was also a member of one of the 4 great families. With a serious tone, Sandy asked Lika who these kids were, and Lika answered that they were her companions and also her friends. Sandy then asked if Lika was sure they were her friends, saying that while it was good to get along with other kids, they lacked the ability to be Lika's companions, since Lika was one of the candidates to become the next family head of the Eldragon family. Zeke immediately intervened, saying that it would only become clear when they fought. When Sandy asked who he was, Lika quickly said that he was Zeke, and also one of the candidates like her. Sandy then asked if he really was a candidate, and whether he was the rumored illegitimate child of the current family head. She bluntly stated that she never thought a mere bastard like Zeke would still be alive. Despite Sandy's harsh words, Zeke remained smiling, while Lika was clearly shocked, and immediately asked Sandy why she was acting like that in front of her friends and Zeke. Sandy was surprised by Lika's reaction and said that even if Zeke was an illegitimate child, he was still Lika's rival. She added that Lika wouldn't be able to defeat the other family head candidates with such an attitude. Sandy also remarked that Zeke's group was of poor quality, as none of them were even 3-star level, and asked if the East Hall students were really that weak now. Zeke suddenly cut in, pouting slightly as he warned Sandy that if she kept looking down on them the way she was now, she would end up having the rug pulled out from under her. Sandy's expression immediately darkened, her eyes narrowing as she asked Zeke to repeat what he had just said, questioning whether a mere illegitimate child with no backing other than the family head's blood was actually daring to lecture her. Zeke calmly replied that what he said wasn't advice, but a warning. This caused Sandy to flare up in anger, but another student quickly stepped in and said that Sandy shouldn't cause trouble for the other teams. The student introduced himself as Aegis Van Blade, a representative of the North Hall. As Rangis tried to recall who Aegis was, Sandy told him not to interfere, saying that they were in the middle of an important conversation. Aegis, however, smiled and said he couldn't let it slide, since the selection battle was about to begin. As the students continued chatting while waiting for the selection to start, a man suddenly arrived and drew everyone's attention. Rangis, Lika, and Sandy all fell silent, while Zeke smiled brightly, excited for the battle to come. The man who announced that the selection battle would now begin was none other than the captain of the Gold Dragon Corps, Teach Mentric, also known as the Educator. Mentric announced that from this moment on, the selection battle would officially begin. He then explained to everyone that the matches would follow a tournament-style elimination format, combining all 4 halls. According to him, the 4 halls would be split into 2 groups, and the halls that emerged victorious from each group would face each other in the finals. He added that the battle format would be one-on-one duels, where each hall would send out its fighters one at a time, following a predetermined order of the 7 participants from each hall. Mentric further explained that the hall which defeated 4 opponents first would be declared the winner, and once the match began, no changes to the fighting order would be allowed. Because of this, the fighting order itself had to be carefully considered as part of each hall's strategy. As a final point, Mentric revealed that those selected through this match would be assigned a special mission, one that was extremely important to the Eldragon family. Anyone who took part in this mission would make a significant contribution to the family, and for Lika and Veniel, gaining such contributions meant taking a major step closer to the head's seat. After that, Mentric said they would now determine the brackets, and called forward the representatives of each hall in order to draw a stone from the box. The first he called was Veniel Fafnield, the representative of the West Hall. As Veniel approached the officer holding the box, he immediately reached inside and took a stone. Afterward, Mentric promptly sent him back to his position. As Veniel walked away, a bead of sweat rolled down Lika's face as she stared at her older brother, who was also looking back at her and her group with a malicious smile. Zeke quickly noticed this and asked Lika if she knew that man. Lika immediately confirmed it and told Zeke that the man was the West Hall's head candidate she had mentioned before, none other than Veniel Fafnild Eldragon. "I see," Zeke replied simply, a faint smile forming on his face as he thought about it. Aside from Veniel, the West Hall had many strong warriors overall. Not only that, Zeke could also tell that the other halls were well-trained too, though everyone could clearly feel the difference in power between them. Soon, Zeke's gaze landed on Retin, and he thought that it had been a while since he last saw that face. According to Zeke, Retin already had considerable skill during the entrance exam, but to have reached the 3-star level at the age of 12 made Zeke smile, thinking that Retin must have trained extremely hard as well. Just then, Retin suddenly noticed Rangis, and his expression darkened with hostility as he questioned why Rangis was even included in the current selection. Students who recognized Rangis were also shocked, some even shouting in surprise as they wondered what Rangis was doing in the arena. Because of this, Rangis once again felt nervous. When Raymond noticed it, he immediately asked if Rangis was okay. Rangis hesitantly replied that he was fine, while Retin continued to stare at him with clear malicious intent. Soon after, Mentric called the representative of the North Hall. After Aegis drew a stone from the box, Mentric then called the representative of the South Hall, who likewise took a stone. Finally, he called the last representative from the East Hall. When Lika heard this, she immediately told Zeke that he was being called forward, causing Zeke to look at her in confusion as he asked why he had to be their representative. Lika calmly replied that the reason was simple, it was because he was the strongest in their group. Eric and the others immediately agreed with her, while Zeke questioned whether, in situations like this, it would be better to send the youngest member of the group instead. Lika merely asked what he meant by that, then added that they were all about the same age anyway, before ordering Zeke to go forward and take a stone. With no other choice, Zeke accepted his role as the East Hall's representative and stepped forward. However, Sandy suddenly questioned why an illegitimate child like Zeke was chosen as their representative instead of Lika herself. Lika simply replied that it was because Zeke was the strongest among them. Even so, Sandy did not believe her. According to Sandy, Zeke was not even at the 3-star level like Lika. She also reminded Lika that the selection was effectively a head candidate battle between her and Veniel, and that at this rate, Lika would surely lose. Lika merely smiled and said that it was fine and that there would be no problem, confidently declaring that their team was strong. After Zeke took the last stone from the box, Mentric instructed each hall's representative to channel their source power into the stone they had drawn. As they did so, the stones began to glow, turning either blue or red, Mentric then explained that the colors would determine the brackets, announcing that the first match would be East Hall versus North Hall, followed by West Hall versus South Hall. Upon learning that their first opponent would be the North Hall, Zeke's group immediately turned their attention towards Sandy and Aegis's team. They soon noticed a particularly tall student, and upon seeing his appearance and the sharpness of his gaze, Rangus shuddered in shock and asked if that tall man was truly a student of Dragon's Nest. Lika confirmed it, though she had not expected that they would be facing Sandy's team in the very first match. Meanwhile, Sandy released her lightning aura and told Lika that this was a good opportunity to wake her up. Pointing at Lika's team, Sandy declared that she would thoroughly crush Lika so that she would remember her position and purpose in life. Lika, however, did not waver. As her golden lightning aura surged forth, she told Sandy to bring it on. At the same time, while holding the blue stone, Zeke noticed Aegis smiling calmly as he said that it looked like they would be fighting in the first match, and that he was really looking forward to it. Seeing Aegis's reaction and hearing his words, Zeke replied that it seemed like they would get along, adding that he too was looking forward to the battle and could not wait to fight anymore. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of silence filled the entire arena, Mentric declared that the first match would take place between East Hall and North Hall. As soon as everyone heard the announcement, Eric immediately told Lord Zeke that he would do everything he could to win his fight. However, despite his determined words, his expression betrayed him, causing sweat to trickle down Lika's cheek as she nervously asked Zeke if Eric would really be all right, since his anxiety was clearly visible. Zeke simply agreed with her observation. Soon after, Mentric asked whether both groups were ready for the match, and once Eric stepped into the center of the arena to face his opponent, Mentric immediately ordered the start of the battle. Eric charged at his opponent right away after gathering his source power into his fist. As Zeke and the others watched from the sidelines, Zeke couldn't help but wonder what the outcome of Eric's match would be. Lika responded by saying that judging by their appearances, it was going to be a tough fight, and she quickly asked for Zeke's opinion. Zeke simply replied that there was no such thing as a guaranteed victory in any battle, unless they were talking about himself, since he was confident that his wins were always absolute. Lika then clarified that she wasn't referring to him but to Eric, so Zeke decided to just focus on watching the fight. Zeke added that in terms of skill alone, North Hall's fighter wasn't much different from Eric, and if Eric fought the way he normally did, he should be able to win. Lika immediately agreed, but pointed out that this was their first time fighting in front of such a large crowd, and the pressure of representing their team was also a heavy burden. As Eric continued to receive relentless attacks from his opponent, Zeke admitted that Lika's words were true, though he also mentioned that Sandy and Aegis Vanblade were exceptions. Zeke explained that both Sandy and Aegis were already on the verge of reaching the 4-star level, meaning they wouldn't be easily shaken. He also remembered that Sandy was Lika's cousin from the Typhona family, which likely meant she wielded techniques from the same lineage, and he noted to himself that this would become valuable battle experience for Lika. After Eric was eventually knocked down by his opponent, Mentric declared that the winner of the first match was North Hall. Because of this, Marin became extremely nervous, and despite her hesitation, she said she needed to win. Lika tried to comfort her, telling her not to be too anxious and that she would be fine, but in just a moment, Marin was also defeated by her opponent, leaving Zeke and Lika with nothing but a sigh. As Eric and Marin trembled, they apologized to Zeke for their losses, but Zeke simply laughed and said he already knew they were completely overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the arena. He added that they didn't need to worry, because if this were a real battlefield where life and death were at stake, the results would surely be different. Zeke cheerfully reminded them that the place they were in now was meant for learning and testing their strength, not for killing each other. He explained that lessons like today's were experiences they could only gain safely here, and that their failures would become nourishment for them on a real battlefield in the future, so they only needed to continue honing their skills. Hearing this, Eric and Marin quickly regained their spirits. However, their team had already suffered 2 straight losses, making the next match extremely important, and Zeke immediately asked if Rangus understood that. Rangus, already overwhelmed with fear and shock, begged Zeke not to make him even more nervous, saying he had been anxious since morning, and to make matters worse, he would be facing the largest and most intimidating member of North Hall. After seeing his opponent's glowing red eyes, Rangus burst into tears with his nose running, hugging Zeke while saying that his opponent was a terrifying upperclassman and he was truly scared. Zeke calmly reminded Rangus that he had already fought senior students before when they were forming teams, but Rangus insisted that none of the East Hall seniors had looked as frightening as this opponent. Rangus also admitted that fighting someone so intimidating in front of such a huge crowd made him extremely nervous, causing Zeke to sigh while gently holding Rangus's head. Zeke then wrapped his arm around Rangus and told him to carefully observe his opponent, asking what weapon he was holding. After taking a closer look, Ranges saw the massive sword his opponent carried. When Ranges told Zeke that his opponent used a sword, Zeke confirmed it, and explained that Ranges was simply fighting someone holding a sword, so he didn't need to think about anything else. Zeke said that if his opponent thrust the sword, Ranges only needed to parry it. If the opponent slashed upward, he only needed to pull back, and if the opponent swung downward, he only needed to step forward and thrust his spear. Zeke emphasized that Ranges only needed to focus on dealing with the weapon in front of him, just like he always did. Because of Zeke's words, Ranges gradually regained his confidence. When Zeke looked into Rangis's eyes, he realized how impressive Rangis's focus was. Zeke knew Ranges still needed guidance to center himself for now, but once he could naturally enter that focus state, he would grow far beyond his current limits. As Ranges and his opponent stepped into the center of the arena, Zeke couldn't help but wonder how much this battle would help Ranges grow. Meanwhile, the spectators quickly noticed the massive size difference between Ranges and his opponent, commenting that there was no way the scrawny Ranges could match him. After Mentrix signaled the start of the match, Rangis's opponent immediately charged forward and used the triple-leaf sword-style technique called Single Blade Branch, but before the attack could land, Ranges swiftly dodged it. Despite this, the giant opponent declared that Ranges wouldn't be able to escape him and followed up with the Twin Fang Branch technique, launching a barrage of attacks. However, Ranges skillfully dodged and parried every strike. Even so, Lika remained extremely worried, and Celine noticed that Rangis's opponent was gradually moving closer to cut off Rangis's preferred range. Reynold quickly asked Zeke if Ranges would be alright, but Zeke assured them there was no need to worry, pointing at Rangis's eyes and saying he was becoming more focused as the battle progressed. After once again dodging his opponent's sword swing, the giant used another triple-leaf sword-style technique called Leaf Storm Dance to attack Ranges, but before the attack could hit, Rangis's eyes suddenly flashed with clarity. He immediately used his Cloud Water Spear-style technique called Flowing Clouds and Water to parry the sword. The force from their clash caused the giant opponent to lose his balance, and Ranges wasted no time seizing the opportunity. Using another Cloud Water Spear-style technique called Raging Current Strike, Ranges thrust his spear into his opponent's chest, knocking him unconscious and sending him crashing to the ground. Mentrix immediately declared the match over and announced that East Hall had won the third match. Ranges sighed in relief, while Zeke smiled and stated that they should start turning the battle around. Beginning with Rangis's victory, East Hall steadily gained momentum as Celine won the fourth match, and Reynold claimed victory in the fifth match. Soon, the sixth match began between Lika and Sandy. Lika greeted Sandy, saying it had been a while since they last crossed swords like this, while both wielded lightning thunder techniques. Sandy admitted she never expected North Hall's elites to lose to younger students who hadn't even reached the 3-star level. Lika calmly replied that, as she had said before, her companions were strong. Sandy mockingly agreed, admitting she underestimated Lika's companions, but stated that they weren't the real issue between them. As Sandy released her golden aura, Lika was visibly startled and nervous. Sandy declared that Lika's companions were secondary, and that if Lika truly wanted to become the family head, she needed overwhelming power herself. Yet she was only second in East Hall. Sandy questioned whether Lika truly understood how dangerous her position was. Lika answered that she fully understood her standing, and while glancing at Zeke behind her, she said she had not given up on becoming the family head, nor on surpassing her sister Sandy, because she believed her current strength was enough to defeat her. Sandy responded by saying she wanted to see that confidence for herself. As soon as Sandy activated her ability, she vanished from Lika's sight, shocking the spectators. In an instant, Sandy reappeared behind Lika, saying she wanted to witness Lika's so-called strength. Lika quickly defended herself with her sword, but Sandy suddenly ducked in front of her and launched another attack. As they exchanged intense blows, Aegis observed that, as expected, Sandy held the advantage, though he wondered how well Lika could fight against someone who wielded lightning great sword arts even better than she did. When Sandy used the lightning great sword art called Judgment, Lika suffered a wound on her side, causing Celine and Marin to panic. After retreating, Lika reassured herself that she was fine, realizing the injury was only a scratch and that she simply needed to catch her breath. Ranges commented that Sandy was incredibly strong, amazed that Lady Lika had been pushed back so quickly, while Reynold mentioned hearing that Lady Lika had been trained by Lady Sandy when she was younger. Lika then launched another attack towards Sandy, but after easily dodging it, Sandy remarked that Lika still hadn't fixed her bad habit of wildly swinging her sword whenever she was cornered. Lika ignored the remark, and as their lightning auras clashed alongside their blades, a powerful explosion erupted in the center of the arena. Laika suffered multiple injuries during their fierce exchange. Sandy then stated that, just as she expected, Lika's bad habits hadn't improved at all, and that she couldn't even become #1 in East Hall. Sandy added that if Lika had simply joined North Hall, she would never have allowed Lika to end up like this. Despite her injuries, Lika slowly stood up and declared that the fight wasn't over. Sandy responded that it would be better for her to surrender, because she couldn't defeat her at her current level. Sandy even said that if this was how things would turn out, she should have petitioned their father from the start, and forcibly brought Lika to North Hall. Laika remained silent, and after raising her sword again, Sandy remarked that Laika was being stubborn, leaving her no choice but to teach her a lesson. In a flash, Sandy disappeared once more and reappeared behind Lika, surrounded by lightning, launching another attack. Just as Lika attempted to defend with her sword, Sandy kicked her in the side, throwing her off balance before following up with another strike. Sandy unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, causing Lika to suffer injuries across multiple parts of her body. Celine and the others grew extremely worried, but Zeke calmly observed that Lika looked like she was about to break through another barrier. As Sandy prepared another attack, she told Lika that it would be better to surrender and use the first secret technique of the lightning great sword arts, engulfing Lika in a golden storm of lightning. The audience fell silent as they wondered if the battle had ended, but Sandy was shocked when Lika stood up again, saying that now she finally understood how powerful Sandy's lightning great sword arts truly were. Sandy couldn't hide her disbelief, questioning how Lika was still standing, because her last attack should have been the finishing blow. Lika admitted Sandy was right, saying that the old version of herself would have been defeated by that attack. But over the past 5 years, she had been training relentlessly as well, and their match was far from over. It was only just beginning. Before Sandy and Lika's match began, Zeke asked if something was bothering Lika, because she wasn't acting like her usual self. Zeke also asked if she was nervous, and Lika admitted that she was, since her opponent would be none other than her sister, Sandy. Is that so? Zeke asked, and Lika explained that her sister Sandy was the one who first taught her the basics of the lightning great sword arts. She learned the fundamentals from her uncle, the current head of the Typhona family, but whenever she didn't understand something, she would go to Sister Sandy for guidance, making Sandy something like a mentor to her. I see, Zeke replied. Lika then confessed that she had never managed to defeat Sandy even once. She said that although she had grown stronger over the past 5 years, Sandy had been training just as hard as she had. Lika also admitted that, despite everything she said earlier, she couldn't honestly say she was certain she would win against Sandy. Zeke calmly responded that in that case, Lika should remember their training together, and that she needed to recall the 5 long years they spent training side by side. However, the moment Lika remembered their training, her expression suddenly twisted, as if she were about to cry from frustration, prompting Zeke to jokingly ask if training with him had really been that terrible. Zeke then explained that Lika's biggest weakness was her tendency to let her emotions narrow her focus whenever battles became intense. That was why, for the past 5 years, their training had been centered on helping her remain calm during combat. Lika agreed, saying that Zeke had certainly attacked her quite freely during their training sessions, but Zeke simply winked and said that was what true spirit meant. This only made Lika more irritated as she asked what kind of spirit he was talking about and how that could possibly count as spirit. Zeke simply replied that the results of that training were definitely showing, and that Lika should now be able to calmly analyze her opponent's movements even while fighting. Lika admitted that might be true, but she still wasn't sure whether it would be enough to help her fight against Sister Sandy. Zeke assured her that she would soon find out once she faced Sandy, because when someone with Lika's talent truly observed her opponent's movements, she would come to understand just how powerful that ability could be. Zeke also reminded her not to forget that she had been trained by him, the strongest there was, so she no longer needed to worry about past results. Lika said that Zeke spoke as if it were obvious, and she immediately thanked him for helping her relax before her match. Zeke then asked if Sandy had really been the one who taught Lika the lightning great sword arts, and when Lika confirmed it, Zeke said that this would be the perfect opportunity for her. Just like during training, all she needed to do was carefully observe Sandy's techniques, because if she did that properly, she would surely grow even stronger than Sandy. Back in the present battle, Lika stated that she had carefully observed her sister Sandy's lightning great sword arts, even taking Sandy's attacks head-on to study them thoroughly, and now she had finally begun to see through them. When Sandy asked what Lika was talking about, Lika suddenly launched an attack toward her. Because of the after-images created by Lika's sword movements, Sandy couldn't determine whether Lika had slowed down or stopped, allowing Lika to land a successful strike. While Sandy was still shocked by Lika's sudden counterattack, Lika continued to unleash a relentless barrage of lightning-infused sword strikes. leaving Sandy with no choice but to endure each attack. As Lika charged forward once again, Sandy could only question what was happening and why Lika had suddenly become so fast. When Lika attempted to replicate Sandy's earlier finishing move called Judgment, the attempt initially failed. However, Lika quickly realized that her mistake was failing to replicate the tempo variation that Sandy naturally possessed, something Lika previously lacked. Now that she understood it, she simply needed to apply it properly. Sandy argued that such mastery wasn't something Lika could instantly copy just by realizing it. Meanwhile, Rangus and the others watched in awe at the sudden transformation in Lika's movements and attacks. Zeke, on the other hand, laughed in satisfaction, saying that just as he expected, fighting someone who used the same technique always produced remarkable insight. When Eric asked whether Lord Zeke truly understood the sudden changes in Lady Lika's movements, Zeke explained that Lika was learning her sister's lightning great sword arts during the fight itself, and that it was the direct result of their training, which allowed her to calmly analyze her opponent even while under heavy attack. "I see," Eric replied. As they continued watching the battle, Zeke added that Lika used to lose her composure during combat, focusing only on her own sword, but now she was different. She had gained the composure to observe her opponent while fighting, and by studying the same sword style in the middle of combat, she had reached an entirely new stage. Even so, Sandy still couldn't believe that Lika had already managed to copy her techniques, insisting that such an incomplete imitation would never defeat her. However, after another clash between their swords and lightning, Sandy was suddenly sent flying backward, unable to believe that she was being overwhelmed by Lika. Lika immediately rushed toward Sandy again, declaring that as for physical training, she had spent the past years training to the brink of death with a certain someone. As she gathered lightning for her next attack, Lika told Sandy that this was the true strength of her lightning great sword arts now, before unleashing her grand thunder technique. The attack caused Sandy's eyes to widen as golden lightning surged violently across the entire arena. After the attack ended, Sandy remained standing while struggling to catch her breath, admitting that Lika had truly grown stronger, before finally collapsing, resulting in Lika's victory. Even Vanille couldn't believe the strength Lika had displayed, especially in defeating Sandy. As Lika walked back toward Zeke and the others, Zeke immediately praised her, saying that it seemed he wouldn't need to fight after all. Lika smiled happily and said she was glad she managed to secure the victory for her team. She also mentioned that if she had lost, not that she had ever intended to, Zeke would have been the one to face Aegis in the next match. This immediately prompted Zeke to ask if Lika knew Aegis personally. Lika replied that she didn't know him personally, but Aegis was extremely famous, as he was said to be the greatest genius ever produced by the Vanblade family. "Is that so?" Zeke muttered while thinking to himself that judging by Aegis's aura, he indeed stood far above the other participants in this tournament. Lika then added that even for Zeke, facing Aegis would have been uncertain, and there was no telling what might have happened. Meanwhile, Mentric stepped into the center of the arena and announced that although East Hall's victory had already been decided, the matches would still continue until the end. Rangus and Zeke were both surprised by this announcement. Lika commented that it was strange because she thought the competition was supposed to end once 4 opponents had been defeated. Zeke, however, remained silent as he stared toward Mentric and Aegis, unable to stop himself from wondering what they were planning. Regardless of whatever scheme they had in mind, Zeke thought to himself that as long as he could fight, that alone was more than enough for him. Aegis then said that although North Hall may have lost, he was happy that he still had the chance to fight Zeke like this. When Zeke asked if Aegis really wanted to fight him that badly, Aegis immediately confirmed and explained that what he meant was that Zeke was East Hall's representative. Despite having Lady Lika present, it was Zeke who was chosen, so how could he not be curious about who Zeke truly was? Aegis also added that even if Zeke carried the blood of a family head, from what he could sense, Zeke was only at the 2-star level, and yet he was chosen as the representative instead of the 3-star Lady Lika. That was the main reason he wanted to fight him. Zeke remained silent as he listened to Aegis's words. After a moment, Zeke said that just as he expected, they seemed to get along, because he himself had been eager to cross blades with Aegis as well. When Aegis asked if that was true, Zeke replied that there were many skilled fighters in this venue, but Aegis was exceptional. Zeke also mentioned that he had heard about Aegis's reputation, being called a once-in-a-century genius at such a young age, and that he truly wanted to measure Aegis's strength through a direct battle. "Good. If that's the case," Aegis responded, and as he slowly drew his katana, he said that he was becoming more excited by the minute. Meanwhile, Zeke immediately noticed that his opponent used a katana, and it had been a long time since he had faced someone who wielded that type of weapon. As soon as Mentric announced the start of their match, Aegis rushed toward Zeke with incredible speed, slightly catching him off guard but also filling him with excitement. Zeke noted that with just a single step, Aegis was able to cover such a vast distance, and he couldn't help but praise Aegis's footwork. Aegis, smiling confidently, immediately used his 1,000-blade style technique called 9 blades to attack Zeke. Because of the golden glow from Aegis's aura, Zeke was shocked to realize that the presence of Aegis's katana seemed to completely vanish. However, before Aegis's attack could strike Zeke's body, Aegis himself was startled when his blade only cut through Zeke's afterimage. After launching his attack, Aegis quickly realized that Zeke had avoided his strike by twisting his body within a split second. Aegis admitted that he was certain his attack would land, but Zeke simply smiled and praised the excellence of Aegis's strike, even asking him to show more of his techniques. Without hesitation, Aegis moved swiftly once again and unleashed another 1,000-blade style technique called Wave Blade toward Zeke. As Zeke carefully observed Aegis's attack, he commented that Aegis's blade trajectory was extremely difficult to read. Suddenly, Zeke was caught off guard when he realized that one of Aegis's attacks was coming from beneath the ground, something he had not anticipated. Even so, Zeke remained calm and continued praising Aegis's skill, saying that although he had no intention of allowing Aegis to cut him, the sword paths of Aegis were truly unpredictable. At that moment, Zeke concluded that Aegis was truly a genius, constantly changing his attack patterns without sacrificing speed or power. Aegis's source power flowed flawlessly, without a single wasted movement, delivering sharp strikes that perfectly read Zeke's breathing and rhythm. Zeke knew that such mastery was impossible without relentless training. Meanwhile, because Zeke kept evading every attack, Aegis admitted that he couldn't believe he still couldn't catch him. Aegis praised Zeke, saying that he was truly incredible, and asked what kind of training Zeke had undergone. Zeke simply asked if Aegis really wanted to know what kind of training he did, and then casually invited Aegis to train with him after their battle was over. Moments later, Zeke suddenly moved toward Aegis to launch his own attack. As Zeke's eyes flashed with determination, he struck forward with his fist toward Aegis. Aegis immediately raised his katana to block the attack, but the sheer force behind Zeke's punch caused Aegis's entire body to tremble, leaving him in disbelief that Zeke was supposedly only at the 2-star level. After delivering the punch, Zeke noticed the damage inflicted on his own fist, and he realized that although he had tried altering his breathing pattern, Aegis had already adapted to that as well. Because of this, Zeke couldn't help but admit that Aegis was an even more exceptional warrior than he had initially expected. Aegis then remarked that Zeke had finally launched an attack against him, and asked if that meant Zeke was already finished observing his techniques. Zeke replied that, to some extent, he was. Hearing this, Aegis wondered if Zeke had already figured out his abilities. Aegis then launched another swift attack towards Zeke. As Zeke watched the incoming strike, he initially thought it was identical to the previous attacks, but he was suddenly shocked when, just before the blade could reach him, Aegis abruptly changed the direction of his sword using his lingering shadow technique. The unexpected shift prevented Zeke from reacting in time, resulting in Aegis successfully striking Zeke across the chest. After landing his attack, Aegis asked whether he still needed to reveal more of his techniques in order to meet Zeke's expectations. Meanwhile, as Zeke held his chest, he couldn't believe that Aegis had managed to wound him during their fight. Even so, Zeke continued smiling, admitting that their battle was becoming more and more enjoyable. Meanwhile, as the intense battle between Zeke and Aegis continued, Sandy slowly regained consciousness. Their teammates immediately ran toward her, anxiously asking if she was all right. Sandy quickly responded that she was fine. Soon after, she realized that she had lost her match against Lika. Even so, as she recalled how Lika had defeated her, Sandy could not help but smile and let out a soft sigh. Although she had lost, she was genuinely pleased with the outcome of their fight and with Lika's current strength. After that, Sandy apologized to her teammates, saying that if she had won, they might still have had a chance to secure the special mission. However, her teammates immediately protested, insisting that they were the ones who should apologize for being a burden to her and Aegis. They all bowed their heads in front of Sandy, but she firmly told them that what they were thinking was not true. According to Sandy, their opponents were simply that strong. She added that they just needed to train harder so they would not lose again next time. Hearing this, her teammates felt encouraged and regained their spirits. Sandy then asked whether the match between West Hall and South Hall had already begun, but one of them pointed toward the ongoing battle, saying that for some reason, the current match was still going on. She also told Sandy that the fight happening right now was truly incredible. When Sandy looked toward the arena and saw the two fighters clashing, she could not help but feel shocked and wonder what was happening. She immediately realized that Aegis was using the 5 aura blades, which meant he was fighting seriously with his full strength. As Sandy continued watching the battle between Zeke and Aegis, she remembered what Lika had told her, that among their group, Zeke was the strongest. That memory made her fall silent, as she had not fully believed Lika's words before, but now she understood that they were true. Meanwhile, Aegis used his 1000 battle style technique called 5 Shadow to attack the protagonist, but Zeke easily evaded it. Sweat immediately ran down Aegis's cheeks as he could not believe that even that technique had failed to work against Zeke. On top of that, Aegis said that after fighting this much, Zeke was not even out of breath, and he immediately asked what kind of body Zeke possessed. Zeke simply replied that it was nothing special, that he had just put a lot of effort into training his basic stamina. He added that techniques are good, but fundamentals are just as important. I see. Aegis responded, saying that if that was the case, he would focus more on training his body from now on. He then used his ability once again to attack the protagonist, but with only his arms, Zeke shattered every single strike directed at him. At that moment, Zeke assessed that the blade's hardness, sharpness, generation speed and range were around the lower upper tier overall, but considering Aegis's age, he could become very interesting in the future. Zeke smiled as he realized that through this battle with Aegis, he had finally confirmed something: the difference between 1,000 years ago and the present era. According to Zeke, in the martial arts of 1,000 years ago, the motion of the attack itself was paramount. The essence of martial arts was to express all creation through one's techniques, and source power was merely supplementary. But in the modern era, by manifesting source power, practitioners express all of creation through it. In other words, handling source power itself has become the essence of modern martial arts. As he continued evading the attacks, Zeke thought to himself that he had been foolish. He had focused so much on the techniques themselves that he had failed to notice this shift for so long. Even so, he found the changes of the past 1,000 years fascinating beyond measure. Meanwhile, as Aegis continued attacking, he realized that all his strikes were being perfectly countered by Zeke. He could only conclude to himself that Zeke was truly a superhuman. Rangus and the others remained deeply worried, and Rangus mentioned that the fight had already lasted for over an hour, with no sign of ending. Lika, however, calmly said that neither of them was normal, but their battle would probably be over soon. Aegis then told Zeke that it looked like he had already finished observing all of his movements this time. Zeke did not deny it, and said that their fight had been a truly wonderful experience. I think so too, Aegis replied. Suddenly, the protagonist declared that he would pay his respect to Aegis. Therefore, what he had learned from their battle, he would now present to Aegis as a new technique. As Zeke clenched his fist, Aegis suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Aegis laughed, saying that now he understood why he could not defeat Zeke. Even so, he gathered his full power and activated the 1000-blade style's secret technique called 5-blade ultimate strike, declaring that he would continue struggling until the end. However, before Aegis could launch his attack, Zeke suddenly leaped high into the air. While suspended above the arena, he gathered his source power into his fist and unleashed a rain of massive golden fists across the entire arena. This technique was Zeke's new move, the modified second form of his Dragon Destruction combat arts, which he called Fist Star. As a result, consecutive explosions erupted throughout different parts of the arena, causing the students watching to panic. When the attack finally struck Aegis, a tremendous explosion shook the entire arena. Reynold quickly raised his shield to protect his teammates, marveling at the sheer power of Zeke's attack. Sandy, meanwhile, was so stunned that she could only ask who had won the fight. At that moment, Mentric declared that they had seen enough and announced the end of the match. As the smoke gradually cleared, Aegis's broken katana became visible. Lying on the ground, Aegis could only laugh, saying that he could not even move a single finger. He admitted that Zeke's strength was overwhelming, and that he still had much more training to do if he wished to catch up. Though sweat continued to drip from Zeke due to exhaustion, he smiled as the victory was declared in favor of East Hall. The spectators could hardly believe what they had witnessed, and could not stop asking what kind of battle they had just seen, as well as how Aegis had been defeated. Mentric then announced that they would repair the arena first before starting the match between West Hall and South Hall, instructing everyone to begin preparing. Rangus and the others were filled with admiration and joy, as they had not expected Zeke to defeat Aegis. Lika commented that Zeke had once again destroyed the arena, and that he was strange in so many ways. Zeke immediately asked what she meant, adding that what mattered most was that he had won. He then said that whatever Lika meant was not important right now, because what they needed to focus on was watching the upcoming match between West Hall and South Hall. That's right, Lika agreed, adding that another candidate for the position of family head would be participating in the next match, none other than Vanille Fafnir Eldragon. After the battle between Aegis and Zeke, Zeke asked Rangus if he had gone a bit overboard, because with that level of destruction in the arena, he thought it would not be repaired anytime soon. However, Ranges told him it was fine, and asked Zeke to look toward the side of the arena. Zeke was completely stunned and immediately asked how it was possible, and how they had managed to restore the arena so quickly. Ranges then explained that the entire arena had been built using a rare stone called etherite, and when someone infused it with source power, it could restore itself to its original form. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately realized that this was yet another incredible material that had appeared during the 1,000 years he had been gone. As Zeke continued to marvel at the sight, Ranges added that using such an expensive material to construct an arena of this size was truly astonishing. While smiling, Zeke said that West Hall seemed to have the best overall quality, but South Hall also had some strong-looking fighters, so he wondered how their battle would turn out. However, contrary to Zeke's expectations, the match between West Hall and South Hall became utterly one-sided. At the conclusion of the battle between West Hall and South Hall, Mentric couldn't shake off a growing sense of doubt. He felt that something about Vanille's match was off. More than that, he found it hard to believe how overwhelmingly one-sided the fight had been. He couldn't help but question whether Vanille truly possessed enough strength to defeat Lila Sonar that easily. Meanwhile, Vanille calmly asked Mentric if he was going to announce the winner. Snapping out of his thoughts, Mentric looked away briefly before declaring that the victor of the match was West Hall, led by Vanille. He then added that the final battle between East Hall and West Hall would begin in 1 hour. As the announcement settled over the arena, the spectators remained unusually quiet, still unable to process what they had just witnessed. In contrast, Lila's teammates were deeply worried about her condition. One of them carried her away carefully, while Lika stared in disbelief, unable to accept that Lila had been defeated so effortlessly. Zeke, on the other hand, remained silent, observing everything. In Zeke's mind, he was certain something was wrong. The gap in strength and abilities between Lila and Vanille should not have been that wide. Yet for some unknown reason, Lila's source power flow had been completely unstable. In that state, there was little doubt that something had gone wrong with her compared to her normal condition, which explained why the fight had ended so one-sidedly. Zeke also suspected that Mentric, acting as referee, had noticed something unusual. This left him quietly wondering what had truly happened during Vanille and Lila's battle. Even Reynold couldn't believe that Lady Lila from the Sonar family would appear so helpless as they had just seen. He remarked that, as expected, a next head candidate was on a completely different level from them. However, Celine pointed out that the fight had felt too one-sided. Lika agreed, but said that perhaps that was simply the reality. It was their first time witnessing the true strength of the prominent figures from other halls, so it was difficult to determine whether something was actually wrong. Eric then mentioned that speaking of next head candidates, that included Lord Zeke and Lady Lika as well, meaning Lord Vanille must also possess incredible power like them. Though hesitant, Celine and Lika eventually nodded in agreement. Ranges, however, remained silent and absent-minded. When Eric asked what was troubling him, Ranges said it was nothing, just that Lord Vanille was astonishingly strong, and in fact, everyone from West Hall seemed powerful. His words unintentionally dampened Reynold's spirit, prompting Ranges to quickly apologize for sounding so weak-hearted right before their upcoming match. Lika then said that Ranges wasn't wrong. She admitted that she had lost her last match too, and as frustrating as it was, she was still nowhere near West Hall's level. Eric responded that if Lika was saying that, then he felt the same. He couldn't even defeat any of them, despite having more stars. Even so, he had no intention of losing. Just like Ranges and the others who managed to overcome stronger opponents, he wanted to do the same. They could still defeat West Hall. His determination reignited Celine's spirit. As Zeke watched them, he thought that their fighting spirit was finally in the right place. It seemed that Marin and Eric might truly grow from this battle. However, the bigger concern right now was Lika. To Zeke, it didn't seem like Lika had noticed Lila's abnormal source power at all. If she believed everything that happened was purely Vanille's strength, then her shaken reaction made sense. But since Zeke himself didn't know the full details, he couldn't offer careless advice. He quietly wondered what he should do. Ranges soon noticed Lika's unusual expression and asked if she was all right. Lika immediately replied that she was fine and, as she walked away, said she just needed to clear her head. Later, in a garden outside the arena, Lika sat alone by a fountain. She couldn't believe that Vanille had grown strong enough to overwhelm Lila the way he did. Even Aegis had been unable to completely overpower Lila without suffering a scratch, yet Vanille had done it effortlessly. The last time Lika fought Vanille was when they were 5 years old, and she had lost. Since then, she had trained relentlessly, determined to one day defeat him. She had believed she had finally caught up, yet what she witnessed today shattered that confidence. If the match order remained unchanged, Vanille's opponent would likely be Zeke. Strangely, she felt relieved at that thought, since it meant she wouldn't have to face Vanille herself, but she hated herself for feeling that relief. It was as if she had already admitted defeat, despite her long-standing desire to overcome him. Suddenly, Vanille appeared and asked what she was doing there. With a mocking tone, he commented that she looked awfully serious while sitting alone. Lika's eyes narrowed as she demanded to know what he wanted, stating that they had nothing to discuss, and that she had no intention of talking to him. Vanille smirked and told her not to be so prickly. If he became the head of the Eldragon family, she might end up as his wife. At those words, Lika stood abruptly and told him to be silent, declaring that she would be the one to become family head. She began walking away, but Vanille stopped her with his words. He said he knew she was thinking that she couldn't defeat him. He couldn't blame her, since she had failed to beat him back then either. Surely she had seen what he did to Lila. As he casually draped an arm over her shoulder, he said he was certain she was thinking she couldn't defeat him after witnessing that fight, asking if he was wrong. Lika only told him once more to be quiet. Vanille then bluntly stated that she should just admit it back then, now, and forever. She would never surpass him. He told her to give up and submit to him, promising that if she did, he would treat her well, tightening his grip on her shoulder as he spoke. Lika immediately shoved his hand away and shouted at him to stop talking. Vanille merely remarked that her reaction wasn't cute at all. Without another word, Lika walked away. As she left, Vanille coldly muttered that after placing his arm around her and gripping her shoulder like that, it was already the end for her. He then turned to his subordinate and said they both knew what needed to be done next. The subordinate replied that Vanille could leave everything to them. He then asked whether they shouldn't prepare for the illegitimate brat, Zeke, the same way they had prepared for Lika. Vanille responded that they could handle Zeke during the match, or even set things up while fighting him. Although he admitted it would be best to prepare beforehand, Zeke seemed unusually sharp. If Zeke noticed their preparations, it would only complicate things. Besides, from what he observed, Zeke had deliberately allowed himself to be hit at times, so arranging things mid-battle would suffice. His subordinate agreed. As Vanille bumped fists with him, he scoffed, saying that even if Zeke had defeated Aegis, he wasn't about to lose to some bastard child even without relying on tricks. As the water in the fountain behind them slowly changed color, Vanille declared that in this match, they would be the ones to win and claim the special mission. An hour after the scheduled time for the battle between East Hall and West Hall, Eric nervously said that the moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. However, in his mind, he could not stop thinking about the reality of their situation. He and Marin were upperclassmen, yet among all the representatives of East Hall, they were the weakest. On the other hand, the group from West Hall was clearly packed with elites. Because of that, Eric could not help but feel a deep sense of anxiety and doubt, wondering if they could really win against West Hall. Suddenly, a fist flew through the air and struck him on the head. After punching Eric, Zeke called him an idiot, and loudly asked what had happened to all the confidence he had shown earlier. When Eric admitted that it had only been an act, Zeke shouted and asked him why he was even fighting in the first place. Was he fighting just to lose? Eric immediately replied that it was not like that. Zeke then told him that if he was going to fight, then regardless of the difference in strength, he had to fight to win, and that was what truly mattered. Because of those words, even though a large bump had formed on Eric's head from the punch, he suddenly felt his spirit rise again, and said that Zeke was right. He was going to fight to win. Zeke laughed, and told him that was more like it. Eric needed to have confidence in himself. After all, Eric had trained hard before, so he should believe in his own abilities. Eric quickly agreed with everything Zeke had said and thanked him. Suddenly, however, Eric fell silent when Zeke said that he would give him a small parting gift. Zeke told Eric to relax his shoulders because the Great Power Fist style was all about gathering all of his strength into a single point before striking. If Eric tensed up too much, the strength he should be concentrating would scatter instead. Zeke tapped Eric's shoulders and once again told him to relax. Immediately, Eric felt a strange sense of relief and confidence. He smiled and said that right now he felt like he could actually win his fight. Zeke replied that was good, then told Eric to go out there and win. As Eric walked toward the middle of the arena, Lika commented that what Zeke had done was strange. She knew that Zeke had never actually learned the Great Power Fist style, yet he seemed to know a lot about it. She also pointed out that sometimes Zeke seemed oddly knowledgeable about other martial arts as well. When she asked him why that was, Zeke simply smiled and said it was a foolish question. Then he calmly said that the answer should be obvious because he was Zeke. Hearing that, Lika could not believe she had even bothered asking such a question in the first place. Meanwhile, when Eric finally saw the opponent he would be facing, the first thought that came to his mind was that the man was a monster. He had already seen how this man fought in the earlier match. Even so, this time Eric felt confident that he would not lose. Just then, Eric's opponent mocked him, saying that Eric was acting pretty cocky for someone who had lost to a North Hall punk before. Eric firmly told him to shut up, saying that he was not the same person he had been back then. Still, his opponent questioned whether Eric was really so sure about that. At that moment, Mentric announced that the first match between East Hall and West Hall would now begin. Eric's opponent immediately launched forward. Eric was momentarily shocked by the man's incredible speed, and before he could fully react, the opponent used his insect brawl dagger technique called Mantis Slash to attack, while saying that someone like Eric could never change in just a few hours. Eric was forced to fall back while blocking the attack. His opponent could not believe that Eric had managed to defend himself using his aura. Nevertheless, he did not stop. He challenged Eric to try defending his next attack, and immediately unleashed a barrage using his technique called Swarming Locust, raining down attacks on Eric. Seeing Eric struggling in his current situation, the opponent mocked him again, asking what the problem was, and what had happened to all the confidence he had been talking about earlier. He said that he had thought Eric might have actually changed. Meanwhile, after receiving several injuries from his opponent's relentless attacks, Eric admitted to himself that his enemy was indeed strong. But that did not mean he could simply allow himself to be beaten one-sidedly. Eric immediately launched a punch in retaliation, but his opponent easily dodged it and told him that he was far too slow. At the same time, Eric received another blow from his opponent, who confidently declared that there was no way an attack like Eric's would ever hit him. Eric realized that at this rate, he would never be able to catch his enemy. He asked himself what he should do now. At that moment, he remembered Zeke's words he needed to relax his shoulders, because the great power fist style gathered all of his strength into a single point. Eric suddenly fell silent for a moment before making a decision to gamble everything on a single attack. He returned to his stance and began gathering his aura. Seeing this, his opponent sneered and said that a weakling like Eric was surprisingly stubborn. The opponent then used a technique called Stinging Bee Flash in an attempt to break through Eric's defense. However, after taking the attack head-on, Eric suddenly smiled and said that he had finally caught him. His opponent was shocked when Eric grabbed and restrained his weapon. Eric then declared that it was time for him to take Eric's attack. Gathering all the aura he had concentrated into his fist, Eric unleashed the Great Power Fist technique, called Great Power Fist. The powerful blow sent his opponent flying straight into the wall of the arena. The spectators fell into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Zeke simply smiled as Mentric announced that the winner of the match was Eric from East Hall. Eric's opponent had lost consciousness. His eyes rolled back and completely white. Eric's face immediately turned red with joy, and he could not stop himself from shouting in excitement over his victory. Sometime later, when Eric's opponent regained consciousness, he could not believe that he had been defeated by Eric. While holding his injured arm, he suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Vanille. The man quickly went before Vanille and knelt down, apologizing for losing his match. However, before he could even finish speaking, Vanille suddenly attacked him. The brutal act caused intense fear among the members of West Hall, including Retin. Vanille then looked coldly at the rest of his companions and asked if they understood what they needed to do. He told them that they must crush every opponent they faced. None of them dared to object and simply obeyed his command out of fear. Meanwhile, Eric confidently told Marin that she could definitely win her match. Marin nodded in agreement, while her opponent simply stared at her with a serious and unwavering gaze. When Mentric finally gave the signal to begin the fight, Marin immediately released her aura and rushed toward her opponent with great speed. As she charged forward, she used her red flame sword style technique called Spark/Times to launch her attack. However, her opponent easily defended against the strike using his spear. With precise timing, he deflected Marin's sword, causing her to lose her balance for a brief moment. Seeing the opening, her opponent quickly took advantage of it. After moving swiftly to Marin's side, he immediately unleashed the Great Wild Spear style technique, known as Times Rampaging Pierce, striking Marin hard in the side. Because of the heavy damage Marin received from the attack, she couldn't help but drop to one knee and cough violently. Before she could even recover, her opponent launched another attack without hesitation. As the assault continued, Rangus could hardly believe what he was witnessing and could only mutter that the situation for Marin was looking bad. Meanwhile, as blood continued to spill from the wounds Marin was receiving during the fight, Lika trembled with anger toward Marin's opponent, and even Celine said that she couldn't bear to watch any longer. Eric, now cursing under his breath in anger, was about to rush toward Marin's opponent, but Reynold quickly stopped him, firmly reminding him that he was not allowed to interfere in the fight. Reynold added that the match hadn't been officially called yet, and if Eric jumped in now, the East Hall would lose by disqualification. After some time passed, Mentric finally declared that the winner of the match between Marin and her opponent was the West Hall. While Marin lay there unconscious, her opponent arrogantly stepped on Marin's face. As Mentric's declaration of victory echoed through the arena, Eric and the others immediately ran toward Marin. While Eric and Lika were filled with deep worry as they saw Marin lying there, covered in blood, Zeke remained silent as he watched everything that had happened. However, the intense anger on his face revealed just how furious he was at the severe injuries Marin had suffered. As Rangus and Celine continued to worry about Marin, Eric shouted Marin's name in desperation. Rangus couldn't help but wonder if Marin would be all right, while Celine said that the injuries Marin had received from her opponent were far too excessive. Zeke, on the other hand, had a look of intense anger on his face, yet he remained silent as he calmly watched their enemies. As Marin's opponent began walking away from the scene, Eric suddenly shouted at him. Raising his voice, Eric demanded to know if there had been any need for him to go that far. The opponent's expression darkened slightly, and when he turned back, he asked if they had a problem. When Eric asked what he meant by that, the man simply replied that what had happened was a battle, in other words, real combat, and he had merely gone all out to ensure a certain victory against Marin. Hearing that only made Eric angrier. He said that even if it had been a battle, what he did to Marin was still too much, especially since she had suffered severe injuries and lost consciousness. Celine also shouted in agreement, saying Eric was right, and that Marin's opponent didn't need to go that far. The man merely smiled mockingly and said they were too soft. According to him, those from West Hall never showed mercy to their enemies in real combat. As he pointed at Eric and the others, he said that in West Hall they simply crushed their enemies, and that was all there was to it. Lika immediately stepped forward and walked toward Marin's opponent. With a dark expression, she asked if what he had done was an order from Vanille. However, the man answered arrogantly, saying, "So what?" He added that if they didn't like it, they could just forfeit. Then he asked Lika if she didn't understand what it meant that the referee hadn't stopped the match. He continued by saying that Marin had still shown the will to fight, and that he had only needed to break that will. After that, he asked them if what he had done wasn't simply natural. Lika shouted again in anger, but Marin's opponent only complained that they were being too noisy before turning his back on them. As he walked away, he mockingly told them they should worry about themselves first before worrying about their friend, because all of them would end up the same way Marin did. Not long after that, Retin suddenly stepped in and said, "That's just how it is." He added that they were welcome to forfeit right there if they wanted. Then he looked at Rangus and asked if he had heard what was just said. Rangus suddenly turned his head toward him, sweat slowly running down his cheek as he uttered Retin's name. Retin then casually said that Rangus should start calling him by his name now, before immediately asking if Rangus planned to forfeit their match. Rangus remained silent. Retin mocked him again, saying that if Rangus wanted to be toyed with like that girl Marin, he wouldn't stop him. He even asked if Rangus wanted him to do the same thing he used to do to him back in the village, calling Rangus a weakling. Rangus lowered his head, his face darkening. Lika, on the other hand, was clearly furious at Retin's words, but Rangus suddenly told Lady Lika that it was fine. Slowly rising to his feet, Rangus said that he wasn't running away. This made Lika turn and look at him in surprise. Rangus then declared that today, right here, he was going to surpass Retin. Retin immediately looked annoyed and demanded to know what Rangus meant by that. Meanwhile, as Marin remained unconscious, the medical team continued treating her injuries while the spectators silently watched everything unfold. In the middle of the arena, Rangus let out a deep breath while gripping his spear when suddenly someone called his name, startling him. Rangus was both confused and astonished because he immediately recognized the voice. It was Zeke's. When he turned to look at him, Zeke calmly told him not to worry because no one else could hear them. According to Zeke, he was speaking directly into Rangus's mind. He explained that he had recreated this technique a few years ago, after reading many books. As Rangus wondered where he should even begin commenting on what Zeke had just done, Zeke told him that more importantly, the reason he used the technique was to give Rangus a piece of advice. When Rangus asked what advice he meant, Zeke said, "There is a saying clouds drift freely, and water flows gently." Rangus began wondering what exactly Zeke meant by that proverb. Zeke continued, saying that clouds drift without a care and water flows ever so gently. He added that whenever Rangus was struggling, he should picture that image in his mind. Just then, Mentric asked what Rangus was doing. Rangus immediately apologized and quickly assumed his battle stance. Mentric then announced that the second battle between West Hall and East Hall would begin. The moment Rangus heard the start of the match, he moved forward and used his Cloudwater spear-style technique called Water Pierce to attack Retin. Retin was briefly surprised by Rangus's speed, but he easily countered the attack and deflected the spear. Retin then told Rangus not to get cocky, calling him a little weakling, He used his serpent strike sword-style technique called ambush pierce. His aura took the shape of a snake, as it shot directly toward Rangus's chest. As Rangus defended himself against the attack, Retin sneered and said that was all Rangus had behind his big talk. He mocked him further, saying Rangus looked pathetic and calling him a little runt as he charged forward to attack again. Rangus remained silent, raising his spear once more to prepare for the incoming strike. However, when Retin used another serpent strike sword-style technique called serpentine slash, Rangus was caught off guard. The attack twisted and curved like a snake, making it impossible for him to block properly, and he was struck in the side. Rangus immediately thought that he was certain he had defended against the attack, yet somehow Retin had changed the direction of his strike mid-attack. Retin mockingly asked what was wrong with him and told Rangus to try hitting him back if he even could. Determined not to lose, Rangus declared that he could still attack and hit Retin. He immediately used another Cloudwater spear-style technique, called flowing clouds and water. But before their weapons could clash, Retin suddenly smiled. In the next instant, his attack curved again and changed direction, striking Rangus once more and sending him flying away. The explosion that followed caused Lika and the others to worry greatly, while Zeke simply remained silent as he watched the battle. After the dust slowly cleared, Rangus could be seen kneeling on the ground while holding onto his spear. Rangus thought to himself that he had tried to deflect and counter Retin's attacks, but every move he made was being turned against him. Retin asked if Rangus had been thinking about using his movements to counterattack. Laughing mockingly, he told Rangus to give him a break. He called Rangus a poor guy, before revealing that his specialty was countering. Retin then said it was unfortunate for Rangus, because he was several levels above him in every way. Meanwhile, Rangus struggled to stay standing, gripping his spear so he wouldn't collapse. He said that what Retin claimed was impossible. However, Retin suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Rangus by the hair, and said he didn't know what kind of delusion Rangus was living in. He mockingly declared that a child of a pseudo-dragon could never become strong. According to him, Rangus was nothing in the end, just a weakling like his father. Even while struggling, Rangus told Retin not to dare insult his father, but while holding Rangus by the hair, Retin punched him in the face and called him a fake dragon. Rangus fell to the ground, yet Retin continued kicking and attacking him repeatedly, while shouting that a fake dragon like Rangus could never defeat the real thing. As Rangus continued to receive heavy blows from Retin, he began to think to himself that he really was hopeless after all. He thought he had grown stronger, but perhaps it had all been a delusion because he was still weak. Tears slowly streamed down his face as the thought echoed in his mind that he was just a fake dragon after all. At that moment, a memory resurfaced. It was a time when he and his father were fishing by the riverbank. His father had asked if Rangus liked fishing, and Rangus's father said that he liked it too. He told Rangus that as he could see, he loved fishing while gazing at the clouds and the flowing water, just like he was doing at that moment. When Rangus asked if his father liked clouds and water, his father smiled and said that clouds always drift so serenely, and the river water continues flowing endlessly. Watching them, he said, made him realize that human worries were actually very small and trivial things. When Rangus asked what he meant, his father simply replied that maybe someday Rangus would understand it as well. Back in the present, Rangus lay on the ground covered in blood as he whispered the words drifting and flowing. Mentric remained silent as he carefully observed the battle. Soon after, Retin grabbed Rangus again and declared that this was where their fight would end. As Retin gathered his aura into his fist for the finishing blow, he said that a fake dragon would always remain a fake. He added that Rangus should crawl through life on his hands and knees, but when Rangus opened his eyes, he remembered Zeke's words before the battle began. Just like water flowing gently, Rangus's aura began to flow smoothly through his body. Before Retin's attack could land, Rangus managed to block it. Retin did not expect Rangus's sudden defense, and upon sensing the aura coming from him, he quickly stepped back and retreated to pick up his sword. Meanwhile, Mentric smiled in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. He had just seen the third star on Rangus's chest shine brightly, clear proof that Rangus had broken through to the 3-star level right in the middle of his battle with Retin. Retin's face darkened instantly, his expression twisting with rage at what he had just witnessed. More than anything, he could not believe that Rangus had actually broken through to the 3-star level in the middle of their battle. The realization only fueled his anger. Further, he refused to accept that Rangus now stood on the same level as him. "There's no way some fake is standing on the same level as me," Retin snarled, declaring that he would never acknowledge it. As he prepared to strike again, he shouted that he would never accept that someone he once mocked had reached the same 3-star rank. Without hesitation, Retin unleashed his serpent strike sword-style serpentine slash, sending a swift and twisting attack toward Rangus. Despite having one eye nearly shut from his injuries, Rangus reacted with remarkable speed, effortlessly evading the strike even as it shifted direction. Retin was stunned. That same attack had landed before, yet now Rangus avoided it so easily. A thought crossed his mind. Had Rangus already read the pattern of his attacks? The idea was unbearable. Refusing to accept it, Retin launched another assault, this time using rampaging serpent flash. As he rained down relentless strikes, he shouted for Rangus to try and withstand this one. But once again Rangus moved with uncanny fluidity, dodging every blow with motions as soft and natural as clouds drifting and water flowing. Lika could hardly believe what she was seeing, while Zeke calmly observed and remarked that Rangus had just taken a step closer to the essence. Curious, Lika immediately asked what he meant. Zeke explained that clouds drift freely and water flows gently, never stopping no matter what happens. Like them, Rangus was learning to accept incoming force and let it pass through him, adapting fluidly with every movement. Zeke added that he himself had demonstrated a glimpse of it earlier, but Rangus had fully made it his own in this battle. Hearing this, Lika was left in awe, sweat forming on her cheek as she admitted she couldn't believe Rangus had achieved that in such a short time. However, Zeke pointed out that Rangus didn't even seem aware of it yet, and that his level of focus was truly extraordinary. Retin, on the other hand, could only curse in frustration as he watched everything unfold. For reasons he couldn't explain, fear began creeping into his heart. Shouting desperately, he warned Rangus not to come any closer as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Yet, just like before, every strike was easily avoided. When Retin's sword finally clashed with Rangus's spear, he couldn't withstand the force behind it. As he prepared to attack again, Zeke suddenly laughed in excitement, saying that this was exactly it, because water doesn't always flow calmly. Seeing the attack Rangus was about to unleash, Retin panicked. He turned and ran, cursing and questioning how Rangus had become this strong. Meanwhile, Rangus slowly formed a swirling water tornado at the center of the arena. Zeke declared that once water grows wild, no one can stand against its current. The attack struck Retin square in the chest, sending him flying as he coughed up blood before losing consciousness. Seeing Retin's condition, Mentric immediately declared the match over and announced East Hall as the winner. Rangus stood there in shock, unable to fully grasp what had just happened. As he questioned everything, Lika and the others ran toward him, calling his name. Lika excitedly praised him, saying he was amazing and congratulating him on reaching the 3-star level and winning right after. She called it the best outcome possible. But Rangus, still confused, asked if she was really talking about him if he had truly broken through and won. When he looked over at Retin lying unconscious, disbelief filled his eyes. He couldn't believe he had defeated someone who had mocked and hurt him since childhood back in their village. Even so, he kept asking if he had really won. Celine happily confirmed it, saying his match was incredible. Stuttering, Rangus finally admitted that he had truly defeated Retin. As he stared at him, memories flooded back, and before he knew it, tears began to fall. Eric immediately put an arm around him and asked why he was crying, then curiously questioned what that crazy move earlier had been. Still unaware, Rangus asked what he meant. Lika added that she also wanted to know what that attack was. Reynold described it as a massive water dragon surging upward like a waterfall, saying it looked insane and incredibly cool. Rangus could only shake his head, insisting he didn't know any move like that, but Reynold was certain that was exactly what it looked like. Then Zeke finally spoke, revealing that the technique Rangus used was called Rising Dragon Pierce. Smiling, he explained that it originally came from the second volume of the Cloudwater Spear style, even though Rangus had only studied the first volume. Rangus was surprised, while Lika immediately questioned how Zeke knew about the second volume. Zeke, however, couldn't tell them that he was the one who had created the technique. Lika then realized just how incredible Rangus was. He had reached the second volume purely through self-study. Zeke went on to explain inwardly that the Cloudwater Spear style was a martial art he had created in his previous life, though he didn't remember ever writing it into a book. Most likely, later generations had documented and divided it into multiple volumes, hiding its true essence in the upper levels so immature fighters wouldn't access it. Yet despite that, Rangus had carved a path to that hidden essence through his own strength alone. To Zeke, it was a wonderful sight, such young talent blooming before his eyes. Just then, Mentric called out to East Hall, asking how long they planned to stand around chatting. Celine quickly apologized, while Eric suddenly suggested they ride this momentum and finish off their opponents. Celine nodded, agreeing to do her best. Starting from Rangus's match, East Hall's morale soared to its peak. However, West Hall also rallied after their loss, and the battles grew even fiercer. In the fourth match, Celine fought well but narrowly lost, leaving Vanille sighing in disappointment. But in the fifth match, Reynold pushed himself to the limit and managed to secure a hard-fought victory, bringing the outcome to the final rounds. As Rangus supported him, Reynold admitted he barely pulled it off, earning praise from Rangus, while Eric lifted his shield and sword with renewed determination. Celine apologized to everyone, saying that if she had won, the match would already be over. Lika reassured her, saying she had fought well and reminding her that the rule was to reach 4 wins. They were now at 3 wins and 2 losses. Victory was right in front of them. Lika confidently declared that all that remained was for her to win and end everything, telling them to leave it to her. At that moment, Zeke called out to her. When Lika asked what he wanted, she suddenly blushed as he stepped close to her, asking if she felt all right or if anything seemed off. Letting out a small sigh, Lika said she was fine and fully prepared as always, gently pushing him away and pointing out that he was standing too close. She assured him not to worry, promising she wouldn't lose. Rangus then cheered her on, asking her to do her best. Zeke, however, remained silent. As Lika walked toward the center of the arena, he couldn't help but wonder to himself what this strange feeling was, something unfamiliar stirring within him. Because his teammate had lost to Reynold, Alan was furious. Without hesitation, he kicked the defeated fighter and coldly called him a useless pawn. As the man slammed against the wall, Alan added that he was worthless. Still, Alan declared that as long as he won his upcoming fight against Lika, everything would return to how it should be. Suddenly, Lika cut in. With a confident smile, she told Alan that what he wanted would never happen because she would be the one to win their battle. Pulling her sword from where it was embedded in the ground, she prepared herself, and at that moment, Mentric officially announced the start of the match between West Hall and East Hall. Alan versus Lika. In an instant, Lika vanished from where she stood and launched her attack. As she charged toward Alan, he immediately noticed her incredible speed. While defending against her strike, a bead of sweat ran down his cheek as he realized that this was the lightning aura user. Lika, the one said to surpass even Sandy in power. After deflecting her attack, Alan quickly moved behind her. As Lika landed, Alan leapt back, creating distance. But Lika did not stop. She continued her assault, once again using her lightning aura to strike. Alan began to think that in terms of raw strength, he might actually lose this fight. Fortunately for him, Lord Vanille had already taken action before the match even began. Whatever ability Vanille had used on Lika now took effect. Lika was visibly shocked, questioning what had just happened, while the audience quickly noticed that her lightning aura had completely vanished. Seeing this, Vanille gave Alan a signal to attack. Without hesitation, Alan charged forward, declaring that Lika couldn't beat him. Absolutely not. Even without her aura, Lika used her physical strength to block Alan's attack with her sword. However, Alan suddenly kicked her in the stomach, forcing her back. Her allies grew increasingly worried as they watched. Eric clenched his teeth in frustration, while Zeke remained silent. Holding her stomach, Lika kept asking herself why she couldn't use her lightning aura. Alan repeated that she would never defeat him, then unleashed a barrage of attacks across her body. Unable to use her aura, Lika had no choice but to endure each blow. It was explained that a warrior's body is deeply connected to the source power within them, and every movement is enhanced by that power. If a warrior loses their source power mid-battle, every attack from their opponent can become a fatal blow. Alan struck at Lika's head once more. Despite one of her eyes closing from the damage, Lika remained determined to win. She told herself that she only needed to defend against Alan's attacks until her source power and lightning aura returned. Sandy and Aegis grew more alarmed. Sandy said something was wrong. Lika was acting strange. Aegis agreed and wondered if her source power had stopped functioning, questioning how that could have happened. Meanwhile, after enduring Alan's relentless assault, Lika suddenly dropped to her knees in the middle of the arena. She coughed and struggled to breathe. Even Alan was surprised that she could withstand so much without her source power, as expected of someone on par with Lord Vanille as a candidate for the next head. When Alan glanced toward Vanille, he saw him smiling grimly as he gave a clear order to kill Lika. Alan's expression darkened. He admitted that Lika had held out for quite some time, but this was as far as she would go. Rangus could no longer contain his worry and shouted, pleading for the match to be stopped, as he tried to rush toward Lika. However, Reynold blocked him, stating that he could not interfere. Zeke, who had remained silent until now, suddenly darkened in expression. His eyes glowed with anger, and his fists ignited with aura as he saw Alan preparing his next attack. Lika, sitting helplessly in the center of the arena, was filled with fear. She could barely move her body as Alan closed in. Just then, a golden bolt of lightning flashed across the arena. In an instant, Sandy appeared in front of Lika, sword in hand, shouting at Alan and demanding to know what he was about to do. Alan was momentarily stunned and halted his attack. Zeke let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing he no longer needed to intervene. He knew that if he stepped in, East Hall would be disqualified, handing victory to West Hall. Alan questioned Sandy, asking why she was interfering. Sandy angrily replied that Alan should not pretend innocence. He had clearly tried to kill Lika, and she demanded that he confirm it. The audience fell silent in shock. Alan smirked and accused Sandy of being overly violent in her thinking, insisting that he would never do such a thing to a family head candidate. At that moment, Edges stepped into the arena and questioned Alan as well. From his position, the last strike had looked far too dangerous. Alan grew irritated and asked if they were accusing him. Edges calmly replied that if Alan disliked being accused, he should be more careful with his actions. He pointed out that anyone could see Lika could not use her source power, and attacking someone in that state with aura was unacceptable. Vanille then approached, calling out to Edges and asking if he was interfering in the match just to complain about how they fought. He stated that in real combat, an opponent's condition doesn't matter, they simply crush the enemy completely. According to Vanille, West Hall fights as if every match is a real battle. Sandy, still furious, argued that even so, there should be limits, that this was a match, not a death duel. Vanille mocked them, calling them soft and saying that was exactly why they lose. Edges remained silent, but Sandy's anger only grew. Vanille continued, saying they were not playing pretend war, they were fighting for real. He laughed, then added that while this was not a kill or be killed situation, they were still holding back, so it wasn't as if they were trying to kill Lika. However, with a grim expression, he admitted that something might have been a bit broken. Hearing this, Sandy reached her limit and released her lightning aura in anger. Before the situation could escalate, Mentric released his own aura, silencing everyone with overwhelming pressure. In a cold voice, he demanded to know when he had ever given permission for such pointless chatter. Despite this, Sandy insisted that Alan's earlier attack had clear killing intent. Mentric dismissed her, stating that someone who did not belong in the arena had no right to speak. He added that fools had no business disrupting the match, and whether the fight continued or ended was his decision alone. Edges immediately apologized. Mentric then declared the match over West Hall had won. He ordered everyone not involved in the next match to leave at once. Edges quickly lifted Lika and told Sandy to pick up her sword before they left. As they exited the arena, Rangus and the others rushed to Lika's side, deeply worried. Edges reassured them that she would be fine. He had already given her a healing potion, but she needed time to recover, so he would take her straight to the infirmary. Zeke remarked that Edges might face consequences for what he and Sandy had done. Edges simply smiled and told him not to worry, adding that he knew Zeke had also been ready to step in. Zeke jokingly denied it. As Edges carried Lika away, Sandy commented that something about all of this felt wrong. Alan was strong, yes, but for Lika to be overwhelmed like that was impossible. Edges agreed, saying that something had already felt off since the very first match with Lila. There was definitely something going on with West Hall. While Lika remained unconscious, Edges warned Zeke to be careful in his upcoming fight against Vanille. Zeke gave a slight nod, saying he appreciated the concern. As he walked toward the center of the arena, Vanille pointed his weapon at him and declared that it was unfortunate Zeke would never be able to defeat him, and East Hall's loss was already guaranteed. Zeke ignored him completely. Instead, he casually stretched right in front of him. Vanille fell silent, veins bulging on his face in irritation. Mentric then announced the 7th match between East Hall and West Hall. The moment he gave the signal to begin, Zeke moved. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Vanille's jaw, causing him to spit blood. Zeke coldly remarked that Vanille's smug attitude really irritated him, and he wanted to see how long he could keep it up. The force of the blow sent Vanille flying into the wall at the far end of the arena, triggering a massive explosion. The audience was left in complete shock, their jaws dropping, while even Mentric widened his eyes in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Zeke then added that for someone who talked so much about real combat, Vanille had left himself completely open and asked if this was the kind of real combat he liked. Before receiving a devastating attack from Zeke, Vanille first heard him ask and confirm whether those from the West Hall were truly fighting as if it were real combat. Because of this, confusion was clearly written across Vanille's face at the question from our protagonist, until Zeke stated that he would also fight Vanille in real combat mode, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Vanille then questioned what Zeke meant, and arrogantly replied that Zeke would be the one to regret this battle, while silently wondering to himself what Zeke was talking about. Zeke then spoke again, and as he clenched his fists, his eyes faintly glowed while his expression darkened. Suddenly, Alan shouted, "Lord Vanille!" with both shock and concern. Although Zeke launched a powerful attack toward Vanille, the latter still managed to counter with a strong move of his own. a fast-moving sphere of wind rushing toward Zeke. However, before it could hit, Zeke simply tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack as it crashed into the arena wall. When Vanille stood up, he cursed under his breath. Despite clearly feeling the impact of Zeke's strike, he couldn't understand how Zeke was still standing in the center of the arena. Vanille knew he had countered as quickly as possible when Zeke attacked him, so how was it that Zeke remained completely unharmed? Zeke then remarked that he now understood Vanille possessed wind-type source power, and asked if he was from one of the 4 great families. He also questioned whether that was the special source power of Vanille's clan. Vanille, still furious, simply called Zeke a bastard. In response, Zeke mocked him, asking how real combat felt, adding that he had even tried to match Vanille's style a bit for his sake. This only fueled Vanille's anger further. As he demanded an explanation, he suddenly froze. Zeke had already moved behind him in an instant. Glancing back slightly, Zeke's eyes glowed again as he calmly said, "That's the second time." He then struck Vanille at the back of the neck, sending him flying across the arena. As Vanille skidded to a halt, he questioned what kind of absurdity this was, how someone like him was being handled so easily by Zeke. When Vanille stood once more, Zeke immediately closed the distance again. As he prepared another attack, Zeke remarked that thinking in the middle of a real fight wouldn't help, and asked if Vanille had always felt safe until now. Then Zeke delivered another powerful punch straight to Vanille's chest. The impact shook his entire body. His eyes turned white as he coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees in front of Zeke. "That makes 3 times, Zeke said. Trembling from pain, Vanille demanded to know what Zeke was talking about, what exactly he was counting. Zeke simply replied that it was obvious. He was counting how many times Vanille had already died in this battle. Vanille, still confused, listened as Zeke explained. The first was when he struck his face, the second was the blow to his neck, and the third was the attack to his heart. Zeke added that the only reason Vanille was still alive was because of the rules. Enraged, Vanille shouted that there was no way that was true, but Zeke kicked him in the face mid-sentence, declaring that Vanille was right, this was real combat, and break time was over. Talking to your enemy wasn't part of it. The force of the kick sent Vanille rolling across the arena. Sandy's expression darkened as she watched, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sweat trickled down her face as she said that the battle between Zeke and Vanille could no longer be called a fight. Edgis agreed, adding that, compared to this, his own match with Zeke felt like nothing more than a friendly spar. He went on to say that Zeke's strength was unreasonable, that he was the very definition of unfair. Standing in the middle of the arena with a faint smile, Zeke asked Vanille if he was starting to understand what real combat truly was. As Vanille lay trembling on the ground, struggling from his injuries, Zeke acknowledged that crushing the enemy completely was indeed important on a battlefield, just as Vanille had said. He added that Vanille and the others from West Hall would likely become excellent warriors in the future. As Vanille tried to crawl toward him, Zeke briefly closed his eyes and pointed out that they were not on a battlefield. Their match was under the supervision of instructors, with healing potions readily available. He described it as a very soft environment for someone like Vanille to be talking about real combat. Vanille, still struggling, told Zeke to shut up, but Zeke continued, saying that the real combat Vanille spoke of was far removed from reality, that he was merely running away from his own weakness. He then asked if he was wrong. Instead of answering, Vanille shouted repeatedly for Zeke to be silent, his anger reaching its peak. Suddenly, a green whirlwind formed behind him, leaving the spectators stunned. Vanille declared that someone like Zeke, a bastard child, had no right to lecture him. Zeke calmly asked if Vanille was going through a rebellious phase, saying that if that were the case, nothing he said would get through anyway. He added that as Vanille's opponent, it was fine for him to release all his frustration. Vanille, preparing his attack, told Zeke to shut up and stop acting like he knew everything. He then unleashed his wind-rending fan art, Stormblade, sending a barrage of wind attacks at Zeke. Zeke easily leapt into the air, dodging every strike. While airborne, Vanille thought to himself that he only needed one chance, just a moment to touch Zeke. Elsewhere, Rangus, unable to understand what was happening, asked why the ground was tearing apart when he couldn't see anything. Edgis explained that it was Vanille's power, the wind aura of the Fanold family, one of the 4 great houses. He added that wind aura was invisible, so it was natural that Rangus couldn't see it. Sandy, still irritated, called it a nasty power that suited Vanille perfectly. Edgis laughed and told her not to say things like that, though he admitted that regardless of whether it was annoying, it was difficult to deal with. Vanille's continuous invisible attacks made him a tough opponent. Hearing this, Rangus grew even more worried. Meanwhile, in the arena, Vanille was baffled none of his attacks were hitting Zeke, even though Zeke couldn't see them. Zeke simply replied that he only needed to follow the flow of the air. Vanille couldn't believe it, calling it nonsense. Suddenly, Zeke struck Vanille on the head and pointed out that his defense was wide open again. Clutching his head, Vanille declared he had truly had enough of Zeke. He launched a rapid series of attacks, but Zeke avoided them effortlessly, hands behind his back and eyes closed, as if playing around. After being cursed at again, Zeke remarked that Vanille really was in a rebellious phase. When Vanille finally stopped attacking, Zeke asked if he felt better, but Vanille only grew more furious, threatening to kill him. Zeke responded that Vanille's stubborn will was admirable in a warrior. As he delivered another blow, he added that Vanille's body had long since reached its limit. Vanille dropped to his knees once more. Zeke suggested ending the match, saying continuing would only cause more suffering. But suddenly, a mysterious purple aura emerged, as Vanille grabbed Zeke's leg. Zeke didn't notice anything unusual at first, and asked if he still wanted to continue. As the purple aura intensified, Vanille's face darkened, and he began laughing like a demon. When Zeke questioned what was happening, Vanille gathered his aura into his weapon and declared that this would be Zeke's end. He unleashed Gale Bullet from his wind-rending fan arts. Zeke tried to use his source power to defend, but something felt off. He couldn't use it. With no choice, he blocked the attack using only his physical strength. Ranjis and Eric were shocked that Vanille had landed a successful hit. Edgis noticed something strange about Zeke and pointed it out. When Celine asked what he meant, Lika and Marin arrived. Lika, being helped to sit, apologized for worrying them. When asked if she knew what was happening to Zeke, she explained that rather than knowing, she realized he was the same as her. During her earlier match, she had suddenly been unable to use her source power. She added that Leela, who fought Vanille first, had acted strangely too. Perhaps she experienced the same thing. If that was true, then Zeke likely couldn't use his source power either. Back in the arena, Vanille laughed, convinced of his victory. He mocked Zeke for his earlier arrogance and declared he would ensure Zeke would never stand against him again. Gathering his power, he prepared his ultimate technique, Typhoon Falling to Dust. As Zeke stood back up, Vanille ordered him to die and launched his attack. Rangus could only shout Zeke's name in worry. Zeke, however, focused all his physical strength into his fist. Before the attack could hit, he rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch straight to Vanille's face. The impact sent Vanille crashing into the arena wall. As the dust settled, Vanille looked at Zeke with fear and disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't understand how Zeke could still fight after everything. His companions were equally stunned, while Lika simply laughed softly, remarking that it didn't seem to matter to Zeke whether he could use his source power or not. Vanille could hardly believe it. Even after unleashing his mysterious power, Zeke still managed to stand despite taking the full brunt of his attack. He couldn't stop himself from wondering how was that even possible. Meanwhile, as Zeke rose to his feet, he noticed a strange purple energy flowing both inside and around his body. It didn't take him long to confirm what it was poison. Because of this, Vanille grew even more furious and confused. How did Zeke figure it out? According to him, that poison shouldn't have been detectable at all. Then, without warning, Zeke spoke. He remarked that Vanille had finally scored a passing mark, and said that he now understood why everyone who fought against Vanille and Alan ended up losing so one-sidedly. Zeke added that he had figured out the poison only activates when source power is stirred. He admitted that it had even slipped past him until the moment he used his own source power. Still, he acknowledged that Vanille had done quite well in creating such a poison. Vanille declared that his poison had completely sealed Zeke's source power and demanded to know how he withstand his last attack. But Zeke responded proudly, saying that something like Vanille's poison was meaningless against a thoroughly trained body. Even if his source power was sealed, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. He added that someone like him, the strongest, would never be shaken by such a thing. Hearing his poison dismissed so easily only fueled Vanille's anger. With a furious voice, he asked if Zeke was saying that his creation, his true killing poison, was meaningless. Zeke tilted his head slightly and asked if Vanille had made it himself. He observed that the poison seemed harmless to its creator, noting how Vanille could channel it into his opponent using source power without suffering any side effects. Zeke admitted that it was a groundbreaking kind of poison, and that creating something like it was truly impressive. But then he raised his voice and declared that it simply didn't work on him. Taking a deep breath, Zeke forcefully expelled all the poison from his body through his nose. Vanille's eyes widened in shock. Sweat began to form on his face as he watched in disbelief Zeke had detoxified himself, and even expelled the poison through his nostrils. Zeke calmly explained that while the poison was indeed unique and interesting, that was as far as it went. In the end, everything came down to his own strength. If Vanille relied entirely on his poison, then he still had a long way to go. Veniel froze for a moment, stunned by those words, before asking what Zeke meant. But instead of answering directly, Zeke simply asked if Veniel was satisfied now. That question only made Veniel grit his teeth harder. Memories began flooding his mind, memories of the harsh world he grew up in. He recalled his mother's cold words, telling him that no matter what, he had to become the next head of the Eldragon family, and if he couldn't, then he had no reason to exist. He remembered the constant praise surrounding Lady Laika, who had already mastered the family's secret technique. Everyone spoke of the candidates for the next family head as geniuses, everyone except him. Veniel knew it himself. He was ordinary. No matter how hard he tried, it only exposed how little talent he truly had. He could accept that his older siblings were stronger, but he could never accept that even Lika, who was younger than him, surpassed him so completely. He remembered his mother's harsh lectures, shouting at him, asking how he could fail at something so simple. Those endless days of scolding carved deep scars into his mind. But in the midst of that suffering, he had finally discovered his own talent poison creation. When he succeeded in creating this poison, he believed he had finally found his path. With it, he could become the next family head. With it, his mother would finally acknowledge him. And yet now, Zeke had effortlessly detoxified it and called it meaningless. Enraged, Veniel shouted, asking what Zeke could possibly know about him. He spoke of how he was constantly compared to geniuses, no matter how hard he worked. In front of their overwhelming talent, he was nothing, and still, the comparisons never stopped. That was why, no matter what, he had to struggle and claw his way upward. As he launched another attack, Veniel declared that someone like Zeke, who knew nothing about him, had no right to judge him. Zeke raised his left arm to block the attack, and used his right hand to grab Veniel's arm. But suddenly, Veniel flipped his weapon and unleashed all of his poison at once, covering Zeke in a dense, toxic mist. Zeke's companions grew anxious, while Edgis silently observed. Sandy, unable to hold back, asked what Zeke was planning to do. Inside the cloud of poison, Veniel spoke. He admitted that Zeke was right, he would rely on his poison. As long as he won, nothing else mattered. He knew he lacked talent in combat, but when it came to poison, he had confidence. As long as he had it, he wouldn't lose. In truth, he hadn't wanted to use this technique, but he had no choice. He explained that even he, as the creator, could barely detoxify this deadly cloud of poison needles. By using it now, he was forced to inhale some of it himself, but he was certain after going this far, his victory was guaranteed. Then suddenly Zeke grabbed his hand again. Veniel's eyes widened in horror as he saw Zeke catch the poison needles with his mouth, clenching them between his teeth. Zeke calmly asked if this was his final trump card. Veniel couldn't believe what he was seeing. As Zeke spat out the needles, Veniel collapsed to the ground in front of him. His face darkened, his eyes trembling as he watched Zeke's hands slowly move closer. But instead of attacking, Zeke placed his hands on Veniel's shoulders and spoke seriously, telling him to listen carefully. Kneeling in front of him, Zeke said that Veniel had one big misunderstanding. When Veniel asked what he meant, Zeke explained that becoming strong didn't require talent in martial arts, nor did it require special ability with source power. All that mattered was the desire to win every single fight. That, he said, was the first thing Veniel needed to learn because it was the path that would lead him to true strength. Then, Zeke suddenly shouted, telling him that his claim of having no talent for martial arts was complete nonsense. The real problem was that he was using the wrong weapon. He suggested that Veniel should use something with a longer handle, and then casually added that an umbrella would suit him quite well. Veniel blinked in shock, asking if he was serious. Zeke simply replied that it was no joke. It might sound unusual, but like his iron fan, it was a weapon with a long history. With a small smile, he added that almost anything in this world could be turned into a weapon. Veniel fell silent, wondering if there really was a weapon suited for him. Then Zeke placed a hand on his head and said that despite what he thought, on the battlefield, he was more of a warrior than anyone else. That statement left him speechless. Zeke continued, saying that in real combat, Veniel's mindset wasn't wrong as long as he won. Anything was acceptable. But if he clung too tightly to pride, he would never be able to protect anything. To win and to protect what mattered, he had to use every tool at his disposal. His thinking wasn't wrong, he was simply using it in the wrong place. Zeke then stood up and held out his hand, asking Veniel to come with him. Veniel stared at him in confusion as Zeke said that if he followed him, he would make him as strong as he ever wanted to be. When Veniel asked if he could truly become like him, Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, even pointing out that he was already far stronger. He added that once his training began, Veniel wouldn't have time to complain about talent anymore because he would train him relentlessly until he became strong. Veniel stood there in shock, thinking that Zeke spoke boldly. But as he reflected on those words and remembered his desire to grow stronger and earn his mother's acknowledgement, he slowly reached out his hand to accept Zeke's offer. But just before their hands could meet, Zeke suddenly delivered a swift uppercut, saying that he had almost forgotten they were still in the middle of a match. Vanille couldn't believe it. After everything Zeke had said, he still attacked him. But Zeke simply stated that a match was a match. Once Vanille woke up, he should come find him. As Vanille fell unconscious, the poison within his body was expelled. Mentric immediately declared the match over, though even he couldn't believe that Zeke had managed to detoxify everything with just a single punch. He then announced that this concluded the selection matches, and that the East Hall was Pressures, the ultimate champion of the selection. The participants from the different halls of the Dragon's Nest returned as the defeated, carrying with them the weight of their losses. Meanwhile, as night fell, Zeke and his group gathered together and held a small feast to celebrate their victory. Before the celebration could even begin after the selection matches had just concluded, no one could help but glance at Zeke. At the same time, questions began to surface. Wasn't it East Hall that had won the selection matches? Then why were they, along with students from other halls, summoned to attend the celebration as well? Aegis simply laughed and admitted that he didn't know the reason either. As everyone continued to look toward Zeke, he calmly said that he assumed Mentric would explain everything to them tonight. Meanwhile, Zeke kept eating the food laid out in front of them, completely unfazed. He soon noticed that his companions, as well as the students from the other halls of Dragon's Nest, had yet to start eating. With his mouth still full, he asked what was wrong and why no one was touching the food, even pointing out that it would all get cold if they didn't start soon. Lika, however, suddenly spoke up, saying she couldn't understand how Zeke could eat so calmly at a time like this, and asked if he wasn't even curious about what they were about to be told. Zeke simply continued eating, prompting Lika to let out a helpless sigh. Just then, the door opened, and Mentric entered, apologizing for making the students wait. He told them to begin eating, only to notice that Zeke was already devouring the food beside him, so he casually added that everyone else should eat well too. As the meal went on, Mentric explained that the feast was also meant to reward them for participating in the selection matches. Soon after, he called for everyone's attention and announced that he would begin explaining the special mission. Aegis raised his hand and asked if they were even allowed to hear about it, to which Mentric replied that there was no problem Aegis himself might end up participating. This left Aegis confused. Mentric then revealed that a few days ago, a special rift had been discovered on the Eldragon family's grounds. The announcement shocked everyone, including Zeke, who recalled reading about rifts in books before. Mentric continued, saying that while everyone likely knew a bit about rifts, special rifts were different. Simply put, they could not be cleared by normal means. Lika asked what he meant, and Mentric explained that this particular rift would only allow 7 people to enter, and all of them had to be 3-star level or lower. Anyone 4-star or above, or exceeding the set number, would be forcibly pushed out. If the conditions weren't met, entry was impossible. Not even the family head could enter. Therefore, any attempt had to strictly follow these rules. He added that although the Eldragon family did have some 3-star soldiers, rifts had been appearing more frequently lately, leaving them short-handed. That was why the students had been chosen. He also revealed that the special rift most likely contained magic water, something necessary to awaken magic power. At the mention of magic water, the students were visibly shaken. Zeke immediately said he had read about it before, and Mentric confirmed that he was correct by consuming magic water. One could gain the ability to convert source power into magic power, which was essential to becoming a magician. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up as thoughts of magic filled his mind. Mentric went on to explain that the world was ruled by 8 great houses, including theirs, the Eldragon family collectively known as the 8 Gates of Dominion. However, while the other houses all possessed magic springs that naturally produced magic water, the Eldragon family had none. That was why this mission was critical. They had to clear the special rift and retrieve the magic water. Failure was not an option. Mentric's expression then turned serious, as he added that the rift had appeared near the border of another of the 8 Gates of Dominion, the territory of the Kerberos family. It was almost certain that they would be targeting the rift as well. With that in mind, the selection matches had been held to identify capable 3-star and below individuals from Dragon's Nest. Aegis and Sandy exchanged glances, and Aegis pointed out that the 7 members of East Hall who had won would likely be the ones sent to clear the rift. Sandy smiled, seeing this mission as a major step toward helping Lika get closer to becoming the next family head. However, Mentric clarified that although East Hall had won, it didn't automatically mean all 7 of them would form the strike team. Even so, Aegis remained hopeful, while Sandy thought about how she could support Lika. Mentric then stood up and struck the table, declaring that from this point forward, Under East Hall's leadership, they would form the strike team regardless of wins or losses. The purpose of the matches had been to observe everyone's strengths and fighting styles as a basis for team formation. Glancing at Vanille, he remarked that some individuals hadn't been able to fully display their abilities. Then, turning to Zeke, who was still eating, Mentric declared that Zeke would choose the members of the strike team. This shocked Zeke, who immediately questioned why he had to make the decision. The room fell silent as Mentric asked why he found it surprising. As East Hall's representative, it was only natural that he would lead and choose the team. However, Zeke said that wasn't what he intended, and after glancing at Lika, he suddenly came up with an idea. With a grin, he suggested that Lika should choose the members instead. This startled Lika, who questioned why it had to be her. Zeke simply asked if he would be part of the mission, to which Lika replied that it was obvious he would be. She then asked if he was really okay with her making the decisions and leading the team. Zeke responded that whether it was okay or not, didn't matter if he were the one to choose, he'd just make himself the only member. This shocked Lika, who immediately pointed out that, knowing him, he'd probably enter the rift alone if it were possible. As Lika began thinking about who to choose, Zeke added that if she aimed to become the next family head, this was a perfect opportunity to train her judgment. He then asked Mentric if he minded letting Lika take the role instead. Mentric said he didn't mind and asked if Zeke was sure, reminding him that leading this mission would bring him one step closer to becoming the family head. But with the expression of someone far older than his years, Zeke said he had no interest in that position. This stunned everyone, including Vanille. Edgis quickly asked if he was serious. Sandy echoed the question, and Lika herself sought confirmation. Zeke calmly replied that it wasn't a big deal to him. It all depended on what he personally valued. Edgis insisted that becoming family head would mean having everything the Eldragon family possessed, but Zeke firmly stated that he didn't need any of it. There was only one thing he wanted, the end of the martial path. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Zeke then reassured Lika not to worry about him and told her to focus on choosing her team. Accepting his words, Lika stood and began selecting the members of the strike team. Meanwhile, within the Kerberos family, the family head questioned whether the report he had received was true. His subordinate confirmed that a special rift had indeed appeared in the Great Abundant Forest. When asked if the lizards had already begun moving, a term he used to refer to Balza, the head of the Eldragon family, the subordinate broke into a cold sweat. A heavy pressure filled the room as the Kerberos family head demanded to know why he was only being informed now. The subordinate immediately apologized, explaining that the Eldragon family had deliberately misled them, causing the delay. After hearing this, the family head remarked that he had heard of such tactics before, and noted how unusually active the Eldragon family had been in the forest. It all made sense now. He called them crafty pests. The subordinate added that there was a high chance the rift contained magic water. Hearing this, the family head said that in that case, the Eldragon family would stop at nothing to secure it. He then asked about the conditions for entering the rift, and was told that it required 7 individuals, all at 3-star level or below. The family head noted that while the condition wasn't particularly difficult, the Eldragon family had still beaten them to it, and likely filled all available slots. However, the subordinate revealed that the Eldragon family didn't have enough soldiers to spare, and were instead sending trainees. The family head confirmed this, and questioned whether they were truly planning to clear a special rift with inexperienced youths. When assured that the information was accurate, he was asked what their next move should be, whether they should quickly assemble a team. The family head replied that even if they did, they would already be too late. However, if the Eldragon family was indeed sending trainees, then Balza's heir would undoubtedly be among them. When the subordinate asked what he meant, the family head instead asked how many deception bracelets they had left. The subordinate answered that they had 4 remaining. Upon hearing this, the family head issued his command: use all the deception bracelets if necessary so long as they could eliminate Balza's children. The subordinate hesitated, pointing out that they didn't know when they would obtain more. But the family head dismissed the concern, saying that if they hoarded them, they would only gather dust. It was better to use them now, where they would truly matter. With a cruel smile, he added that he wondered what kind of expression that lizard bastard would make when his child was killed, and that it would be quite entertaining to witness Balza Eldragon's reaction. The day after the celebration, Zeke told everyone that they would all have to become much stronger, and he first called on Eric and Marin, instructing them to return to basic training. He explained that, like Rangis and the others, they would be running every day and building up their muscles, adding that with a solid foundation, they would be able to handle stronger techniques. Eric immediately questioned whether they were really going to train the same way Rangis and the others had trained before, but Zeke responded with a question of his own, asking if there was something wrong. Meanwhile, Rangis and the others were smiling behind Eric and Marin. leaving the two with no choice but to say that there was no problem, even though their answer clearly went against their true feelings. Even so, Zeke was pleased with their response. Soon after, he grabbed and pulled aside a red cloak, revealing a massive boulder, and then called Raymond over, telling him that he would be using the regeneration stone prepared by their instructor. Raymond immediately asked if he would really be using a regeneration stone for his training, and Zeke confirmed it, saying that he remembered how it worked and thought it would be perfect. As Zeke picked up a small shield, he explained that, as they all knew, the regeneration stone could reflect any impact dealt to it multiplied 100 times over, and that it was something they could not break without using source power. Yet he was about to strike it without using any source power at all, which made Eric and Marin wonder what he was planning. Gathering his physical strength into his arm, Zeke struck the regeneration stone with the small shield, causing a powerful gust of wind to surge through the surroundings. Marin could hardly believe it, realizing that Zeke had hit the regeneration stone normally, and that without using source power, the recoil should have been overwhelming. As everyone stood watching, Raymond was left stunned by what he saw, quickly realizing that Zeke had endured the reflected shock from the regeneration stone, using only his shield. Zeke then showed them the cracked shield and explained that, just like what he had done, he wanted Raymond to train by taking the shock head-on or by deflecting it. Raymond acknowledged this, thinking to himself that from now on, he would follow what Zeke had demonstrated. Celine, on the other hand, remarked that she had never imagined there was a way to train using a regeneration stone, but at that moment, Zeke also called her forward. Celine responded immediately, and Zeke instructed her to repeatedly thrust her sword at the regeneration stone. He allowed her to use her source power, but emphasized that she needed to focus all her aim on a single point and not let any of her attacks wander. Celine quickly agreed and drew her sword, launching a series of rapid strikes at the regeneration stone, but her attacks landed on different areas. As Zeke pointed out her strikes, he explained that even when trying to focus on one spot, it was not easy, and Celine immediately acknowledged this. Zeke then said that her training would be to learn how to always strike a single point. Borrowing Celine's sword, he walked toward the regeneration stone and remarked that it had already repaired the damage she had dealt, adding that no matter how many times he saw it, he never got used to it, and that this was exactly why it was perfect for training. He then told Celine to watch closely, and in the next instant, he unleashed a series of rapid attacks with her sword, each one landing precisely on the same point of the regeneration stone, leaving Celine stunned and nearly at a loss for words in her amazement. Zeke then explained that her flower sword style tended to focus on the number of strikes, but it would be better for her to learn to value each blow and aim it properly, and Celine nodded in agreement. Zeke then called Rangus, who answered immediately while wondering what kind of training he would receive. But he was completely shocked when Zeke pulled out a feather and said that it would be used for his training. Zeke used wind source power to make the feather float, and Rangus quickly noticed that it was the same wind source power used by Lord Vanille. Raymond asked when Zeke had learned to use wind source power, and Zeke casually replied that he had acquired it after fighting Vanille, explaining that after taking Vanille's wind aura head-on, he found that he could use it as well, which caused Rangus to stare in shock, finding the situation completely unbelievable. Zeke then placed the feather on the tip of Rangus's spear and explained that what he wanted Rangus to do was to train himself to go with the flow. Rangus realized that the feather was so light that it would be difficult to control, yet he needed to move it freely, and he wondered what it meant to let himself go with the flow. Zeke explained that it was not about following the flow or trying to seize it, but about surrendering himself to it, and that if he could master that, he would eventually be able to create the flow himself. Narrowing his eyes, Zeke then split the feather into two in a single instant, causing sweat to run down Rangus's cheek as he stared in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. At that moment, Lika arrived and called out to Zeke, saying that if they did not hurry, they would be late, and Zeke suddenly remembered that he needed to leave. Quickly tossing Rangus's spear back to him, as he ran off, he reminded them that they all knew their drills, and told them to train hard while he was gone. Rangus and Eric nodded, even though the training assigned to them weighed heavily on their minds, and Rangus felt that he might not be able to accomplish what had been asked of him, leaving him in tears, while Eric tried to calm him despite having his own doubts about whether he could handle his training as well. Meanwhile, as Zeke and Lika walked through a corridor, Lika asked what he had been doing that almost made them late, and Zeke apologized, explaining that he had been assigning training to Rangus and the others for the time they would be away. He then shifted the topic, commenting that Lika's lineup for the strike team was quite interesting, and Lika proudly declared that her lineup was perfect, calling it the best team she could assemble. As they continued walking, they were spotted by the rest of the strike team assigned to the special mission, and Aegis greeted them while Lika apologized for being late, explaining that she had to fetch Zeke. The strike team consisted of Sandy, Aegis, Lila, Vanille, Alan, Zeke, and Lika, and upon regrouping, they immediately prepared to depart. Earlier that day, Mentric had informed Balza that the strike team had already set out, adding that they had also received word that the Mutts had detected the presence of the special rift. Balza remarked that it was sooner than he had expected, but even if they rushed over now, the strike team would already be inside the rift. One of the men present confirmed this, but raised a concern, saying that after the rift was cleared, there was a chance the Mutts might appear to steal the spoils, and that it would be best if the strike team and the soldiers stationed around the rift's perimeter could link up quickly, though he was unsure if that would be possible. Balza fell silent for a moment, before asking about the strength of the strike team, and Mentric responded that they had gathered the very best of the 3-star ranks, so there should be no problem in conquering the rift, adding that even if they encountered the Mutts, they would be able to hold their ground. However, Balza remained doubtful, and questioned whether that would still be the case with a 2-star among them. But Mentric dismissed the concern and confirmed that the strike team could handle it, even suggesting that Zeke alone might be enough to face the Mutts, which shocked both Balza and the man beside him. Mentric continued, explaining that after observing all of Balza's children over the years, Zeke was the first whose true limits he could not begin to grasp, and the man beside Balza questioned whether Zeke was truly only at a 2-star level, which Mentric confirmed, adding that watching Zeke made him realize once again that rank did not necessarily equate to strength, leaving the man beside Balza silent with sweat forming on his brow. Mentric then narrowed his eyes and revealed that when he first witnessed Zeke's techniques, he felt the same sensation he had experienced when he first saw Balza's dragon destruction combat arts, which shocked everyone present, including Balza himself, who immediately questioned what Mentric meant, since the dragon destruction combat arts were a secret style passed down only from one head of the Eldragon family to the next, strictly concealed and said to be impossible for ordinary people to learn. The man beside Balza dismissed the claim as absurd, questioning whether Mentric was suggesting that Zeke had mastered something so powerful, but Mentric admitted that it had shocked him as well, and having seen Balza's techniques countless times, he was certain of what he had witnessed, even stating that Zeke's martial arts were on par with Balza's dragon destruction combat arts, leaving Balza momentarily speechless. Mentric then thought to himself that Zeke might even surpass Balza, though he quickly dismissed the idea as imagination, while Balza revealed that a few years ago, he had Freya investigate every detail of Zeke's background, including his birth records, yet nothing of value was found, and there was no trace that Zeke had learned martial arts from anyone before entering the dragon's nest. The man beside Balza wondered if that meant Zeke had learned everything on his own, but Mentric instead looked up at a portrait of the first patriarch, Gilphus Eldragon, and remarked that it was almost as if Zeke were the reincarnation of both the first patriarch and the 15th head, which caused Balza's expression to darken as he repeated the word reincarnation in a questioning tone. Balza stood up from his chair and gazed at the portrait of Gilphus Eldragon, the first patriarch of the Eldragon family. Under his breath, he muttered the word reincarnation, dismissing it as a ridiculous idea. Silence fell over Mentric and the captain standing beside him, until Balza let out a faint smirk and remarked that if Zeke truly possessed that level of power, then those wild dogs from the Kerberos family wouldn't even be worth worrying about. 1 week later, at the location where the special rift had appeared, soldiers of the Eldragon family had already gathered. Freya was searching for the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Corps, but one of the soldiers reported that the vice-captain had suddenly disappeared at some point. Another soldier quickly ordered the others to begin searching. Freya then commented that they were also supposed to receive reinforcements, expressing her concern that the situation might turn into a problem. Just then, she noticed a group approaching and said that it looked like they had finally arrived. As the group drew closer, Freya pointed out that if they had sprinted the entire way, they could have arrived faster, asking if they were aware of that. Lika responded calmly, saying they had no intention of exhausting all their stamina before the mission even began. She addressed Freya as Instructor Freya and asked why she was there. Freya replied that she was currently on duty and not acting as an instructor. She explained that she had been assigned to guard the special rift and its surrounding domain. Lika murmured in realization, noting that this must be the special domain. Freya elaborated that certain special rifts can influence the outside world, forming a domain around them, and that this rift was one of those cases. As Zeke observed the pitch-black trees within the domain, he was reminded of the anger boar he had fought before. The eerie dark mist surrounding the area felt identical, leading him to conclude that the creature's power had likely originated from a rift as well. Zeke then asked why Freya herself was guarding the domain. She answered that it was to keep the Kerberos family in check and interfere with their plans. When Lika asked what she meant by interfere, Freya explained that if they managed to clear the rift and obtain the magic water, the Eldragon family's military strength would increase significantly, something the Kerberos family wanted to prevent. She added that they were also dealing with monsters being spit out from the domain. When Zeke asked what that meant, Freya explained that the special rift only allowed 7 fighters of 3-star level to enter. Aegis confirmed that he had heard the same information before. To demonstrate, Freya reached out and touched the barrier of the domain, only to be repelled immediately, explaining that those with higher star levels were rejected. She continued, saying that the same applied to monsters any creature 4-star or above could not enter. Entry into the rift was strictly first come, first served, and until the group inside either cleared it or was wiped out, no one else could enter. When Zeke reached out to touch the barrier himself, he immediately recognized it as something that chose who could pass through. He also recalled being told that it was impossible to break it by force, but hearing that only made him want to try. Noticing his expression, Freya began to sweat and warned him that he should listen properly when people explained things. Zeke simply winked and gave a thumbs up, insisting that he had been listening, though Freya knew better. She then said that since they didn't know when the Kerberos forces might arrive, it would be best for them to enter immediately if they were ready. When she asked if they were prepared, Lika and the others confirmed that they were. Without delay, they stepped into the special domain, while Freya wished them luck. Inside, animals corrupted by the black mist began attacking the team. Vanille faced one of the monsters head-on, standing firm with his new weapon. Channeling his wind source power, he unleashed a devastating strike that crushed the creature's head. Watching the display, Alan applauded enthusiastically, praising Lord Vanille as brilliant as always, but Vanille remained silent, staring at his unfamiliar weapon. Aegis, who had also witnessed the fight, clicked his tongue as he recalled seeing Zeke and Vanille speaking in the hallway before the mission. Back then, Vanille had asked what exactly Zeke had given him, and Zeke simply replied that he intended to train him, just as he had mentioned during their previous fight. After handing over the new weapon, Vanille had questioned whether Zeke was serious, to which Zeke confidently affirmed that he always followed through on his words. He explained that this mission presented a rare opportunity for real combat, and for that reason, he wanted Vanille to use the staff. Vanille had immediately grown irritated, asking if Zeke truly expected him to use a weapon he had never touched before on such a critical mission. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, which only angered Vanille further. In frustration, Vanille threw the staff to the ground, accusing Zeke of mocking him, then turned to leave, muttering that he had no intention of using such a strange weapon. Before he could get far, however, Zeke infused the staff with wind source power. Feeling the surge of wind aura behind him, Vanille turned back in confusion, asking why Zeke was using wind energy. Zeke dismissed the question and simply told him to use it. Vanille refused again, visibly annoyed, but Zeke persisted no matter how many times he declined. Eventually, the argument escalated to the point where Vanille dropped to his knees in frustration, saying they weren't getting anywhere. He pointed out that Zeke had mentioned umbrellas back during the selection exam. Zeke confirmed it, explaining that since they didn't have umbrellas here, the staff would serve as a substitute, as the handling was similar. For the time being, Vanille would train using it. As Vanille stood, he questioned how he was supposed to train with a weapon he had no experience with, pointing out that he lacked even the most basic fundamentals. Zeke, however, confidently assured him that there was no need to worry, as he had already created a fighting style specifically tailored for him called the Ghost Umbrella style. In Aegis's mind, the idea sounded absurd, as creating a martial art from scratch was no simple feat. Yet, as he observed Vanille's movements, he noticed they were sharper than before, blending perfectly with his wind aura. Vanille himself couldn't help but wonder if Zeke had truly created a brand new martial art just for him. Zeke then praised Vanille's last strike, while Alan eagerly asked if the Ghost Wind Umbrella style was real. When Zeke confirmed it, both Alan and Vanille exchanged glances, with Alan questioning what kind of person Zeke really was to create martial arts so effortlessly. Vanille admitted that he had no idea. Nearby, Lila had been quietly listening. When Zeke noticed her, he asked if her name was indeed Lila, and she confirmed it. They fell into a brief silence before Lila asked if Zeke had truly created the new style. As usual, Zeke confirmed it casually, and when she asked how, he simply replied that it was obvious because he was Zeke. Lila clapped in amazement, while Sandy scoffed, saying Zeke was talking nonsense again, insisting that creating a martial art from scratch was impossible. Aegis chimed in, pointing out that it somehow made sense, given what they had witnessed. Changing the subject, Sandy looked at Vanille and warned that regardless of the new style, he shouldn't drag them down. Irritated, Vanille asked her to repeat herself. With a mocking tone, Sandy said he couldn't even fight properly without poisoning his opponents. questioning whether he really intended to use an unfamiliar style in such a mission. Her words quickly escalated into an argument. Alan, who had been holding back, finally spoke up, telling Sandy to watch her mouth. Unfazed, Sandy asked if the truth hurt, suggesting that if Alan was Vanille's attendant, he should keep his master under control. Laika quickly stepped in, urging Sandy to stop, while Aegis reminded them that this wasn't the time to argue. They were part of the same team on a dangerous mission and needed to cooperate. Sandy, however, refused, stating that she couldn't work with people who had poisoned Laika and nearly killed her. With her eyes glowing, she declared that she had opposed this team lineup from the beginning. As the argument continued, Zeke quietly asked Lila if she was truly okay with all of this. Lila responded that it didn't bother her. She was simply glad to be part of the mission. Zeke laughed, commenting on her big heart, while Sandy continued to press the issue, questioning Lika's decision to include Vanille and Alan. Lika hesitated, but admitted that while she had her doubts, their strength made them necessary for the mission. Alan agreed, praising Lika's judgment, though he couldn't resist taking a jab at Sandy, which only enraged her further. As tensions rose again, Lika couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the right team. Zeke, observing everything, realized that the selection matches were still casting a long shadow over them. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to trust one another. He also noticed that despite Vanille's attitude, he seemed to be struggling internally. Zeke understood that with such an unbalanced team, the situation was risky, but if they could come to understand and accept each other, they might become comrades capable of trusting one another with their lives. As they continued toward the center of the domain, they spotted a bright light in the distance. Excited, Lika urged everyone to move closer. Zeke observed it carefully, remarking that it must be the rift itself, noting how it resembled cracks in space. With a serious expression, Lika warned that once they entered, anything could happen, urging everyone to stay sharp. Zeke clenches his hands with excitement and agreed with Laika. Just then, Zeke's eyes suddenly glow as he sensed a new presence from afar entering the special domain. But when Leela asked if something was wrong, Zeke paused before casually replying that it was nothing, urging everyone to hurry and enter the rift. As soon as they stepped into the rift, Lika was struck with shock. Aegis glanced downward, fear evident on his face, while Sandy was already shouting in panic. Before any of them could react, they were suddenly plummeting from the sky toward a dense forest below. Fighting to stay composed, Lika called out to her team, urging them to calm down so they could figure out a safe way to land. But just as she tried to take control of the situation, her eyes widened again in disbelief. A massive creature resembling a giant chicklet had clamped its beak around Zeke's head. Sandy immediately yelled, asking what was happening now, while Lika shouted Zeke's name. Surprisingly, Zeke remained calm, remarking that this turn of events was quite unexpected. Lika, clearly irritated, told him this wasn't the time for that, and urged him to get serious. But Zeke casually replied that he was off duty. Aegis then called out to Lika, reminding her that their immediate concern was surviving the fall. As the forest rapidly approached, he anxiously asked what they should do. Lika clicked her tongue, unable to come up with a solution on the spot. Vanille, growing impatient, snapped at everyone, saying they were all useless, before ordering Alan to use his wind source power. Taking the lead, Vanille activated his ghost wind umbrella style, manipulating the air above them to slow their descent. Alan followed up with his wind-rending fan arts, unleashing whirlwind impact and wind wall to create a cushion of air below, further reducing their speed. As they neared the ground, Aegis managed to grab onto a thick tree branch, while Vanille and Alan used their abilities to land more smoothly. Meanwhile, Lika, Leela, and Sandy crashed into the ground with a heavy thud, their faces buried in the dirt. Sandy quickly got up, shouting at Vanille, asking why he couldn't have made their landing gentler, but Vanille coldly replied that it wasn't his problem. After climbing down from the tree, Aegis pointed out that Vanille and Alan had already softened the impact for everyone, and considering the situation, things could have gone much worse. Lila, wincing in pain, muttered that it still hurt, but at least she was alive. Taking a moment to process everything, Aegis reflected on what had just happened, being thrown into the rift, falling from the sky, and then watching a giant bird snatch Zeke away. With a sigh, he commented that entering a rift like this was far rougher than he expected. Realizing they had no idea what might happen next, he suggested they drink their healing potions while they had the chance. Sandy and Lila immediately followed his advice, while Laika turned to Vanille and Alan to thank them, acknowledging that they had saved everyone back there. Both Alan and Vanille were briefly stunned, clearly not expecting her gratitude. Vanille turned away and muttered that if they lost people here and failed the mission, it would only cause more trouble. Sandy crossed her arms and complained that he could at least accept a simple thank you. Alan, trying to refocus the group, asked what their next move should be, mentioning that Lord Zeke had been carried off somewhere. With a dark expression, Vanille bluntly suggested they could just leave Zeke behind. Lila immediately questioned if he was actually worried, but Vanille brushed her off, trying to hide his true feelings. Sandy scoffed, saying he was terrible at being honest. But unexpectedly, Edges sided with Vanille. He explained that worrying about Zeke right now was likely a waste of energy. Annoyed, Sandy demanded to know how he could agree with Vanille, but Lika also backed him up, calmly stating that if it was Zeke, he would be fine on his own. In fact, they were probably the ones in more danger. Sandy fell silent for a moment before asking what they even thought of Zeke. One by one, they all paused, recalling his overwhelming strength, and then, almost in unison, they answered that Zeke was a monster. Sandy blinked, wondering if she was the strange one for thinking otherwise. Edges then added that regardless, they would need to regroup with Zeke eventually, but their current problem was that they had no idea where to go. At that moment, Lila called out to him, saying that while they were falling, she had spotted something in the distance, a pillar of light. Alan nodded, saying he had seen it too, but after the chaotic fall, he couldn't keep track of its direction. Unexpectedly, Lila pointed confidently ahead, saying the pillar of light was in that direction. Alan looked at her in disbelief, asking if she had really managed to track direction even while falling. Lila confirmed it, explaining that she had taken a quick look around and memorized it. Lika added that the bird carrying Zeke had flown toward that same light, so while they still needed to reunite with him, their best course of action for now was to head toward the pillar. She reasoned that there was no way Zeke would ignore something that unusual, and both Vanille and Edges immediately agreed. Meanwhile, high above, Zeke was still being carried by the giant bird. Rather than panicking, he found the situation intriguing, noting how their mission had taken an unexpected turn the moment they entered the rift. He admitted that even he had never sensed something coming from beyond dimensions before, making this a valuable experience. Despite being separated from Lika and the others, he was confident they would manage somehow. Suddenly, the bird came to an abrupt stop mid-air. Zeke casually asked if their little sky trip was over, but instead of responding, the bird simply released him. As he began to fall again, Zeke guessed they had reached their destination. Looking down, he spotted a large nest with 3 small birds inside, chirping loudly. Fixing his gaze on them, he noticed their eager expressions and the way they drooled with anticipation. In that instant, Zeke realized exactly what was happening. He wasn't just a passenger, he was about to become their next meal. Before Zeke could become the next meal for the smaller birds, he smacked each of them away and even gave the mother bird a heavy multi-tiered bump on the head, casually remarking to himself that he had nearly been turned into food the moment he arrived. Tears immediately welled up in the mother bird's eye as one side of her face twitched from the punch, leaving her dazed while the smaller birds chirped in panic around her. Zeke then walked toward the edge of the cliff and quietly observed his surroundings, realizing that he had truly been thrown into one hell of another world. It was only then that he remembered the warning about the monsters called Chaos existing inside the rift as well, and after turning his head toward the birds behind him, he wondered if they were the creatures he had been told about. The birds instantly chirped in protest and shook their heads repeatedly, almost as if they understood exactly what he was asking. Somehow understanding their reaction, Zeke crouched down and gently touched the mother bird's feathers, thinking that they looked far too adorable and harmless to be the terrifying chaos monsters he had heard about. As he continued observing them more closely, he quickly realized that the birds were in terrible condition. Their bodies were painfully thin, their feathers were dirty and damaged, and old wounds covered nearly every part of them. Zeke then asked himself what kind of situation had pushed them into such miserable shape, but before he could think further, he suddenly sensed something strange lingering nearby. He muttered that he had been feeling a weird presence tailing them for a while now, and at that exact moment, a group of unknown creatures came flying toward them at incredible speed. The mother bird immediately let out a loud screech to warn him about the incoming danger, and as Zeke turned around, he finally saw them clearly. Several insect-like monsters covered in a dark purple aura were rapidly approaching the cliff, accompanied by a giant mantis radiating an even more sinister presence. The moment the creatures landed, the giant mantis released a sharp and terrifying hiss that echoed through the mountain air. Despite the tension, Zeke simply stared at the monsters with curiosity and awe rather than fear. Upon glancing back at the trembling birds behind him, he quickly realized that the insects had been hunting them this entire time. To him, bugs hunting birds as prey was already strange enough, but the disgusting aura surrounding those creatures immediately made him understand that these insects were the true chaos monsters. At a single glance, he could already tell that the locust-like creatures were all 3-star level monsters, while the giant mantis standing behind them had reached 4-star level. Zeke silently assessed the situation around him, and because the birds were nothing but skin and bones and barely capable of standing, he found himself unable to immediately decide what to do. He wondered if he should simply leave the birds behind and escape on his own, or if he should stay and help them fight against the chaos monsters. But before he could reach a conclusion, the birds suddenly spread their wings while chirping fiercely, and the wounded mother bird stepped forward despite her condition, preparing herself to protect her chicks even if it cost her life. When Zeke saw their determination to keep fighting despite being cornered, he looked back at the smaller birds and admitted that he liked their resolve. Because of that, he decided that he would lend them a hand, even if only for a little while. The moment the chaos monsters launched themselves forward to attack, Zeke immediately felt their killing intent stabbing against his skin, as if slaughter and destruction were the only instincts driving their existence. With a calm expression, he casually remarked to himself that this was what true chaos felt like. As one of the locust monsters rushed toward him, Zeke instantly intercepted it and grabbed it tightly by the neck. While holding the creature in place, he loosened his grip for a brief second before delivering a devastating punch that completely decapitated the monster in a single blow. Blood immediately splashed across his body and face, as a green aura glowed faintly within his eyes. Yet instead of fearing him, the remaining chaos monsters only became more enraged after seeing one of their own killed. The mother bird nervously chirped as if she could sense the monster's growing hostility, especially after the swarm began charging toward Zeke all at once. However, before the insects could even reach him, Zeke's eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant golden light, and above him appeared the massive phantom image of a dragon's eye. An overwhelming wave of dragon aura exploded outward from his body, crashing directly into the chaos monsters with enough force to freeze even the 4-star giant mantis in place. Standing there with one eye glowing gold, Zeke calmly pointed toward the swarm and warned them to turn back while they still had the chance, making it clear that he would allow them to leave alive if they retreated now, but if they continued insisting on fighting, then he would personally keep them company for as long as he pleased. The giant mantis seemed to understand every word hidden behind that pressure, because it immediately lowered its head, shook nervously, and avoided looking directly at him. After seeing their reaction, Zeke casually remarked that they had made a wise decision and instructed them to disappear immediately. Terrified by the dragon aura crushing them, the chaos monsters hurriedly flapped their wings and fled the area as fast as they could. While watching them retreat, Zeke noticed that even their escape somehow carried an unnecessarily dramatic flair, though he admitted that he did not really mind since the fight had already ended. Wiping the sweat from his face, he quietly realized that unleashing dragon pressure in his current weakened state was still somewhat exhausting for him. The mother bird then chirped softly to get his attention before gently bowing her head and pointing her beak toward the dead chaos monster lying nearby, while the smaller birds chirped beside her, excitedly. Slightly confused, Zeke wondered what they wanted before realizing that they were asking for permission to eat the corpse. He casually told them that they could eat it if they wanted, and the smaller birds immediately rushed toward the dead locust and began devouring it hungrily. As Zeke silently watched them eat, he gradually pieced together what must have happened. The starving mother bird had most likely flown into the forest, searching desperately for food for her chicks, only to be ambushed by the chaos insects and barely managed to escape back to the cliff alive. Then, during her desperate retreat, she had luckily caught what she thought was prey, only for that prey to turn out to be him. After the chicks finished eating, they quickly fell asleep from exhaustion, and while quietly observing the sleeping birds, Zeke thought to himself that although he had almost become bait for them earlier, perhaps meeting them was still some kind of fate. At that moment, he decided that he needed to do something for them. He then asked the mother bird if they were still hungry, and the bird tilted her head in confusion as if she did not understand what he meant, until Zeke suddenly declared that they were going hunting. The mother bird instantly let out a loud, shocked chirp upon hearing his words, but Zeke simply smiled widely and announced that he would personally whip her into shape so she would never have to worry about food for her chicks ever again. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains hidden inside the rift, another group was casually slaughtering chaos monsters blocking their path. Not long after, members of Kerberos finally came into view, one of them sighing while holding a pocket watch as he stared at the strange rift that stretched high into the sky itself. He calmly adjusted the position of his hat before informing his companions that now that the chaos monsters surrounding the area had been dealt with, it was finally time for them to begin the lizard hunt. 1 week later, Sandy and the others continued fighting against the caterpillar-like chaos monsters without rest, and after Sandy sliced down another wave of the grotesque creatures, she finally snapped and loudly questioned what kind of hellish place they had been thrown into. Vanille, startled by her sudden scream, immediately told her to keep it down and stop shouting so much, saying that she had screamed more during the past week than she had swung her sword. On the other hand, Aegis noticed that the chaos monsters simply never stopped coming, even though they had been fighting non-stop for an entire week already. Lila confirmed it with an exhausted expression and admitted that she was completely sick of dealing with chaos monsters. Aegis only laughed before slashing apart another bug-like creature, then shifted his gaze toward Lika. Covered in golden aura, Lika charged forward with her greatsword and unleashed a thunder net annihilation toward the monsters, summoning violent golden lightning that instantly wiped out every chaos creature surrounding her. After the monsters collapsed one after another, she wiped the sweat and asked if everyone was still all right. While watching her, Aegis was honestly amazed that she could still move after releasing that much power, though deep inside he only hoped that she was not forcing herself too hard, simply because she was the leader. Sandy then walked toward Lika, while loudly declaring that she was absolutely not all right, adding that this had easily become the worst experience of her entire life, before asking if every rift was like this on the inside. Lika shook her head and explained that the type of mixed realm they ended up in depended entirely on the rift itself, and that the chaotic worlds beyond the rifts were all extremely dangerous. Aegis casually grabbed Sandy's shoulder and told her that she had simply gotten unlucky this time, especially since she hated bugs more than anything. The moment he touched her shoulder, Sandy's whole body trembled in disgust before she immediately started shouting at him again. However, when Lika calmly called out her name, Sandy instantly stopped and reluctantly admitted that complaining would not finish their mission. Aegis laughed again, inwardly thankful that Lika was there to keep Sandy under control. He then looked toward the others and remarked that it would be nice if they could finally leave the forest already. At that exact moment, Vanille suddenly sensed something strange and slowly turned around. Using his wind aura to examine the surroundings, he eventually confirmed that the airflow felt completely different compared to before, and declared that the exit had to be nearby. Sandy, still doubtful, asked if he was really sure, while also warning him not to get too close to her while he was still covered in disgusting bug guts. Irritated, Vanille snapped back and questioned why he would even lie after already suffering through an entire week of Sandy's non-stop screaming. Despite that, Sandy only smiled brightly, relieved that her nightmare of bugs might finally be ending. The group immediately rushed through the forest as fast as they could, and after continuously following the direction Vanille pointed toward, they eventually noticed a bright light shining ahead of them. Sandy and Lika became excited after realizing that they had finally found the exit and could finally leave the cursed forest behind. Feeling as though this was the luckiest moment of her life, Sandy happily ran ahead while loudly saying goodbye to the disgusting bugs. However, the joy on her face disappeared the instant she exited the forest and realized that beyond it was nothing but a vast rocky terrain, while the pillar of light still remained far away in the distance. Sandy immediately asked what they were supposed to do now, and in response, Aegis sighed and remarked that this place looked like an entirely new headache waiting for them. While staring at the massive purple pillar of light, Alan pointed out that it was the same pillar they had seen while falling into the rift. Lila agreed, and mentioned that they were much closer to it now. Lika then asked if the light they were seeing was truly what she thought it was, and Aegis confirmed her suspicion, explaining that now that they were this close, it was obvious that the light was coming from the Chaos Stone their teacher had told them about. A few days earlier, before the special rift operation departed from the Eldragon main estate, Mentric had explained to the group that simply recovering the magic water would not be enough to complete the mission. Zeke had asked what else they needed to do, and Lika explained that closing the rift itself was part of clearing it. Mentric confirmed her explanation, and further stated that they needed to destroy the Chaos Stone responsible for maintaining the rift. The moment the Chaos Stone was mentioned, Zeke suddenly recalled reading about it somewhere before. Aegis then explained to him that the Chaos Stone was an ore believed to be responsible for creating rifts throughout the world. Curious, Zeke asked Mentric if the Chaos Stone was merely the source of the rift, but Mentric shook his head and clarified that it was far more dangerous than that. If anything, the Chaos Stone itself was the true threat hidden within every rift. Pointing toward an illustration inside the book, Mentric explained that the Chaos Stone constantly released enormous amounts of energy in order to keep the rift open. That same energy slowly devoured the surrounding ecosystem inside the mixed realm, twisting every living being it touched into chaos creatures. And chaos itself possessed only a single instinct: slaughter. They endlessly slaughtered and devoured entire worlds before eventually seeking another world to invade. Once they found a path through the rift, they would cross over and begin invading Earth itself. Sandy commented that it sounded like an absolutely horrible thing to deal with, especially since they needed to search for both the magic water and the Chaos Stone at the same time. However, Edgis explained that the situation was not necessarily that troublesome. Showing her another image inside the book, he explained that magic water naturally formed near Chaos Stones. Mentric confirmed it and instructed them to prioritize finding the Chaos Stone first. Although every Chaos Stone looked completely different from one another, they all shared a single trait. They constantly emitted powerful energy. Once someone got close enough, they would immediately recognize it as a Chaos Stone. Back in the rift, Vanille pointed toward the massive pillar of light and stated that all they needed to do now was follow the light directly to its source. Sandy silently glanced at Vanille and Alan from behind, secretly amazed that the two of them were actually capable of discussing something other than trash for once. But when Vanille suddenly asked what she was staring at, she immediately ignored him. Edgis then commented that it would be perfect if they managed to reunite with Zeke near the Chaos Stone itself. Meanwhile, Lika quietly hoped that Zeke had already noticed the Chaos Stone by now. Lila glanced toward Vanille and asked if he was worried about Zeke, but before she could even finish speaking, Vanille immediately told her to shut up. Sandy happily pointed out that at least there were no bugs in this rocky area, unlike the nightmare forest they had just escaped from. Lila also admitted that she was thankful for that, because she was already exhausted from fighting bugs non-stop for an entire week. However, Edgis quickly brushed aside their optimism and warned them that according to the information they received, powerful chaos monsters usually gathered near Chaos Stones after being twisted by its energy. Vanille clicked his tongue and called the entire thing a complete hassle. At the same time, Lika suddenly felt an unpleasant chill from the area and warned everyone to stay alert as they carefully advanced toward the Pillar of Light. The group slowly explored the rocky terrain while remaining cautious, and after some time even Vanille and the others became surprised that they had managed to make it all the way there without running into any danger. Standing before the giant Chaos Stone radiating a sinister purple aura, they were all amazed by its enormous size and the overwhelming evil energy surrounding it. Feeling strangely confident, Sandy asked where all the monsters were and remarked that the whole thing was becoming anticlimactic. But at that exact moment, a massive beetle-like shadow suddenly leapt across the rocky cliffs above them. Lika immediately sensed it and warned everyone that something was overhead. The group instantly drew their weapons while searching the cliffs for enemies. Then suddenly, a violent explosion erupted directly in front of them. Lika immediately tensed up and prepared herself for battle, but when the smoke slowly cleared away, they were shocked to see Zeke casually standing there while waving at them with a bright smile on his face. Relief instantly spread across the group as they realized he was safe. Aside from Vanille and Alan, everyone quickly rushed toward him while expressing how glad they were to see him alive. Zeke smiled and told them that he was glad to see them too, adding that they still looked lively enough. However, with a completely exhausted face, Vanille questioned whether they really looked lively at all, while Lila admitted that they were already completely wrecked. Only then did Zeke finally notice how exhausted and battered everyone looked, but before he could continue speaking, Alan suddenly interrupted him and pointed towards something behind Zeke while asking if what he was seeing was actually real. Zeke remained silent for a moment before casually glancing behind himself and explaining that he had accidentally killed it a little while ago. The instant Sandy saw the gigantic dead beetle lying there, every hair on her body stood up, and she immediately screamed in horror at the sight of the massive creature Zeke had defeated. Edgis guessed that the beetle was probably the powerful chaos monster they had heard about, and asked if Zeke had really taken it down alone. Zeke casually answered that the creature attacked him first, so he simply dealt with it. Hearing that answer, Lika then asked if the reason they had not encountered any chaos monsters on their way there was because Zeke had already wiped them all out beforehand. Zeke merely replied that he might have taken care of a few on the way, and that it was probably the reason. After hearing him talk about defeating terrifying chaos monsters as though it were nothing, the entire group silently realized once again that Zeke was completely insane. Zeke then pointed toward the giant rock behind him and asked if it was the Chaos Stone they had been searching for, adding that he figured it was important, so he waited there for the others to arrive. Edgis immediately confirmed it and declared that there was absolutely no doubt that it was truly a Chaos Stone. Zeke then pointed beneath the stone and asked if the glowing liquid below it was the water they were looking for. Slightly surprised, Lika asked what water he was talking about. Zeke walked closer to the Chaos Stone and casually pointed toward the glowing liquid beneath it, before immediately touching it with his finger, while staring at it curiously. Seeing that, Lika quickly took out several bottles and exclaimed that there was far more magic water than she expected. As Lika began collecting the magic water, Edgis explained that a person needed to drink a certain amount in order to receive the full effect of the magic water, and that even this amount might only be enough for a few people. Completely exhausted, Sandy immediately told Edgis that none of that mattered anymore, and urged Lika to hurry up and finish collecting the water so they could finally leave this place. Once Lika finished, she carefully observed the liquid inside the bottles, and explained that according to rumors, the color of magic water determined what type of magic attribute a person could awaken. However, the water they collected appeared almost completely clear. While examining another bottle himself, Aegis corrected her and pointed out that the water actually possessed a strange color. Sandy agreed, while Lila also admitted that its color looked unusual. Meanwhile, Vanille and Alan argued that regardless of the color, there was no doubt that it was genuine magic water. As the others continued discussing it, Zeke's eyes suddenly widened after sensing something dangerous. Without hesitation, he immediately grabbed Lika and pulled her down to the ground to evade. Confused, Lika quickly asked what was happening, but in the next instant, a golden beam of light violently shot past them. The attack exploded exactly where Lika had been standing moments earlier, instantly making her realize that she would have died if Zeke had not reacted in time. Moments later, a group of men slowly emerged from the rocky terrain. The leader of the group, who had just launched the sneak attack, mockingly questioned how the little lizards had managed to dodge his attack. Aegis and the others instantly drew their weapons and prepared for battle against the members of Kerberos, while Zeke simply smiled with excitement at the upcoming fight and remarked that it had taken them long enough to finally show themselves. Once again, Zeke told the group of men in black that they had taken long enough to finally show themselves, causing the leader of the group to question what exactly he meant by that. While Sandy was still confused and asking who the men in black even were, Aegis immediately felt a chill run down his spine as he realized how terrible the timing of this ambush was. Without hesitation, he began suspecting that the attackers were members of the Kerberos family. His mind quickly recalled Freya's earlier warning that only 7 fighters below the 3-star rank were allowed to enter the rift, and that no one other than their own group should have been capable of getting inside. As Aegis's expression darkened, he could not understand how the Kerberos family had managed to enter the rift when the quota of 7 fighters had already been completely filled. More importantly, the group standing before them was clearly made up of 4-star and even 5-star fighters, with their leader giving off an especially overwhelming pressure. Just then, the leader calmly revealed that he already knew they were curious about how they had managed to enter the rift in the first place. Raising his hand, he showed them a golden bracelet embedded with a green gemstone. When Lika wondered if the bracelet was the reason, the enemy leader explained that the item was called a bracelet of deception, an extremely rare consumable treasure that allowed its wearer to bypass the entry restrictions of special rifts. The higher the wearer's star rank, the more powerful the bracelet needed to be, while the gemstone determined the maximum star rank it could conceal. It was a rare item acquired through the Kerberos family's own hidden channels, though its effect vanished completely after a single use. Aegis could hardly believe such an item even existed, while Vanille raised his staff and pointed it toward the group, questioning whether they were idiots for openly revealing information like that. However, the enemy leader merely glanced at his pocket watch before coldly remarking that none of the information mattered anyway, because everyone standing there was going to die inside the rift. The moment the leader snapped his watch shut, Zeke immediately sensed something dangerous and instantly shoved Lika away from him. Before she could even process what had happened, the enemy leader unleashed a surprise attack using a rock cannon. A stone engulf in golden energy shot to the air with incredible speed and slammed directly onto Zeke as he raised his arms to defend himself. Lika cried out in shock upon seeing him get hit, but before she could even react further, one of the men in black suddenly rushed toward her with his sword raised. Her entire body stiffened as she instinctively realized death was approaching. Yet before the blade could reach her, Vanille suddenly pushed her backward and intercepted the strike with his wand. The impact was so overwhelming that Vanille was forced down onto one knee from the sheer force alone. Even so, he still managed to tell Lika not to space out on him, before releasing a burst of wind aura that exploded outward and blasted the attacker away from him. But before Lika and the others could launch any kind of counterattack, the members of the Kerberos family immediately prepared another assault and activated Rock Bullet. Countless stone projectiles rained down toward the group from every direction. Aegis and Lila swung their weapons to intercept the incoming rocks, while Sandy and Alan desperately dodged and defended themselves from the barrage. At the same time, Lika drew her greatsword and stepped in front of Vanille before slamming the blade into the ground and releasing her lightning ability to shield him from the incoming attacks as well. However, the moment the enemies saw her using lightning aura, several members of the Kerberos family immediately intercepted her attacks and rushed forward for close combat. Vanille could only grin bitterly in frustration, as Lika warned everyone that the enemies were already closing in. Sandy tightly gripped her greatsword and declared that they would meet the enemy head-on, but when Aegis failed to respond, she quickly realized something was wrong. The distance between them had already become too wide, and their positioning had completely fallen apart. Alan glanced toward Sandy and informed her that the enemy had intentionally separated them. Their group had been split into 3 smaller teams, and each pair was now facing a 4-star member of the Kerberos family alone. Sweat rolled down Aegis's face as he directly questioned the enemy, asking if they truly were members of the Kerberos family, and whether they had come for the magic water. Yet the leader merely coldly responded that he had nothing more to say to the likes of him, causing Aegis to fall silent. Meanwhile, Lika remained deeply worried about Zeke's condition, but she quickly forced herself to focus, realizing that thinking about him now would only get her killed, especially against opponents of this level. 4-star fighters existed in a completely different realm from ordinary people. Through effort alone, a normal person could at best reach the 3-star level, while the 4-star realm was reserved only for those born with genuine talent. Between 3-star and 4-star existed an absolute gap that could not easily be crossed. Lika also confirmed to herself that there was no mistake about the enemy leader being a 5-star fighter. Even if they somehow managed to defeat the enemies in front of them, the moment that leader personally moved, everything would be over. On top of that, the earlier attack had clearly been magic, meaning the enemy leader was most likely an incredibly powerful mage as well. Just then, the leader casually snapped his fingers and ordered his subordinates to finish the lizards. The men immediately obeyed, and purple energy erupted from the ground as they activated a summoning ability. A ferocious beast with glowing purple eyes emerged from the magic circle, resembling a monstrous hound. Lika stared in shock, while even Aegis could not believe that the enemy was capable of summoning monsters. Sandy also stared at the creatures in disbelief, and questioned whether those things were really dogs. But Alan immediately corrected her by saying they were clearly monsters, and 3-star ones at that. Lika gritted her teeth as she realized their situation was becoming more hopeless with every passing second. Yet at that exact moment, Zeke suddenly appeared once more. Standing firmly, he casually lifted an enormous boulder with a single hand, immediately drawing the attention of the enemy leader. Without any warning, Zeke planted his foot into the ground, twisted his body slightly to gather momentum, and hurled the massive boulder directly toward the leader. The enemy leader instantly leapt aside to dodge, and a deafening explosion erupted when the boulder collided with the rock wall behind him. Narrowing his eyes, the leader questioned how Zeke was still capable of moving after taking a direct hit from his magic. However, Zeke merely responded with disappointment, admitting that he had actually been looking forward to seeing what this so-called magic could really do, casually bouncing the giant boulder on one hand as though it weighed nothing. Zeke mockingly questioned whether throwing tiny rocks was truly all they were capable of. Lika immediately asked if he was all right, and Zeke answered with a wide grin. As his eyes faintly glowed, he lightly tapped the boulder once more before twisting his body again and hurling it toward the enemy leader with even greater force than before. The leader clicked his tongue in surprise after seeing the massive rock flying toward him at terrifying speed, but he still managed to evade it at the last second by jumping sideways. After dodging the attack, he heard Zeke casually remark that if the fight was only about throwing rocks around, then even he could play that game too. The enemy leader narrowed his eyes dangerously as he glared at Zeke and cursed him as a little bastard. As Zeke stretched his shoulders, the leader of their enemies admitted that his toughness had been unexpected. However, after glancing at the pocket watch in his hand, he calmly declared that the ending, awaiting Zeke, would remain the same. Without hesitation, he activated his ability and called forth his summon. Violent purple aura surged from the ground as a monstrous creature emerged, its glowing eyes immediately locking onto Zeke. Yet instead of showing fear, Zeke looked genuinely excited. He enthusiastically wondered if there really was magic capable of summoning monsters, and remarked that magic was truly fascinating. The enemy leader could only stare at him in disbelief, saying that his attitude made absolutely no sense. Together, the enemy and his summoned beast revealed their 4-star and 5-star levels, questioning whether Zeke truly failed to understand how hopelessly outmatched he and his companions were. Zeke remained silent for a moment before admitting that, as things currently stood, the situation was indeed somewhat unfavorable for him and his team. Surprisingly, his response caused even the enemy leader to momentarily fall silent. Then Zeke simply smiled and looked up toward the sky as though he was waiting for something. At that exact moment, a loud chirp echoed across the battlefield and shook the entire area. Both the enemies and their monsters instinctively turned their eyes upward. Laika and Vanille did the same, only for their opponents to immediately curse at the sight before them. Several birds were descending from the sky at incredible speed, their eyes shining with a golden glow and their movements carrying overwhelming momentum. In an instant, each of the smaller birds landed directly in front of Zeke's group. Lika was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped as she struggled to understand what was happening. The enemy leader and his summoned monster became visibly wary, maintaining their guard as they observed the newcomers. Then the mother bird stepped forward with sharp and intimidating eyes before letting out a powerful chirp, causing every member of Zeke's team to wonder if these creatures were really birds at all. The enemy leader quickly recognized them as native creatures of the rift. Meanwhile, Zeke casually reached out and patted the mother bird's feathers, telling her that she had returned at exactly the right moment. He asked whether she and her flock had eaten their fill during the hunt, as though understanding every word. The mother bird happily chirped in confirmation that they had indeed eaten plenty. Edgis could hardly believe what he was witnessing, and immediately demanded to know what was going on with these birds. For a moment, Zeke did not answer. Then he casually explained that the birds were actually his disciples. The smaller birds immediately responded with fierce chirps of agreement. Sandy and Alan could only stare in disbelief after hearing such an absurd claim. Zeke then explained that while everyone else had been away, he had spent some time looking after the birds. During that period, he trained them by making them run, while carrying massive boulders on their backs. He had also beaten them every day as part of their training, because they needed to learn how to withstand attacks. Aside from that, he taught them to eat whenever food was available, since eating was also part of becoming stronger. Compared to when they had first met, the birds had become far more robust and powerful. The mother bird proudly released her golden aura and chirped in agreement with every word. Lika could not help asking whether Zeke had truly taken care of the birds, and whether they really were his disciples just like her and the others. Sandy, meanwhile, wondered what exactly Zeke had been doing while they were gone. Zeke ignored the questions, and instead turned his attention toward the mother bird. He apologized for suddenly asking for their help, and wondered if they would be willing to do a little post-meal exercise. All they needed to do, according to him, was deal with the mutts on his behalf. The birds immediately chirped in agreement, as they fixed their menacing gazes on the enemy beasts. However, the leader of the mutts suddenly let out a loud howl and ordered its pack to attack. The mother bird refused to be outdone. With a powerful chirp of her own, she led the flock forward, and the birds dashed ahead to intercept the charging enemies. As Zeke happily watched the battle between the birds and the monsters unfold, the enemy leader kept his eyes firmly fixed on him. While the fierce clash continued behind him, Zeke calmly stated that thanks to the current situation and the assistance of his bird disciples, they finally had enough strength to take their enemies head-on. He then asked whether the enemy leader agreed. The answer came in the form of a drawn sword. The enemy leader slowly advanced toward Zeke and questioned what difference a few birds could possibly make. Calling him a lizard, he warned Zeke not to become overconfident before suddenly launching forward and thrusting his sword straight at him. Fortunately, Zeke managed to evade the attack just before it connected. Lika immediately became alarmed after witnessing a 5-star opponent attack Zeke directly. Seeing her reaction, Vanille called her an idiot and reminded her that she should be paying attention to the enemy standing in front of them instead. Lika attempted to argue, but Vanille firmly pointed out that they would never defeat their opponents if she spent the entire battle worrying about Zeke. She should be concerned about her own survival first. Realizing that he was right, Lika immediately apologized. Refocusing her attention on the enemy before her, she declared that the first thing they needed to do was defeat the opponent blocking their path. Their enemy could not understand their confidence and questioned what was wrong with them. He pointed out that if they wasted any more time, their friend would die. However, Lika confidently stated that she would help Zeke after defeating him first. Slightly irritated, the enemy dismissed her words as childish fantasies. Dragging his sword across the ground, he unleashed the Earthhound sword-style technique known as landslide and launched a powerful attack. Lika quickly raised her greatsword and successfully defended herself against the incoming strike. Watching the exchange, Vanille gritted his teeth before immediately channeling his wind aura and launching Pierce Gale from the enemy's flank. As Vanille's attack struck its target, Lika spotted an opening and instantly followed up with her great sword art, Lightning Flash. A burst of golden lightning shot forward, slamming into their opponent and forcing him backward. However, the enemy reacted quickly and stabbed his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. Through the coordinated long-range attacks from Vanille's wind techniques and Lika's close-range lightning assaults, he became certain of one thing. The two standing before him were undoubtedly the children of the Eldragon family head. On the other hand, Lika and Vanille were both annoyed. Even after receiving their combined attacks, the enemy had suffered little more than superficial scratches. The difference in strength was almost unbelievable. Then, unexpectedly, Lika turned toward Vanille and smiled. She confidently declared that as long as Vanille was fighting beside her, they could defeat their opponent. The sudden statement left Vanille stunned for a brief moment, causing him to immediately avert his gaze and focus back on their enemy. While Lika remained completely confident that they would eventually bring down their opponent, The enemy was equally confident that he would kill the children of the Eldragon family head before the battle was over. Meanwhile, Aegis engulfed his sword in golden aura and charged at their enemy. But the attack was easily avoided as the man jumped backward. After creating enough distance, the enemy immediately activated his rock bullet ability and launched an attack. Anticipating the strike, Aegis tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to defend himself. At that moment, Lila's wand began glowing with purple energy as she activated a technique known as Heavenly Chime Arts. Powerful shockwaves surged toward their enemy, but before the attack could reach its target, the enemy quickly raised a massive rock wall and blocked the incoming assault. Without wasting a second, the enemy climbed onto the wall and leaped from the top. As he descended toward Lila, he engulfed his sword with the power of his Earthhound sword style and unleashed a technique called Landslide Slash. However, before the attack could reach Lila, Aegis rushed to the enemy's side. His sword glowed with golden aura once again as he released a light blade attack. Unexpectedly, the strike connected, successfully wounding their 4-star opponent. The enemy gritted his teeth in pain and shouted in frustration that a low-level brat like Aegis had actually managed to land a hit. He immediately retaliated with another rock bullet attack before jumping backward to widen the distance once more. At the same time, Lila rushed forward and attempted to follow up with her Wave Echo Staff Arts technique, Rolling Wave. Unfortunately, their opponent's senses were sharp. He immediately noticed her approach, and before she could unleash her skill, the ground beneath her suddenly trembled. Lila's eyes widened in shock as she found herself unable to move. The enemy had activated Earthbind, completely restricting her movement. Without hesitation, he followed up by launching a barrage of rock bullets toward her. Lila managed to block the incoming stones with her staff, but the force behind the attacks pushed her backward. Aegis called out Lila's name in concern, but the enemy showed no intention of stopping. He immediately activated Landslide Slash once again and charged toward Aegis. Although Aegis reacted slightly late, he still managed to block the attack with his sword. Deep down, however, he knew that if the battle continued this way, his weapon would not last much longer. Visible cracks and damage had already begun spreading across the blade. The enemy could hardly believe that Aegis had managed to withstand another strike. He immediately followed up by summoning rock needles, causing stone spikes to erupt toward Aegis from multiple directions. The moment Aegis noticed the surprise attack, he kicked the enemy directly in the stomach and used the momentum to create distance between them, narrowly avoiding the stone spikes. As he glanced at his damaged sword, Aegis muttered that he had already expected a 4-star opponent to be this powerful. Lila quickly agreed. Aegis then focused his gaze on their enemy and began analyzing his attacks. He wondered what kind of sword technique the man was using. The slashes were difficult to read, almost like Vanille's wind attacks, yet they also carried the overwhelming weight and impact of Lika's strikes. Even so, Aegis could not sense any unique power within the enemy's aura. He began to suspect that the man was reinforcing his sword with magic, and if that was true, then his abilities were even more troublesome than they already appeared. Immediately, Aegis began constructing formulas and possibilities in his mind, searching for a way to overcome their opponent. Just then, Lila called out to him and asked whether he was all right. Aegis assured her that he was fine for now. Lila then warned him that their enemy's sword was dangerous. Aegis immediately agreed, admitting that he did not know how much longer his weapon could withstand those attacks. Then, with a serious expression, Lila pointed out something she had noticed. Whenever the enemy activated his magic, the sword seemed to return to being an ordinary weapon. However, if things continued at this pace, Aegis's sword would likely break first. As Lila continued observing their enemy, a sudden realization struck Aegis. Immediately, he told her that he finally knew how to deal with their opponent. The enemy smirked and mockingly asked whether they had finished their little strategy session. In response, Aegis simply returned the smile with complete confidence. That reaction irritated the enemy, who demanded to know what was so amusing. Still smiling, Aegis calmly replied that he had just realized something important. Their battle was actually doable, and they could win. The enemy immediately stepped forward and declared that Aegis talked far too confidently for a mere 3-star fighter. As he launched another attack, he ordered Aegis to disappear already. Aegis firmly raised his sword and blocked. The enemy poured all of his magic into the strike, further strengthening the attack as he mocked Aegis for getting cocky and called him 3-star trash. The pressure forced Aegis onto one knee. He gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength into defending himself. At that very moment, Lila leaped toward the enemy in an attempt to launch a surprise attack. However, the enemy noticed her immediately. He reminded her that he could see every one of her movements and attacks. Then, as the magical energy surrounding the enemy's sword disappeared, Aegis's eyes suddenly gleamed. The final piece of his plan had finally fallen into place. With a mocking smile, Aegis informed the enemy that he could see his movements as well. Instantly, he unleashed his full strength. The moment the enemy's sword was knocked away, Aegis activated the secret technique of the thousand-blade style. Golden aura exploded around his sword as he gathered every bit of determination he possessed and unleashed the five-edge ultimate blade directly toward the enemy's chest. The impact sent the enemy flying. As blood poured from his mouth, the enemy could hardly believe what had happened. A 4-star fighter had actually been defeated by a 3-star. Moments later, Aegis dropped to one knee from exhaustion. Lila immediately rushed toward him and asked whether he was all right. With a tired smile, Aegis assured her that he was somehow still standing, and admitted that he was simply relieved they had managed to find an opening. Lila questioned what he meant by an opening. Aegis immediately explained that she was actually the one who had discovered it. Still confused, Lila asked if she had truly pointed out something that important. Aegis then explained that when she noticed the enemy's sword returning to normal, whenever he used magic, she had unknowingly revealed his weakness. If the enemy could not use magic and sword arts simultaneously, then there had to be a brief gap whenever he switched between the two. All Aegis had done was wait for that exact moment and strike. Understanding finally dawned on Lila, and she happily clapped her hands. She remarked that such a strategy was exactly what she expected from a genius like Aegis. However, Aegis immediately denied the compliment. He insisted that the victory was possible only because of her observation, and sincerely thanked her for the help. Afterward, Aegis decided to check on the rest of their teammates and see how their own battles were progressing. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Sandy was rushing toward her opponent, while golden lightning crackled around her sword. The moment she reached him, she unleashed Lightning Flash. A thunderous explosion echoed across the battlefield as lightning scattered in every direction. Their enemy gritted his teeth while defending against the attack. At the same time, Alan swung his fan and launched a gale bullet toward their opponent. However, Sandy quickly noticed that Alan's attack was not particularly accurate. Because of that, she ended up getting caught in the attack as well. Immediately, she shouted at Alan, complaining that he had nearly dragged her into the attack alongside their enemy, and questioning whether he even knew what he was doing. Alan's only response was that Sandy spent too much time dawdling. Annoyed, Sandy demanded to know what he meant. Before the argument could continue, a massive explosion interrupted them both. Startled, Sandy and Alan immediately turned their attention forward, as their enemy informed them that they were standing awfully close together and should prepare themselves. Both fighters quickly raised their defenses. Alan created a wind wall while Sandy used her greatsword to deflect the incoming rock bullets. Afterward, Sandy remarked that 4-star opponents really were tough. Alan agreed, but added that the battle was becoming increasingly difficult because Sandy constantly got in the way of his attacks. Naturally, Sandy immediately argued back, insisting that Alan was the one interfering and preventing her attacks from landing properly. Alan dismissed her complaint as nonsense and reminded her that he had been covering for her every time she lost focus. Still, Sandy refused to back down and continued, insisting that Alan was the problem. Their enemy remained silent for a moment before launching another attack while the two continued bickering. Using Stone Spike, he launched a surprise attack directly at Sandy. The moment Alan noticed it, he immediately activated Stormblade and cut through the stone spikes before they could reach her. He then informed Sandy that she had lost focus once again and warned her to pay closer attention. Sandy immediately argued back, claiming that she knew exactly what she was doing and had already noticed the surprise attack herself. The enemy then questioned whether the two truly believed they could win with such half-baked teamwork. He mocked them, claiming that lizard brats were all the same in the end. For a moment, Sandy and Alan fell silent. Deep down, they both knew he was right. Their teamwork was rough around the edges. They certainly did not need him pointing it out. Alan reluctantly admitted that, using his better judgment, he agreed with the enemy's assessment. Then, Sandy suddenly smirked and mocked their opponent in return. She claimed that he was actually on the weaker side for a 4-star fighter, and confidently declared that even with their imperfect teamwork, they still had more than enough of a chance to win. Those words immediately irritated the enemy. He declared that fools like them could not even comprehend the gap in strength between them. Dark and ominous energy began radiating from his body as he charged towards Sandy and Alan, promising that they would drown in helplessness before dying. Sandy immediately called out Alan's name. With a confident smile, she declared that she could finish their opponent if Alan simply supported her. Although clearly irritated and reluctant, Alan noticed the rapidly approaching enemy and eventually agreed, deciding there was no helping it. Immediately, Alan activated wind-rending fan arts and unleashed a powerful gale bullet. The enemy dismissed the attack as pointless and reminded them that their attacks would never work on him. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed completely. The strength of Alan's attack had caught him by surprise. His own attack was absorbed by the Gale bullet. Smiling confidently, Alan informed Sandy that he had poured additional wind aura into the technique. It was powerful enough to hold their enemy in place. He then asked whether that would be sufficient. Sandy immediately replied that it was more than enough. Golden lightning erupted around her body as she activated her power once more. With electricity crackling violently around her, she ordered their enemy to receive her attack before unleashing a devastating lightning slash directly into him. Injured and furious, the enemy cursed both Sandy and Alan. Alan merely called him stubborn before activating Typhoon falling to dust. Violent winds engulfed their opponent completely, leaving him with nothing but agonized screams. When the enemy finally collapsed onto the ground, Sandy and Alan stood firm, realizing that they had actually defeated him. Unfortunately, the peace between them lasted only a few moments. Alan immediately complained that Sandy always left things half-finished. If she claimed she would defeat the enemy herself, then she should have seen the battle through to the final blow. Naturally, Sandy retaliated at once, arguing that Alan should learn how to stab properly. For the record, his finishing attack had landed only because she created the opportunity. Exasperated, Alan muttered that despite all her boasting about finishing the enemy herself, she had still failed to do so. As their defeated opponent lay unconscious on the ground, Sandy and Alan continued their endless bickering without showing any signs of stopping. The four-star enemy continued to rain down rock bullets upon Laika and Vanille. As the two ran across the battlefield, desperately dodging the relentless barrage, Vanille cursed their opponent and immediately poured his wind aura into his staff. Using his Ghost Wind Umbrella style, Whirlwind Impact, he launched a counterattack. However, their enemy merely scoffed at the attack, dismissing it as petty. While continuing to pressure them from both sides, the enemy showed no signs of slowing down. Seizing what appeared to be an opportunity, Lika activated the first secret art of her Thunder Greatsword arts, Heavenly Thunder, and leaped toward the enemy in an attempt to launch a surprise attack. But the enemy noticed her immediately. Flipping his sword, he summoned a wall of earth beneath him and used it as a defensive step to block her thunder-infused strike. The moment Lika's attack collided with the enemy's defense, a massive explosion of energy erupted across the battlefield. Refusing to back down, she poured even more golden lightning into her greatsword, strengthening the attack. In response, the enemy activated his Earthhound sword-style technique, known as Earthen Swordsman. Sand from the surrounding ground surged upward and wrapped around his body, causing Lika's eyes to widen in surprise. Even so, she continued pouring her golden lightning aura into her blade, determined to break through. Yet the enemy remained firmly rooted in place, defending against her assault. It was only then that Lika realized what was happening. Her lightning was being grounded directly into the earth through the enemy's defense. When she finally thought she had managed to break through, she was caught off guard by a sudden counterattack. The enemy unleashed Landslide Slash, forcing Lika to grip her greatsword tightly to defend herself. Before she could recover, the enemy followed up by driving a powerful kick into her stomach. The impact sent her flying backward, and as she struggled to regain her footing, the enemy prepared to finish her off. Before he could strike again, however, he sensed something approaching from behind. Reacting in the nick of time, he narrowly dodged a sneak attack coated in wind aura. Vanille clicked his tongue in irritation, unable to believe the enemy had still managed to evade an attack launched directly from his blind spot. Although the attack failed to land, it forced the enemy to leap backward and create distance. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Vanille and Lika quickly retreated behind a large boulder. Lika thanked Vanille for saving her, but Vanille immediately looked away and insisted that he had merely taken advantage of the enemy's opening. He claimed he had no intention of saving her at all. Lika forced herself to accept his explanation, but deep down, she knew the truth. Vanille was simply too embarrassed to admit that he had genuinely wanted to help her. As she peered around the boulder, Lika's expression darkened. Their situation was worse than she had initially thought. The enemy was unbelievably strong, and she could already tell that he was likely among the strongest individuals within the 4-star level. Carefully observing him, she noticed that the technique he used to merge his swordsmanship with the earth completely neutralized her lightning aura. On top of that, his earth magic constantly wore down their weapons, leaving almost no opportunities to exploit. The only opening she could identify appeared whenever he switched between magic and martial arts. Unfortunately, the gap lasted for only a fraction of a second. It became obvious to her that the enemy had trained specifically to eliminate every weakness in his combat style. Even though her Thunder Greatsword arts excelled in speed, she still wasn't fast enough to consistently capitalize on that opening. Vanille wasn't capable of doing it either. Vanille eventually broke the silence and pointed out that if they continued fighting like this, they would never defeat him. Lika agreed, and asked whether he could perhaps use one of his poisons against the enemy. The suggestion only irritated him further. He complained that Zeke had, drained his entire poison stock before they departed for the mission, claiming it wouldn't be real training if Vanille relied on poison. To make matters worse, Zeke had even forced him to detoxify the true killing poison he had secretly stored inside his own body. Hearing this, Lika could only sigh helplessly and mutter Zeke's name under her breath. She pointed out that if that was the case, then they truly had no way to exploit the enemy's opening. Still annoyed, Vanille informed her that they weren't completely out of options. The moment Lika tried to ask what he meant, the enemy located their hiding place and mockingly remarked that they seemed awfully relaxed. Immediately afterward, another barrage of rock bullets came flying toward them. As the two sprinted away from the attack, Lika shouted and demanded to know his plan. Vanille simply replied that all she needed to do was land her fastest attack directly on their enemy. Confused, Lika reminded him that she wasn't fast enough to land a decisive blow. Vanille casually assured her that it would be fine and that he would handle that part himself. The confidence in his voice surprised her. For a brief moment, she remained silent. Assuming she doubted him, Vanille told her that if she didn't trust him, they could simply abandon the plan. Before he could finish speaking, Lika knocked away an incoming rock bullet with her greatsword and firmly declared that she trusted him. Then, with unwavering conviction, she repeated herself. She trusted him completely. Hearing those words, Vanille unexpectedly fell silent. Moments later, he accelerated using his wind aura and widened the distance between himself and the incoming attacks, while Lika continued defending against the barrage. Watching them, the enemy grimly mocked their efforts and declared that no matter what they attempted, the outcome would remain the same. At that moment, he raised his hand and used earth magic to intercept them with a field of sharp earth spikes. Lika immediately jumped forward and sliced through every spike in her path. At the same time, Vanille unleashed another whirlwind impact, forcing the enemy to summon a rock wall to defend himself. The instant the wall appeared, Vanille informed Lika that now was the time. Without hesitation, she exploded forward with all her speed. The enemy simply called them fools, and declared that he would turn them into pincushions before unleashing another devastating barrage of rock bullets. Vanille immediately responded, declaring that such a thing would never happen. Using his wind aura, he intercepted the barrage and shielded Lika as she continued charging forward. Realizing her approach could no longer be stopped, the enemy prepared his shatter wall technique as a final defense, but Vanille had anticipated it. With another whirlwind impact, he shattered the defensive wall before it could fully stop her. The enemy's frustration finally became visible. Once again, he called them fools, and insisted that even if they repeated the same strategy 100 times, the result would never change. Lika continued running, her greatsword crackling with golden lightning. Meanwhile, Vanille activated Swift Gale and directed powerful currents of wind behind her. The moment she felt the boost, her eyes widened. Understanding his plan at last, she focused entirely on the enemy ahead. As Vanille used his grip wind umbrella arts to distract the enemy's attention, Lika activated her lightning greatsword arts. With a thunderous shout, she unleashed Thunderclap Rush. This time, the attack connected. The enemy could do nothing except scream in agony as lightning surged through his body. Golden thunder continuously ravaged him until his legs finally gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. Moments later, he died. Exhausted from pushing herself beyond her limits, Lika dropped to one knee and leaned heavily against her sword. She asked Vanille what exactly he had done. Vanille explained that neither of them was fast enough to reach the enemy alone. However, if he used his wind aura to accelerate her movements, then together they could surpass the enemy's reaction speed. Understanding the simple yet effective logic behind the plan, Lika let out a relieved sigh. Vanille scratched the back of his head awkwardly and asked why she had trusted him so readily. He reminded her that he had spent years playing dirty tricks, constantly targeting her. Lika remained silent for a moment before finally answering. A lot had happened between them, but despite everything, as the leader of Strike Team she had chosen Vanille. That alone was enough reason for her trust. Simple as that. She also pointed out that they had only won because of him, and sincerely thanked him. The gratitude immediately sent a strange chill through Vanille's body. He quickly looked away and insisted that she shouldn't misunderstand his intentions. He had only helped because he wanted to win, nothing more. Lika merely smiled before turning her attention toward Zeke's battle against the 5-star enemy. At that exact moment, her expression froze. To her shock, Zeke had been completely engulfed by a forest of massive earth spikes. But in the next instant, Zeke clenched his fist. Every earth spike surrounding him shattered into countless fragments. Landing amidst the debris, Zeke burst into loud laughter and enthusiastically declared that the battle felt incredible. The moment his feet touched the ground, he charged directly toward the enemy with a wide grin, demanding that his opponent show him even more magic. Seeing Zeke rush forward, the 5-star enemy immediately coated his sword in hardened earth, using the shattered stone sword arts technique known as Rock Armor Razor Edge. Yet the result was the same as before. Zeke shattered the earth-covered sword with a single punch and sent the enemy flying through sheer force. He casually informed the enemy that covering himself in stone was completely useless against him. Using his sword to stop his momentum, the enemy immediately retaliated with an earth magic technique called Ground Ripper. Golden energy erupted around him as he slammed his fist into the ground. The earth cracked apart and surged toward Zeke like a giant maw. As the ground threatened to close around him, Zeke planted both his arms and legs against the collapsing walls and forcibly held them apart. The enemy expected him to become trapped. Instead, Zeke launched himself upward just before the gap closed completely. Laughing once again, he declared that the battle was becoming more entertaining by the second. As he landed, he glanced to the side and casually pointed out that everyone else seemed to have already finished their battles. Nearby, the mother bird released a victorious chirp after defeating her opponent. The smaller birds proudly raised their wings, announcing that they too had won their respective fights. The enemy's gaze then shifted toward Aegis and Lila. While Sandy and Alan continued their usual petty bickering, the enemy admitted that he would have loved to continue enjoying the battle and experiencing Zeke's strange combat style to his heart's content. However, he could never accept losing to a lizard and a mere 3-star brat. As he spoke, Zeke noticed the intense determination burning within the enemy's eyes. Then, without warning, the enemy drove his own hand into his chest. The moment he activated his magic, his golden aura exploded skyward. A powerful shockwave erupted across the battlefield. As his cap was blown away by the force, he declared that even if it cost him his life, he would see his mission through to the very end. The ground immediately began to tremble. Alan's expression changed as he warned everyone that something was moving beneath their feet. Cracks spread across the battlefield as countless earth spikes erupted from below. Sandy and Lila quickly dodged the spikes while wondering if this was some kind of advanced spell. Aegis immediately corrected them. This wasn't a spell. Rather than manipulating the terrain through a technique, the enemy's overwhelming magic power was forcibly causing the land itself to shift and obey his will. Watching carefully, Zeke noticed that the hardness and sharpness of the surrounding earth had increased to an entirely different level compared to before. He couldn't help but wonder whether the enemy was overloading his aura or his magic power. Either way, there was no doubt that the enemy's strength had surged dramatically. At the same time, Zeke understood that such power would inevitably cause a severe backlash. Then Vanille's eyes widened in shock. The enemy slowly raised one hand. The earth around him began gathering, compressing into a gigantic boulder suspended high in the air. Everyone instinctively focused their attention on the enemy, as more and more earth was drawn into the growing mass. Others watched with caution and concern. Zeke simply smiled with excitement, eagerly anticipating what the enemy was about to reveal next. While Vanille and Sandy stared at the enormous boulder forming high in the sky, Sandy loudly wondered if their enemy intended to drop it directly on top of them. Aegis quickly informed everyone that their situation had become extremely dangerous. They had nowhere left to run, and at this rate, the Chaos Stone would inevitably be destroyed. Hearing this, Lila asked if they were not supposed to break the Chaos Stone themselves. Aegis confirmed that they indeed needed to destroy it, but the moment the Chaos Stone shattered, the rift would begin to close. Sandy immediately panicked and asked if that meant they would end up trapped inside the rift. Covering his ears, Vanille told her that if she still had enough energy to scream, she should use it to help stop their enemy instead. Lika agreed that they needed to stop him immediately, but the real problem was that they could not even get close. The violent energy surging around their enemy, combined with the constantly shifting ground near him, made any approach nearly impossible. At that moment, their enemy thrust his sword into the ground and confidently declared that it was already too late. According to him, this was where all of them would die. Lika's eyes widened in shock as their enemy activated a spell called Fall Star. The massive boulder hanging in the sky immediately began descending toward the Chaos Stone. While Vanille and the others froze in panic, Zeke's expression darkened as he slowly raised a hand and clenched it into a fist. Lika quickly snapped everyone out of their shock and ordered them to destroy the massive boulder with everything they had. Aegis poured his aura into his sword and prepared to strike. Lila gathered her purple aura into her staff. Vanille and Alan immediately began casting powerful wind spells, while Sandy and Lika finished charging their lightning aura techniques. The moment they were ready, all of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously toward the descending boulder. A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky, but as the smoke cleared, Lika could hardly believe what she was seeing. Sandy's face was equally filled with worry. Despite combining all of their strength, the boulder remained completely unharmed and continued its relentless descent toward the Chaos Stone. Their enemy dropped to one knee from exhaustion, yet a smug smile remained on his face. He revealed that he had poured every ounce of his power into the spell, enough magical energy to reach the level of a 7-star technique. No matter how many 3-star fighters joined forces, they would never be capable of destroying it. Vanille immediately began cursing and instructed Alan to attack together with him. The two launched powerful wind tornadoes in an attempt to halt the boulder's descent, but Lila quickly noticed that even the combined strength of their wind magic was unable to stop it. Throughout the entire situation, Zeke remained silent as he watched everything unfold. Then a wide grin slowly spread across his face as he fixed his gaze on the massive boulder above. Laika suddenly shouted Zeke's name in shock when she saw him launch himself into the air with explosive force, heading directly toward the descending boulder. While soaring through the air, Zeke realized that with his current 2-star strength, simply throwing aura attacks at the boulder would never be enough to completely destroy it. As far as he was concerned, the simplest solution was to punch it directly. Golden aura erupted around his fist as he threw a powerful punch into the boulder. The impact only managed to leave a scratch. Even so, Zeke burst into loud laughter. He knew that with his current body, his own fists would probably break before the boulder did. Yet that thought never crossed his mind as a reason to stop. Again he punched the same spot, and then again, and again. Each strike landed with overwhelming force as he relentlessly targeted the exact same point. As the barrage continued, Zeke finally noticed visible damage spreading through the massive structure. Letting out a thunderous roar, he gathered every ounce of strength remaining in his body and unleashed another devastating punch. His aura surged wildly as blood rushed through his veins. Under the relentless assault, cracks spread throughout the boulder before its structure finally began collapsing. Their enemy, still kneeling and clutching his chest, could not believe what he was witnessing. Without hesitation, Zeke activated World Crumbling Strike in his right hand and World Bursting Strike in his left. By combining both techniques, he successfully unleashed the second form of the Dragon Destruction combat arts. Declaring that this would be the end, he launched the World Annihilating String. The instant the attack exploded outward, a violent surge of aura erupted across the surrounding area. The massive boulder was completely obliterated, and at the same moment, Zeke finally broke through and reached the 3-star level. Meanwhile, the eyes of his companions nearly popped out of their sockets as they witnessed the impossible. The same massive boulder that had remained untouched, despite all of their combined attacks, had been completely destroyed by Zeke alone. However, Lika's shock quickly turned into alarm when she noticed countless fragments from the shattered boulder falling toward the Chaos Stone. Aegis immediately sprinted forward while calling Vanille's name. Vanille answered without hesitation and declared that he would find a way to deal with it. Working together with Alan, they surrounded the Chaos Stone with powerful wind aura, creating a protective barrier against the falling debris. After securing the Chaos Stone's immediate safety, Vanille told Aegis to handle the rest. While running, Aegis gathered momentum before launching himself into the air toward the Chaos Stone. Golden aura wrapped around his sword as he prepared one of his secret techniques. With all his strength, he struck one of the largest pieces of debris falling toward the Chaos Stone. To his surprise, his sword snapped apart. As he stared at the broken weapon, Aegis could only realize that he still had a very long way to go. While the others continued protecting the Chaos Stone, their 5-star enemy remained unable to comprehend the reality before him. Despite everything he had sacrificed, Zeke had still managed to destroy Fallstar. Zeke calmly walked toward the defeated enemy and declared that he was now the only remaining problem standing in their way. Crossing his arms, he casually asked what he planned to do next. The enemy pulled his sword from the ground and stated that the answer should be obvious. Gathering every bit of strength he had left, he launched himself forward and declared that he would carry out his mission until the very end. Impressed by his determination, Zeke clenched his fist. Before the enemy's attack could even land, Zeke drove a devastating punch directly into his chest. Blood erupted from the enemy's mouth. His eyes immediately turned white from the overwhelming impact. As his life faded away, he admitted that he could not believe there had been a dragon hiding among mere lizards. Watching his opponent fall, Zeke acknowledged that the way he continued standing until the very end was truly admirable. After the Chaos Stone had been secured, Lika and the others immediately ran toward Zeke. Lika quickly asked if he was all right, only for Zeke to answer as though the question itself was ridiculous. Aegis smiled and admitted that he never expected even Zeke to defeat a 5-star opponent. Vanille, wearing an annoyed expression, reminded everyone that worrying about Zeke had always been a waste of time. At the same time, he agreed that Zeke was completely insane. Alan then pointed out that if he remembered correctly, Zeke had only been at the 2-star level when he fought the 5-star enemy. Upon realizing that he had now reached the 3-star level, the entire group fell silent. The realization only made Zeke seem even more monstrous. Lila congratulated him on reaching the next rank. Sandy admitted that she finally understood why everyone called him a monster. In response, Zeke simply complained that they were being rude. He then smiled and praised everyone for fighting well, telling them that he was proud of all their efforts. At that moment, the birds let out a series of cheerful chirps to grab his attention. Zeke immediately praised them as well and told them that their training had clearly paid off. Lika approached the birds and admitted that she did not know much about them, but she sincerely thanked them for holding back the monsters so everyone else could focus on defeating their enemy. Gently patting one of the birds on the head, she offered her heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Aegis remained silent as he stared at the corpse of the five-star enemy. Eventually, he noticed a necklace hanging around the man's neck. Curious, he approached and picked it up. After examining it closely, he realized it was actually a dog tag. When Aegis revealed that the name engraved on it was Jack Rock, Sandy reacted with surprise as she repeated the name. She explained that she had once heard her father mention Jack Rock before. According to him, Jack Rock was an elite member of the Kerberos family and was known by the nickname the Hound. Sandy immediately shouted again as she realized the implication. That meant they had actually defeated him. Vanille found it difficult to believe that someone on a covert mission would carry identification that could easily reveal his identity. Lila questioned whether their enemies could really be that careless. Aegis offered a different explanation. Perhaps it simply never occurred to them that they might lose. When Vanille asked why, Aegis explained further. The rift only allowed individuals up to the 3-star level to enter, yet their enemies had still sent multiple 4-star fighters, along with an elite 5-star combatant. They probably never imagined there was any possibility of being defeated. Lika agreed with the assessment. The enemy's plan had clearly been to erase them completely inside the rift. They simply never expected their strength to exceed all expectations. Although, as she pointed out, most of that credit belonged to Zeke. Zeke, however, brushed aside the praise. He admitted there were many things they could reflect on after the battle, but in the end, it had been a splendid fight, and everyone had performed admirably. As he hugged the birds, he asked whether they were finally finished with all the complicated discussions. Instead of answering immediately, everyone fell silent for a moment. Eventually, Vanille remarked that Zeke, a person who solved every problem by crushing it with overwhelming force, was probably the absolute worst opponent their enemies could have encountered. Lika then admitted that despite their victory, they had experienced quite a few close calls. She wondered how they were supposed to leave the rift now. Suddenly, Zeke rushed toward her and asked everyone to wait. According to him, there was still one important thing left for them to do. Lika immediately asked if she had forgotten something. Zeke confirmed that she had. With a mischievous grin, he reminded everyone that they still needed to drink the magic water before leaving. A small note regarding the dragon destruction combat arts. This martial art is considered the strongest technique possessed by the heads of the Eldragon family. Originally named after the feat of slaying a divine dragon, it has been passed down from one family head to the next for generations. However, its difficulty is so extreme that only the current family head, Gilphus, and the 15th head have ever completely mastered it. In reality, the version currently inherited by the family is a refined form created by the 15th head, specifically to ensure that future descendants would be capable of learning it. The art consists of forms 1 through 4, a special form, and a final form. The first form specializes in delivering overwhelming destructive power through a single strike, while the second form focuses on unleashing rapid and continuous attacks. Lika was completely bewildered by what Zeke meant. As all of them stared at the bottles of magic water lying before them, Sandy asked what exactly Zeke was talking about. Instead of answering directly, however, Zeke simply asked whether what he had said was really that shocking. Sandy immediately admitted that it was, while Aegis and Lila questioned whether Zeke had already forgotten the purpose of their mission. Zeke calmly replied that he remembered their mission perfectly well. They had come to obtain the magic water and close the special rift. Lika quickly agreed, saying that was exactly their objective, and pointed out that drinking the magic water was obviously out of the question. However, she was left speechless when Zeke asked who had actually decided that they were forbidden from drinking it. Without hesitation, Zeke picked up one of the bottles and explained that although they had entered the rift because of the family's mission, they were the ones who had risked their lives to obtain the magic water. Whatever the Eldragon family wanted had nothing to do with that fact, because they alone had fought for it and finally claimed it. Simply handing it over because it was the mission sounded strange to him, and he wondered if the others truly agreed with that logic. Alan responded by reminding everyone that the magic water, which could create more mages, was an incredibly valuable treasure to the Eldragon family. Because of that, they could not simply act on their own, or they would risk provoking the wrath of the family head. Vanille agreed with Alan and added that if they drank the magic water without permission, there was no telling what kind of punishment awaited them. In the worst-case scenario, they could even be executed. Zeke merely tossed the bottle lightly in his hand before saying that none of that was his concern. In the Eldragon family, strength was everything, so what could possibly be wrong with pursuing a new form of power known as magic? Aegis admitted that Zeke had a point, but reminded everyone that without this mission, they never would have been allowed to enter the special rift in the first place. Zeke simply brushed that argument aside. If the family wanted the magic water so badly, then the family head himself should have come to retrieve it instead of relying on them. Zeke reminded everyone that their mission had been to clear the special rift and recover the magic water. Depending entirely on them to accomplish something the family head himself could not, was proof of Ball's own limitations. If the family head truly desired the magic water that much, then he should have possessed the strength to accomplish the impossible himself. The very fact that he had failed to do so meant that without them, Balls never would have had any chance of obtaining the magic water in the first place. A wide grin spread across Zeke's face as he pointed out one final detail. Their mission was simply to recover the magic water. Nobody had ever specifically ordered them not to drink it. Since no one had clearly explained how the recovery was supposed to happen, they could simply claim that they had recovered it by drinking it themselves. To him, it was as simple as that. Lika stared at Zeke in disbelief, unable to understand what he was implying, while Sandy complained that he was clearly twisting the meaning of the mission. Zeke simply replied that if the family wanted to avoid loopholes, then they should have made their orders absolutely clear from the very beginning. Perhaps this would serve as a valuable lesson for the adults as well. Finally, he asked everyone whether they truly intended to let such a rare opportunity to become stronger slip through their fingers, leaving the decision entirely up to them. Holding one of the bottles tightly, Lika quietly fell into deep thought. If they chose not to drink the magic water here, then the chance to become a mage might never come again, or at the very least, it could take many years before another opportunity appeared. On the other hand, if they faithfully completed the mission and brought the bottles back, the magic water would undoubtedly be given only to the elite members of the Dragon family rather than to them. Yet if they drank it now and the family head discovered what they had done, they would surely suffer severe consequences. As Lika slowly turned her head toward Zeke, she saw him smiling back at her with complete confidence. She could not help but remember the mysterious strength he had displayed time and time again. Perhaps, if she drank the magic water, she too might someday obtain power like his. Without another moment of hesitation, Lika declared that she wanted to become stronger as well, and because of that, she had decided to drink the magic water right there. Sandy was completely stunned by Lika's sudden announcement and nervously asked whether she was truly serious. Lika answered with unwavering determination, saying that she desired greater strength, and the only way to obtain it was by drinking the magic water. Edgis then revealed that he had also decided to drink one. Ever since he was young, he had always wondered what it truly felt like to wield magic, and now he finally had the chance to find out. Hearing that, Lila admitted that her curiosity had also gotten the better of her, and she wanted to experience magic herself. Lika then declared that she needed the power of magic because she intended to become the next head of the Dragon family no matter what. The moment Vanille heard those words, he immediately announced that he would drink one as well. He firmly declared that Lika would never become the family head, because that position belonged to him. Looking directly into Lika's eyes, Vanille vowed that he would surpass even their older brothers, and mastering magic was the first step toward achieving that goal. Alan simply smiled, and stated that wherever Vanille went, he would gladly follow. Vanille then turned toward Sandy and casually remarked that if she did not want to drink the magic water, she could simply remain behind and watch. Those words immediately irritated Sandy. She questioned whether everyone had truly thought this through, reminding them that if the family head ever learned they had consumed the magic water, he might kill them without hesitation. Lika acknowledged Sandy's concerns, but insisted that she would never let an opportunity to become stronger pass her by. Vanille completely agreed, admitting that although he fully understood the risks, he still chose strength above everything else. Seeing that everyone had already made up their minds for their own reasons, Sandy could only scratch her head with both hands in complete frustration. Finally admitting defeat, she declared that she had heard enough. If everyone else was willing to risk their lives, then she would drink the magic water as well, because she refused to let Lika and the others face that danger alone. Moments later, each of them held a bottle in their hands. Without another word, all of them drank the magic water together. As the liquid flowed through their bodies, faint rainbow-colored energy slowly enveloped each of them. After emptying the bottles, silence filled the area as everyone waited, trying to sense any changes within themselves. After several moments, Lika asked whether that was really all there was to it. Even Lila admitted that she could not feel any noticeable difference in her body. Zeke, however, assured them that there had definitely been a change. He could clearly sense something different within each of their source powers, a new force, completely separate from aura. He was certain that what he was sensing was the presence of magic itself, so there was no reason for any of them to worry. It was then that everyone noticed the untouched bottle of magic water still resting in front of Zeke. Confused, they asked why he had not drunk it yet, and whether he intended to leave it untouched. Zeke simply told them not to worry about him. Raising his hand, he casually formed a finger gun gesture. Golden aura instantly gathered around his fingertips, and after concentrating the energy for only a brief moment, a massive boulder suddenly materialized before his finger. In the next instant, the enormous rock shot into the sky with explosive force. Turning toward the stunned group, Zeke casually introduced the technique as rock cannon, proudly pointing out that the stone he could create was even larger than the ones used by their previous enemy. Everyone stood frozen in complete shock. Aegis immediately demanded to know how Zeke was using magic, despite never drinking the magic water. Even Lila pointed out that Zeke should not have known how magic functioned in the first place. Zeke explained that it was no different from how he learned Laika's lightning aura and Vanille's wind aura. After absorbing enough spells, he had naturally begun using magic without consciously realizing it. Even he did not fully understand the process. But thanks to Dragon King's breath, his body had continuously absorbed the magic power contained within every spell he had endured. Eventually, that magic had accumulated inside his source power until it naturally transformed into the nature of magic itself. As for actually casting spells, all he had done was imitate the flow of magic he had observed from their previous opponent. Laika could hardly believe that Zeke had copied magic simply by watching it once, while Vanille could only stare at him before calling him an absolute freak. Zeke merely laughed at their reactions before explaining that the real reason he had not drunk the final bottle was because someone needed to bring at least one bottle back to the family. It would make for a respectable return on the family head's investment. Although somewhat reluctant, even Lika admitted that Zeke's reasoning actually made sense. Lika then remarked that if they continued arguing with Zeke over every little detail, they would never leave this place. Since they had already drunk the magic water, all that remained now was escaping the rift. Aegis agreed, but pointed out that escaping would be their greatest challenge. As they had been told before entering, the only way to close the rift was by destroying the Chaos Stone. However, the time required for a rift to collapse depended entirely on its size. Judging by the enormous Chaos Stone inside this special rift, Aegis estimated it would take at least 3 days, and possibly as long as an entire week before the rift completely disappeared. Leela commented that the time frame was rather awkward, but Lika immediately corrected her, saying it was far more dangerous than awkward. If they encountered as many chaos creatures while returning as they had on the way in, they would almost certainly need more than a week just to reach the rift's exit. Even then, they still had no idea how they would climb back into the sky, meaning there was a very real possibility that none of them would escape alive. Almost as though it understood their conversation, the mother bird suddenly walked towards Zeke and called out to him. When Zeke asked whether something was wrong, all of the giant birds gathered around him and repeatedly cried out in unison. In that instant, Zeke seemed to understand exactly what they were trying to communicate. Only a few moments later, Sandy's terrified screams echoed throughout the skies as all of them rode atop the giant birds, soaring toward the rift's exit at unbelievable speed. As they continued soaring through the sky at incredible speed, Sandy couldn't stop screaming as the overwhelming speed of their flight filled her with fear. Even Lika was starting to feel dizzy from how fast they were moving, and she wished Sandy would lower her voice a little, but Sandy simply couldn't help herself. She had never imagined that the giant birds were capable of flying this fast. Aegis admitted that the giant birds' speed was so overwhelming that even the chaos monsters chasing them could no longer keep up, and at this pace, they should be able to reach the rift before it completely closed. Despite the tremendous speed, Zeke remained standing calmly on the back of the giant mother bird, as though nothing was happening. When Lika looked at him, she smiled to herself, realizing once again that there truly seemed to be no limit to how unbelievable Zeke could be. She never would have imagined that he would actually train the monsters living inside the rift, and then use those very monsters as their means of escape. Before she could continue thinking about it, Leela suddenly interrupted her thoughts by commenting that the terrifying giant birds everyone feared were actually fluffy and adorable. Lika reluctantly admitted that she was right, adding that thanks to Zeke, the mission they had been entrusted with was practically already completed. Lila happily agreed before praising Zeke even further, saying that he had defeated a 5-star opponent, prepared an escape route from the collapsing rift, and even shattered the unbelievably durable Chaos Stone with a single strike. Lika could only smile as she recalled the moment Zeke smashed the enormous Chaos Stone, realizing that after witnessing something like that, nothing he did could surprise her anymore. Thinking back on everything that had happened during their mission, Lika quietly reflected that she had been appointed as the team leader, yet in the end, she felt as though she had done nothing worthy of leading everyone. Lila immediately reassured her that it wasn't true at all. Without Lika holding everyone together, their team never would have stayed united until the very end. Hearing those comforting words, Lika softly whispered Lila's name before embracing her tightly in gratitude. At the same time, she made another silent promise to herself. She would become strong enough to truly lead everyone, and one day, without fail, she would become the next head of the Eldragon family. As the giant birds continued racing through the skies, Zeke suddenly laughed while telling the giant mother bird that she was far faster now than when she had first carried him away. He remarked that this was the result of all the training they had gone through together, and the giant mother bird happily responded with a cheerful cry, proudly confirming his words. Zeke then praised her chicks as well, pointing out that they were already able to keep up with their mother's incredible speed, and saying that they had a bright future ahead of them. The chicks happily chirped in agreement, clearly delighted by his praise. However, the giant mother bird suddenly became unusually quiet, before slowly looking back toward Zeke, as though she was trying to tell him something. Curious, Zeke wondered if something was wrong. Without warning, the giant mother bird began emitting a brilliant green aura, while the chicks simultaneously released a radiant golden aura. To everyone's astonishment, both the mother bird and her chicks directed those mysterious auras straight toward Zeke. Lika gasped in shock as she immediately called out his name. Even Zeke himself had no idea what had just happened, or what the giant birds had done to him. The birds simply answered with cheerful cries as if everything was perfectly normal. Still completely confused, Zeke remarked that simply chirping wouldn't explain anything because he couldn't understand what they were trying to say. At that very moment, Lila suddenly drew everyone's attention toward the horizon, where the rift had finally come into view. Since the Chaos Stone had been destroyed by Zeke, the rift had been continuously shrinking, and it was now dangerously close to closing completely. Vanille and Alan immediately realized how much smaller the rift had become, making it obvious that they were running out of time. Seeing the rapidly collapsing entrance, Aegis grimly concluded that their situation had become extremely dangerous. Lika anxiously wondered if they could still make it out alive before the rift disappeared forever, but Zeke remained completely unfazed. Instead of worrying, he confidently looked at the giant birds and asked if they could still make it. The giant birds' eyes immediately sparkled in response, and without another moment of hesitation, they suddenly accelerated even further. Sandy let out an even louder scream as the giant birds pushed themselves to their absolute limit, racing against time toward the rapidly closing rift. Only moments later, the giant birds reached the collapsing entrance and launched everyone toward the narrowing opening with perfect precision. While everyone else was thrown ahead, Zeke remained standing atop the giant mother bird, gently placing his hand against her feathers. He admitted that despite everything that had happened, he still never figured out what the mysterious aura they had shared with him actually meant. Even so, this was where their journey together had to end. The giant bird's expressions immediately became sorrowful after hearing that. Noticing their sadness, Zeke reassured them that as long as they remained alive, they would surely meet again someday. Until that day came, they should never forget everything they had learned during their training and continue growing stronger. After saying his final farewell, Zeke leaped from the giant mother bird and entered the closing rift, wishing them to take good care of themselves. By the time the rift completely sealed shut, Lika and the others had already landed safely back inside the forest. Lying exhausted on the grass, Aegis wondered if they had truly managed to return alive. Zeke calmly confirmed that they had all made it back safely. Although the forest remained dimly lit, everyone quickly noticed that the ominous black haze covering the area before they entered the rift had completely vanished, along with the suffocating presence of chaos itself. Even so, Lika reminded everyone that their mission was not over yet. They needed to return to camp as quickly as possible, before members of the Kerberos family found them. However, just as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly sensed an overwhelming and oppressive presence approaching. Lika immediately questioned what kind of presence they were feeling, and Zeke calmly concluded that they were most likely soldiers from the Kerberos family. Lika couldn't believe they had been discovered so quickly. Forcing herself to stand despite her exhaustion, she urged everyone to move immediately. But the moment she tried to take a step, her legs gave out beneath her as she collapsed back onto the ground, realizing that every ounce of strength had completely left her body. Aegis explained that while the recovery potion had healed all of their injuries, it hadn't restored their stamina. Even he could barely remain standing. Leela suddenly admitted that now that they had finally escaped the rift, all the tension that had been keeping them going had disappeared at once. Lika knew they couldn't afford to relax because the presence approaching them belonged to enemies they had absolutely no chance of defeating in their current condition. She believed that if they could somehow reach Eldragon territory, Lady Freya and the others would surely protect them. Unfortunately, Alan pointed out that in their current state, escaping was practically impossible, yet fighting here would only guarantee their deaths. Sandy continued panicking as she desperately asked what they were supposed to do now, while Vanille cursed the terrible timing of their complete exhaustion. Looking toward the direction of the approaching enemies, Zeke carefully assessed their strength. Among them was one 6-star opponent, accompanied by several 5-star warriors, along with an equal number of powerful monsters. Even if Lika and the others were still at full strength, escaping such a force would be nearly impossible. Realizing this, Zeke calmly decided that he would remain behind while everyone else escaped ahead without him. Both Lika and Sandy immediately questioned what he meant, wondering if he was seriously joking at a time like this. Zeke calmly explained that with everyone in their current condition, they would be caught no matter how fast they tried to run. Because of that, he intended to stay behind as a decoy and buy everyone enough time to escape. Aegis immediately rejected the idea, knowing better than anyone that the enemies approaching them were nothing like Jack and the others they had fought inside the rift. Lika also refused, insisting that they couldn't simply abandon Zeke behind. In response, Zeke calmly called Lika's name before reminding her of her dream of becoming the next head of the Eldragon family. If that truly was her goal, then she needed to learn how to judge her own limits and understand what had to be prioritized above everything else. That judgment was something she absolutely needed to develop if she wished to become a true leader. He continued by telling her that, with her current strength, successfully completing this mission was already the very limit of what she could accomplish. Even after hearing all of that, Lika still refused to leave him behind. Zeke simply placed a hand on her shoulder and calmly reassured her not to worry. He promised that he would hold the enemies back for a while before catching up with everyone later. However, Lika suddenly turned around with unwavering determination, declaring that she would stay behind with him no matter what. Sandy stared at her in complete disbelief, but Lika apologized, saying that even if it was for the sake of the mission, she could never abandon one of her friends. She simply couldn't abandon Zeke. Without waiting another second, Lika instructed everyone else to leave immediately. Watching her stubborn determination, Zeke couldn't help thinking that she truly was impossible to reason with. In the very next instant, he delivered a precise blow to Lika's stomach, knocking her unconscious before she could resist. Catching her as she collapsed, Zeke called out to Aegis and apologized before asking him to take Lika with him. Aegis said he didn't mind, but asked if Zeke was truly certain about staying behind alone. Zeke simply smiled and replied that it was a foolish question. If he said everything would be fine, then it would be fine. Zeke ordered them to leave immediately, warning that if they wasted any more time hesitating, they would fail the mission they had risked everything to complete. Instead of worrying about him, they needed to focus on escaping. As Aegis looked at Zeke, he knew full well that even Zeke had to be completely exhausted after everything that had happened inside the rift, and leaving him behind alone was incredibly dangerous. Yet when Zeke noticed Aegis hesitating, he simply gave him another reassuring smile and confidently insisted that he would be all right. Finally accepting his decision, Aegis nodded before promising that they would hurry back with reinforcements. As everyone rushed toward Eldragon territory, each of them silently prayed that Zeke would survive no matter what. Meanwhile, Zeke couldn't help finding it strange that people now worried so much about him. In his previous life, he never could have imagined anyone caring whether he lived or died. Even so, he understood that with his current body, protecting Lika and the others while fighting multiple 6-star opponents would be extremely difficult. Earlier, he had told everyone that he simply hadn't trained enough yet, but deep down, he had never intended to merely buy time in the first place. As the members of the Kerberos family approached, they quickly realized that it seemed Jack, the 5-star member of their family, had already failed his mission. Meanwhile, Zeke simply stood before them with an unwavering smile and complete confidence. One of the Kerberos members assumed that the other brats had already escaped, leaving only Zeke behind to struggle hopelessly on his own. Believing that to be the case, their leader immediately ordered their summoned monsters to hunt down the little lizards that had fled, and without hesitation, the beasts charged forward in pursuit of Lika and the others. However, before any of the summoned monsters could get past Zeke, his eyes suddenly turned a brilliant shade of gold as he activated his dragon blood aura. The overwhelming pressure instantly made the summoned monsters whimper in fear, causing every member of the Kerberos family to freeze in shock before instinctively drawing their weapons. On the other hand, Zeke simply found it amusing that the enemies were actually trying to ignore him. When they demanded to know who he was, he calmly introduced himself as Zeke. The enemy leader fell silent for a brief moment as he searched his memory, only to realize that he had never heard the name Zeke before. Judging from his appearance alone, Zeke seemed to possess only the strength of a 3-star fighter. Yet the mysterious pressure radiating from his body was unlike anything the leader had ever felt. As Zeke casually stretched his shoulders, he muttered that, just as he had expected, the technique he had used earlier had exhausted him far more than anticipated. Hearing those words, the enemy leader dismissed him as nothing more than an absurd brat. The leader concluded that Zeke had intentionally stayed behind as a decoy and questioned whether he truly believed he could buy enough time all by himself. To the enemy's surprise, Zeke dismissed that idea entirely, declaring that buying time had never been his intention. Instead, he admitted that he had not been able to enjoy himself enough inside the rift, so rather than stalling for his companions, he simply intended to keep every one of them there until he was completely satisfied. Those unexpected words left the enemy leader utterly bewildered. unable to understand what kind of person Zeke truly was. Just as both sides were about to clash, a blazing crimson aura suddenly erupted from deep within the forest. The moment Zeke sensed that overwhelming presence, the confident expression on his face immediately faded into disappointment as he realized the reinforcements had arrived far sooner than he had expected. At the same time, the leader of the Kerberos family was equally stunned by the sudden appearance. In the next instant, Freya activated her Four Winds foot arts, instantly crossing the distance between both sides and launching herself directly into the space, separating Zeke and the enemy leader. While Zeke stood there completely dumbfounded after realizing that his long-awaited fight had been interrupted once again, Freya explained that she had come specifically to assist him. Zeke thanked her with an unusually lifeless voice, prompting Freya to ask why he sounded so dissatisfied, despite receiving help. In response, Zeke simply explained that the instructor's arrival meant Lika and the others had already been safely protected. Freya confirmed that his companions were indeed safe, and revealed that she had come ahead specifically to retrieve Master Zeke. Although Zeke admitted that he was grateful, he could only let out a long sigh, making Freya point out that he certainly did not look grateful in the slightest. Meanwhile, the leader of the Kerberos family never expected someone known as Freya the Gale to appear before them. Her arrival convinced him that Zeke must be someone of extraordinary importance. Standing opposite the enemy, Freya calmly confirmed his assumption before declaring that Zeke's value far surpassed every single one of them combined. The enemy leader merely scoffed, questioning what difference it would make even if Freya had arrived. In response, Freya casually asked who had ever said that she was the only one who had come. At that exact moment, the members of the Kerberos family suddenly found themselves engulfed in a dark purple aura. Before any of them could even react, their leader was struck by a lightning-fast slash that nearly severed his throat. Although he barely managed to avoid the fatal attack at the last possible moment, he immediately demanded to know who was hiding there. As the dark purple aura slowly faded away, an assassin casually sitting atop a tree behind them finally revealed himself with a lazy yawn, remarking that the enemy leader was not half bad. The moment the Kerberos leader saw his face, he immediately recognized the newcomer as Ludin, the legendary Phantom Shadow. His expression instantly stiffened as he realized that even Ludin, the vice-captain of the Dragon Corps, had personally come simply to rescue Zeke. Freya smiled faintly before mockingly suggesting that, with Ludin's arrival, they should have no problem handling the situation, asking if the enemy agreed with her assessment. Meanwhile, Zeke silently observed everything with great interest. Watching Ludin's movements, he realized that the assassin's actions released absolutely no presence or trace of true star ether whatsoever. Even Lady Freya's stealth techniques seemed inferior when compared to Ludin's flawless concealment. On top of that, the effortless way Ludin manipulated his dagger clearly demonstrated a level of mastery that was nothing short of exceptional. As Ludin casually twirled his dagger around his fingers, he remarked that he had heard rumors about the Patriarch's illegitimate child being rather unusual, but after seeing him in person, he found Zeke to be a surprisingly interesting individual. The Kerberos leader then answered Freya's earlier question, admitting that Ludin's appearance had certainly been unexpected. However, he insisted that their chances of victory were still not zero. Hearing such confidence, Ludin immediately questioned whether the enemies were actually looking down on him. Without the slightest hint of concern, Ludin stabbed his dagger into the ground before warning the little hounds not to get carried away. He reminded them that the only reason their heads were still attached to their bodies was because he had intentionally held back. If he truly wished to, he claimed that he could snap every single one of their necks in an instant. His overwhelming confidence visibly shook several members of the Kerberos family, although their leader boldly challenged him to prove those words if he was truly capable. Ludin simply apologized for disappointing them, before revealing that he was not the only reinforcement who had arrived either. The very next moment, a soldier's cloak gently fluttered into view, accompanied by an overwhelming golden dragon aura that descended upon the battlefield with terrifying pressure. The crushing aura forced every member of the Kerberos family onto their knees, as disbelief filled their faces. They could hardly believe that even Mentric the Educator had personally appeared. Ludin mockingly reminded the enemies that they had been talking about overwhelming military force only moments ago, before asking what they intended to do now. If they still wished to fight, then he would gladly become their opponent. With a grin, he added that if anyone was going to disappear today, it certainly would not be him. The leader of the Kerberos family silently evaluated the situation, although they still held the numerical advantage. Facing both the Phantom Shadow and the Educator at the same time completely shifted the odds against them. Realizing that continuing the battle would only lead to disaster, he reluctantly admitted that it was unfortunate, but announced that they would withdraw for now. Ludin immediately questioned whether they actually believed they would simply be allowed to leave peacefully. However, Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed ever so slightly after noticing the enemy leader pulling out a small purple bead. While Zeke wondered what the mysterious object was, Luden instantly dashed forward with every intention of stopping them from escaping. Unfortunately, the enemy leader coldly remarked that Luden was already too late, before crushing the purple bead in his hand. In an instant, a brilliant explosion of purple light engulfed the entire area, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding flash. By the time Zeke finally opened his eyes again, every single member of the Kerberos family had already vanished, without leaving behind a single trace. Scratching his head in disappointment, Luden admitted that he had never expected those enemies to possess something as rare as a teleportation orb. Curious about the mysterious item, Zeke immediately asked what exactly a teleportation orb was. Freya explained that it was a magical tool infused with magic, capable of instantly transporting its user to a predetermined location the moment it was destroyed. She further explained that such magic tools were incredibly rare and extremely difficult to obtain. The instant Zeke learned about the existence of such a mysterious item, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, only a second later, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Even though he had just discovered an entirely new type of magical item, the enemies had still managed to escape right before his eyes. Freya agreed with his frustration, explaining that if they had captured those enemies alive, they could have extracted a great deal of valuable information from them. Before she could finish speaking, however, Zeke admitted that the only thing he truly regretted was not getting the chance to fight them properly. Those words immediately caused Luden to burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach as he declared that Zeke was absolutely hilarious. Mentric then calmly stated that it seemed the enemy had ultimately escaped after all, and Freya could only nod in agreement, admitting that she never imagined they had prepared something as rare as a teleportation orb in advance. Even so, Mentric reminded everyone that although the enemies had fled, the Kerberos family's territory was located nearby, meaning they could not afford to lower their guard just yet. Still laughing to himself, Luden remarked that now that Mentric had arrived, he would leave first and finally get some much-needed sleep. Freya immediately asked him to stay until everything had been settled, but the moment she turned around, Luden had already disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Mentric simply commented that Luden had always been a free spirit. Mentric then turned toward Zeke and assured him that from this point onward, they would remain by his side, so there was no longer any reason to worry. Zeke acknowledged that having them there was certainly reassuring, but the expression on his face remained strangely dissatisfied. Noticing this, Freya could not help but ask once again why he still looked so displeased. Just then, Mentric called out to Zeke and explained that there was something he wished to ask regarding the magic water. However, instead of showing any particular reaction, Zeke simply looked back at Mentric as though the matter was completely ordinary to him. Laika felt a huge sense of relief the moment she saw Zeke and the others return. She immediately called out his name, while Zeke simply waved at them with a smile and said that he was glad to see everyone had made it back safely. Just as Laika was about to say something, Zeke suddenly apologized, leaving her completely confused. He apologized once again for knocking her out earlier and asked if she had been hurt anywhere. Laika quickly shook her head and assured him that she was completely fine, but in the very next moment, tears began streaming down her face as she cried out that what she wanted to say had nothing to do with the punch. She was blaming herself because she had run away and left Zeke behind all alone, yet he never got angry with her. Instead, Zeke simply reached over and gently patted her on the head before telling her that nothing had happened to him either, which meant everything had turned out just fine. He added that if what had happened was still weighing on her heart, then she should stop dwelling on it and focus on becoming stronger from that day forward. Hearing those words, Laika fell silent. After wiping away her tears, she quietly nodded in agreement. Aegis then admitted that he was honestly relieved to see Zeke unharmed. Sandy, on the other hand, confessed that when she heard Zeke was planning to stay behind by himself, she genuinely thought he had completely lost his mind. Leela also spoke up, saying she was simply thankful that reinforcements had arrived in time. Zeke nodded in agreement, saying that he appreciated everyone for worrying about him. However, he jokingly added that they should have delayed the reinforcements just a little longer, because Freya and the others had shown up before he even got the chance to fight the enemies himself. Sandy stared at him in complete disbelief, while Aegis immediately asked if he had actually been planning to fight a 6-star expert along with several 5-star enemies completely on his own. Zeke merely looked back at them and casually asked if that was really impossible. Hearing such a ridiculous response, Veniel could only stare at him before declaring that Zeke truly was insane. At that moment, Freya suddenly interrupted, saying that this was the very first time she had ever received complaints for arriving to rescue someone. Mentric simply sighed while wearing a faint smirk, but his expression soon became serious as he apologized for abruptly changing the subject. He then asked about the magic water they had been sent into the rift to retrieve. The moment those words were spoken, Lika immediately wondered if Mentric had already figured out that they had consumed the magic water themselves. Mentric then directly asked whether they had successfully secured it. Lika quietly confirmed that they had, and handed him a single bottle. The instant Mentric laid eyes on it, his expression turned to complete shock as he noticed the rainbow-colored liquid inside. Confused, Lika asked what he meant by calling it a rainbow magic water. Mentric immediately explained that everyone already knew the color of magic water determined which magical attribute it allowed someone to awaken. However, this particular rainbow-colored magic water was completely different. It possessed the power to awaken whichever attribute was most perfectly suited for the person who consumed it. He continued by explaining that ordinary magic water was already considered an extremely precious treasure, yet rainbow magic water was incomparably rarer. It was a priceless treasure that even the other hegemonic houses would willingly kill to obtain. Hearing that explanation left everyone completely speechless. Lika could hardly believe that they had unknowingly drunk something so unimaginably valuable. Just as Mentric finally regained his composure, his expression immediately changed again, after noticing they had only handed over a single bottle. He quickly asked if the children had already consumed all the remaining bottles. Lika's face instantly darkened, as she expected severe punishment to follow. Freya also asked whether Mentric's conclusion was correct. Mentric calmly confirmed it, explaining that he could already sense traces of the rainbow magic water's power flowing through their bodies. Hearing that, Aegis silently admitted to himself that deceiving a 7-star expert truly was impossible. Freya immediately shouted at Zeke and the others, demanding to know what they had been thinking. Zeke simply tilted his head and asked what she meant before questioning whether drinking the magic water had actually been forbidden. Freya instantly replied that of course it had been forbidden. However, Zeke merely smiled before pointing out that while they had certainly been commissioned to retrieve the magic water, nobody had ever specified exactly how it had to be retrieved. When Freya demanded an explanation, Zeke calmly replied that they had followed the mission perfectly. They had indeed retrieved the magic water exactly as instructed by consuming it themselves. Freya angrily accused him of twisting the mission with nothing more than sophistry. Zeke calmly denied the accusation, insisting that he was simply stating the facts. Besides, they had still left one bottle untouched, so he genuinely failed to see where the problem was. Those words left Freya completely speechless, and even caused Mentric to let out another exhausted sigh. Still constantly changing expressions, Mentric admitted that, in fairness, failing to clearly explain the precise conditions of the mission had indeed been an oversight on their part. He apologized to Zeke and the others for that mistake. Freya immediately protested, arguing that such reasoning made absolutely no sense because anyone with common sense should have understood what the mission truly meant. However, Mentric stopped her and calmly stated that things were not so simple. In the end, they had still successfully secured one bottle, and the fact that Lady Lyca and the others had consumed the remaining magic water would ultimately strengthen House Eldragon itself. Whether the Patriarch would see it the same way, however, was an entirely different matter. 1 week later, Zeke and the others were summoned to Balza Eldragon's office. Mentric and Ain, the commander of the Black Corps, stood silently nearby while Balza quietly observed the single bottle of rainbow magic water resting on his desk. His eyes slowly narrowed before he asked in a frightening voice whether they had truly consumed the remaining magic water. Lika and the others remained completely silent, while Zeke simply continued smiling as though nothing was wrong. Mentric immediately lowered his head and sincerely apologized, admitting that the misunderstanding had been entirely his fault for failing to properly communicate the exact conditions of the mission. Nevertheless, he reminded Balza that they had still succeeded in defeating the Kerberos family's elite forces and had completed the mission objectives. His explanation only caused Balza to remain silent with an unreadable expression. Mentric then respectfully bowed once more and pleaded for the children to be shown mercy. Before he could even finish speaking, Mentric's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Balza instantly released his overwhelming aura, causing the enormous phantom of a colossal crimson dragon to emerge behind him. The terrifying pressure descended upon everyone in the room, suffocating Lika and the others until they collapsed onto the floor, coughing up blood as they struggled to breathe. Looking down at them with cold eyes, Balza warned them not to test his patience with such foolishness. He even wondered aloud whether slicing open their stomachs and draining every drop of blood from their bodies might allow him to recover the consumed magic water, suggesting that perhaps it was worth testing that theory. As everyone continued suffering beneath Balza's crushing dragon aura and overwhelming killing intent, Zeke suddenly spoke in a calm voice, remarking that Balza truly was as bloodthirsty as ever. While Lika lay helplessly on the floor calling out Zeke's name, Balza froze in complete surprise. Even Mentric and Ain stood there with their jaws hanging open after witnessing an unbelievable sight. A brilliant golden barrier had suddenly spread around Zeke, shielding both himself and everyone else from Balza's terrifying pressure. Standing there as though nothing serious was happening at all, Zeke casually remarked that Balza was just as intimidating as ever, although he had not changed even a little. Those words only irritated Balza further, causing his dragon aura and killing intent to become even more overwhelming as his expression darkened with rage. Yet Zeke acted as though none of it affected him in the slightest. While casually cleaning the wax from his ear, he calmly asked Balza what exactly he had to be upset about. They had retrieved the magic water according to the mission, had they not? He then added that if anything, Balza should be thanking them, instead of venting his anger without reason. Balza coldly asked whether Zeke truly believed consuming the magic water counted as retrieving it. He declared that the rainbow magic water was meant to be bestowed upon powerful individuals who had earned it, allowing House Eldragon to reach even greater heights. Instead, according to Balza, a group of worthless weaklings had wasted such an irreplaceable treasure. Zeke, however, calmly replied that Laika and the others were more than capable of becoming the very strength that would one day bring unparalleled prosperity to House Eldragon. At that moment, Mentric hurriedly tried to stop Zeke from continuing to argue with the Patriarch. Still maintaining his dragon aura, Balza demanded to know exactly what kind of person Zeke truly was. Zeke simply shrugged before asking what difference it would make. Regardless of what Balza believed, the single bottle sitting on the table was now all that remained. Those words caused the room to fall silent as Balza and Zeke stared directly into each other's eyes. After a long moment, Balza finally lowered his gaze and closed his eyes before calmly stating that Zeke was free to justify his actions however he wished. Nevertheless, he had deliberately twisted the mission's purpose through absurd reasoning and had obstructed the prosperity of House Eldragon. Because of that, they would all have to pay for their crime. Aegis and the others were immediately horrified, but Zeke simply let out a long sigh before calmly telling Balza that if he truly wanted to punish someone, then he should punish him alone. Once again, Balza fell silent. Lika nervously called out Zeke's name and asked what he meant. Zeke calmly explained that he had been the one who convinced Lika and the others in the first place. Since everything had started with him, then punishing only him should be enough. He even asked Balza if that wasn't the most reasonable conclusion. Mentric stared at him in complete disbelief, before immediately asking whether what Zeke had just said was actually true. Desperate to protect him, Lika quickly denied it, insisting that drinking the magic water had been their own decision, but Zeke calmly insisted that everything he had said was the truth. After hearing the entire story, Mentric suddenly stepped in front of the children and respectfully declared that he would personally accept whatever punishment had originally been meant for them as well. He asked if that would satisfy Balza. Just as always, Balza remained silent while carefully considering the matter, whereas Zeke simply continued smiling at him without the slightest trace of fear. Finally, Balza agreed. He declared that he would inflict the entirety of their punishment upon Mentric alone. Lika immediately tried to object, but Balza cut her off before she could continue. Since they had already consumed the rainbow magic water, they would now have to prove themselves useful as pawns of House Eldragon. Should any of them eventually prove worthless, they would all face the consequences. Hearing those words, Lika immediately bowed her head and declared that she understood. Balza then ordered that the children be escorted to the second floor of the Dragon Hall, instructing everyone to carry out his orders immediately. Somewhat surprised, Mentric cautiously asked whether Lord Balza was truly certain about this decision. Balza simply replied that Mentric had misunderstood his intentions. This was not an act of kindness toward the children. It was merely a way to ensure the rainbow magic water would not go to waste. Upon hearing that explanation, Mentric finally nodded, saying that he now understood. The moment Zeke heard the words Dragon Hall, he immediately grinned and jokingly asked if Balza was actually rewarding him. He even mentioned that he had already visited the second floor before, so perhaps Balza should simply allow him to enter the dragon treasury instead. Seizing the opportunity, Zeke boldly added that Balza might as well let him visit the third floor while he was at it. Balza simply stared at him with a firm expression before a faint smirk slowly appeared on his face. He calmly replied that Zeke would not be going to the third floor. Instead, he would personally send him somewhere far more special. Completely confused, Zeke asked what he meant, while even Mentric looked toward Balza in surprise. Without changing his expression, Balza solemnly declared his final order. Zeke would be exiled to the Valley of the Abandoned Dragon. The moment those words echoed throughout the room, both Mentric and Ain were visibly shocked by the severity of the sentence. Yet despite being condemned to such a terrifying place, Zeke's confident smile never disappeared. Again, Zeke remained completely confident, while everyone else grew tense the moment they heard Balza order him to go to the Abandoned Dragon Valley. Mentric stuttered as he asked Balza if what he had just heard was really true. Zeke, on the other hand, simply asked if Balza had really said the Abandoned Dragon Valley. Before Balza could even answer, Zeke excitedly responded himself, telling Balza that it sounded perfectly fine to him and that he had no problem going there. Balza silently stared at Zeke for a moment before asking if he had any idea what kind of place the abandoned Dragon Valley actually was. Shouting without the slightest hesitation, Zeke admitted that he had absolutely no idea what kind of place it was. However, that was exactly what made it exciting for him. The less he knew, and the more dangerous the place was, the more excited he became. Unable to understand why Zeke was so thrilled by the thought of entering such a deadly place, Balza remained silent while staring firmly at him. Zeke then confidently declared that it did not matter what kind of place the abandoned Dragon Valley was, because he would simply continue being the strongest. Hearing those words caused Balza's eyes to narrow before he firmly announced that the meeting was over and everyone was dismissed. As soon as they left Balza's office, Mentric immediately called out Zeke's name. Zeke remained silent, prompting Lika to call him again. This time, Zeke finally responded by asking if there was a problem and why everyone was wearing such long faces. Concerned for him, Lika asked why he insisted on taking all the responsibility upon himself. Zeke calmly explained that it was because he had been the one who encouraged everyone to drink the magic water. However, Lika immediately reminded him that even if he had been the catalyst, everyone had made the decision to drink the magic water of their own free will. Yet he was the only one being exiled to the abandoned Dragon Valley. Zeke simply smiled at them before saying that instead of dwelling on what had already happened, it would be far better to focus on becoming stronger from now on. Lika insisted that she was missing the point, but before she could finish speaking, Zeke reminded everyone that they still get the chance to enter the second floor of the Dragon Hall, while he himself get the chance to enter the dragon's treasury. He then jokingly asked if receiving that reward was not already enough. Lika was caught off guard by his response and reluctantly admitted that he had a point, though she still wanted to continue arguing. Throughout the entire conversation, Aegis remained silent. As he watched Zeke, he finally realized that regardless of how recklessly Zeke acted, there was always a strong sense of responsibility behind those actions. That was why, even this time, Zeke naturally tried to shoulder all the blame by himself. Until now, Aegis had focused only on Zeke's outrageous behavior, but perhaps Zeke possessed the qualities of a patriarch more than anyone else. Mentric scratched his head before calling out to Zeke once more. He warned him that the abandoned Dragon Valley was far from an ordinary place. When Zeke asked what he meant, Mentric explained that Zeke probably did not know this, but for countless years, the abandoned Dragon Valley had served as the place where criminals received their punishment. It was an execution ground where countless people had met their end. Before Mentric could finish explaining, Zeke casually interrupted him, saying that whatever kind of place it was, made no difference to him. No matter where he was sent, he would simply remain who he was, and that was all there was to it. Hearing such unwavering confidence left Mentric speechless. Zeke then turned toward Vanille and apologized. Placing a hand on Vanille's shoulder, he explained that he would no longer have many opportunities to personally oversee his training. Vanille immediately replied that it was not as if he had ever wanted Zeke's guidance in the first place. Even so, Zeke simply smiled and told him not to worry. He instructed Vanille to keep training while he was away, and assured him that he would prepare everything Vanille needed before leaving. His words made everyone burst into laughter, while Vanille simply remained silent as he stared at Zeke. Zeke then reminded everyone that what had already happened could no longer be changed. Instead of worrying about the past, they should all focus on studying hard and becoming stronger. As for himself, he promised that he would also continue training properly. Meanwhile, inside Balza's office, Ain, the commander of the Black Corps, called out to his lord and asked if he truly intended to send Lord Zeke to the abandoned Dragon Valley. Balza calmly answered that Zeke himself had declared he would take full responsibility, and he was simply making him answer for those words. However, Ain insisted that the abandoned Dragon Valley was a land of death where even 7-star warriors could not survive. For someone like Zeke, who had only recently reached the 3-star level, it was practically a death sentence. Before Ain could continue, Balza's eyes sharpened as he glared at him and ordered him to stop talking. He reminded Ain that his commands were absolute, and warned that if he spoke another word regarding the matter, he would show no mercy, even toward Ain himself. Those cold words immediately silenced him. After a brief pause, Ain asked why Balza had at least granted Zeke permission to enter the dragon's treasury. Balza calmly explained that regardless of the outcome, if those who completed a mission received no reward, the organization itself would eventually cease to function. However, whether Zeke could actually bring anything out of the dragon's treasury was an entirely different matter. Balza explained that although Zeke had somehow used a strange power to endure his overwhelming pressure, such tricks would never work inside the dragon's treasury. The deeper someone ventured, the stronger the influence of the relics left behind by the previous patriarchs became. Their lingering power made advancing through the treasury nearly impossible. Even Balza himself could not reach the deepest part of the treasury, so someone of Zeke's level would be fortunate just to wander around near the entrance. Ain once again fell silent. Deep inside, he could not help thinking that he had never seen Lord Balza behave like this before. Before he could continue his thoughts, Balza added that no matter what treasure Zeke managed to obtain, it would ultimately be useless inside the abandoned Dragon Valley. That place contained a despair that no amount of strength or effort could ever overcome. Because of that, Balza was actually looking forward to seeing how someone like Zeke, who constantly overestimated his own abilities, would react when he was finally confronted by true despair. At the same time, Zeke had already entered the El Dragon family's dragon's treasury. Along the way, he encountered the overwhelming lingering powers left behind by the previous patriarchs, yet he appeared completely unaffected. Looking around with disappointment, he casually wondered if this was really the end of the dragon's treasury, because he had expected something much more impressive. A few hours earlier, Mentric had personally escorted Zeke to the entrance of the dragon's treasury. Waiting, there were 2 guards standing before a long, dark passageway. Before entering, Zeke immediately noticed that both guards possessed 7-star cultivation. Just like the Dragon Hall, even this place was protected by 7-star experts, proving just how important the dragon's treasury was to the current El Dragon family. Zeke then asked Mentric how far inside he was allowed to go. One of the guards calmly answered that he could go as far as he wished. Mentric further explained that unlike the Dragon Hall, there were no movement restrictions inside the dragon's treasury. Furthermore, among all the countless treasures stored within, Zeke had permission to take any single item he wanted. However, whether he was actually capable of reaching the deeper parts of the treasury was another matter entirely. When Zeke asked what he meant, Mentric explained that the treasury contained all kinds of treasures, including powerful elixirs, rare weapons, and countless priceless artifacts. Deep within the treasury rested the relics once used by the previous patriarchs. The immense energy lingering within those relics created tremendous pressure, making it incredibly difficult for anyone to advance deeper into the treasury. Hearing that explanation only made Zeke even more excited. Mentric continued by saying that there might be an item hidden deep inside that could greatly improve Zeke's chances of surviving the abandoned Dragon Valley. Even so, retrieving such an item would be extremely difficult. Therefore, he advised Zeke to simply obtain the strongest elixir he could find, because that alone would greatly increase his chances of survival. Before Mentric could finish his advice, Zeke thanked him but calmly stated that what he chose to take was entirely his own decision. Hearing that answer left Mentric stunned, as he silently wondered whether Zeke truly believed he could reach the deepest parts of the dragon's treasury. Now that he was finally inside, Zeke had expected the dragon's treasury to be a far more dangerous place after everything Mentric had told him. Instead, he found it rather underwhelming. Although countless weapons once wielded by the previous patriarchs were indeed stored there, none of them were of any use to him. Still, what surprised him the most was that the deepest part of the treasury did not contain some legendary weapon, but instead, a massive stone wall that had been cleanly split apart by a single sword strike. As he carefully examined it, Zeke immediately realized that the sword mark had been left behind by someone at the 9-star level. That discovery made him wonder if someone had actually reached the 9-star realm after his death. The moment he touched the sword mark, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. If he remembered correctly, this was none other than the Emperor Stone Wall that he himself had once used for training back when he had reached the 9-star realm. That realization made him wonder if one of the previous patriarchs had also left behind this sword mark. Standing before the enormous wall, Zeke quietly muttered to himself that if the person who had left that mark were still alive, he would have loved the chance to spar with them. Unfortunately, it seemed that person had already passed away as well. Even so, Zeke had to admit that they had gathered an impressive collection inside this treasury. It contained not only powerful elixirs and legendary weapons, but also countless mysterious tools whose purposes were completely unknown. Looking around, he could not help but wonder what exactly they had hoped to accomplish by collecting so many strange items in one place. Unfortunately, there did not seem to be anything here that truly interested him. Since he had no need for a weapon, he decided to simply grab a random elixir and leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly noticed a glowing box behind him. The moment he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in complete shock. After Zeke saw the glowing treasure that even managed to shock him, he immediately stepped out of the treasure hall and told Mentric that he had already made his choice. Mentric asked if he was sure, and just as he was about to question what on earth Zeke was talking about, Zeke happily showed him the green bangle and anklet. When Mentric asked what those items were, Zeke explained that they were treasures he had brought out from the vault. Mentric remained silent for a moment as he stared at Zeke and the unfamiliar treasures in his hands, but his expression soon darkened. After adjusting his cap, He immediately scolded Zeke harshly, questioning what in the world he was thinking and why he was lying, since everyone knew that the treasure hall had severe restrictions and tremendous pressure inside. Yet Zeke was claiming that he had actually obtained treasures from the vault, which made no sense to Mentric. He also questioned why Zeke had not chosen a potion that could help him survive in the abandoned Dragon Valley. Zeke, however, simply explained that he had found a wonderful item and was thoroughly satisfied with his choice. Mentric then admitted that even he did not know every single item inside the dragon's treasury, but he had never seen anything like those treasures within the range that 4-star to 7-star ranks could handle or even pass through inside the treasury. Suddenly, another possibility crossed his mind, and he wondered if perhaps the treasures Zeke was holding were simply items he did not know about, meaning they could have come from the deepest reaches of the treasury. But Zeke quickly dismissed the idea, explaining that the bangle and anklet had simply been rolling around near the entrance. Beads of sweat immediately appeared on Mentric's face as he struggled to understand how that could possibly be true. Looking carefully at the treasures Zeke was holding, Mentric noticed that they did indeed appear to be a bangle and an anklet, and he questioned whether Zeke even knew what those items were in the first place. Zeke confirmed that he did, then immediately put the bangle around his wrist. As he clenched his fist, the bangle seemed to adjust its size on its own, fitting perfectly around his wrist, and the moment he wore it, Zeke immediately felt an intense pressure weighing down on him. Mentric remained completely silent as he watched everything unfold, expecting to witness something unbelievable. However, the result was the complete opposite of what he expected, because nothing unusual happened after Zeke put the bangle on. Internally, though, Zeke could hardly believe that these treasures were still inside the treasury of the Dragon family. The bangles were called source-absorbing ore bangles, training equipment that Zeke had used before his reincarnation. They were made from source-absorbing ore, a special material capable of absorbing true star ether. Once worn, the bangles would absorb all of the wearer's true star ether, preventing them from using their aura. Furthermore, the bangles would gradually become heavier in proportion to the amount of true star ether they absorbed, essentially functioning like shackles used to bind criminals. Depending on how one looked at them, they were either brutal restraints or incredibly effective training equipment. Zeke was amazed that such wonderful treasures had simply been left rolling around near the entrance of the treasury. He had no idea who was responsible for organizing the inside of that treasury, but whoever it was clearly had absolutely no eye for value. Zeke then asked Mentric if he would be sent off to the so-called abandoned Dragon Valley immediately. Mentric quickly confirmed it and explained that this was precisely why he had hoped Zeke would obtain a decent elixir from the treasury, as it would greatly increase his chances of survival. But before Mentric could finish his explanation, Zeke told him that from his perspective, whether he had an elixir or not made no difference. More importantly, Zeke asked Mentric if he could do him a favor. After Zeke departed, Mentric immediately looked into the favor Zeke had asked of him. He had never expected Zeke to entrust him with letters concerning Lika and the others' training. However, as he read through the letters one by one, Mentric soon realized that the contents of the training instructions were utterly absurd, leaving him wondering if Zeke had truly been making them undergo such training all this time. Internally, Mentric began wondering if the strange training methods described in those letters were actually the secret behind Zeke's abnormal strength. He also questioned whether training regimens with such extreme effectiveness could truly exist. Even if everything written in the letters was true, Mentric still wondered whether Lika and the others could endure such training. But thinking about it would not get him anywhere, so he eventually decided to simply deliver the papers as Zeke had requested. Even then, he could not help but wonder whether Zeke himself would be able to survive the abandoned Dragon Valley. After some time, the guard informed Zeke that they had finally arrived. Zeke immediately became fascinated as he looked around the deserted place, where countless dragon bones were scattered across the land. He wondered if this was truly the place known as the abandoned Dragon Valley. Zeke then noticed that the aura of death in the area was overwhelmingly strong, and he could finally understand why this place was known as the Land of Fatality. Originally, they had planned to travel by carriage so they could reach the abandoned Dragon Valley much sooner, but for some strange reason, every time Zeke stepped into the carriage, the wheels broke and the horse refused to move even a single step. In the end, they had no choice but to travel on foot, and somehow, they had finally reached their destination. Because Zeke could not see the bottom of the enormous cliff, he immediately ran toward the edge, since a place like this had not existed 1,000 years ago, making him wonder when the valley had been created. The guard was shocked when Zeke suddenly started running, and he fell silent after seeing the ground shake beneath Zeke's footsteps, wondering if the supposedly slim young man was actually a ridiculously heavy child, hiding his true weight beneath his clothes. The guard then called out to Master Zeke, and informed him that he would be spending his time in this place, where naturally there would be no provisions for food, clothing, or shelter whatsoever. Zeke simply told him that he did not mind, and then asked how long he would need to remain in the abandoned Dragon Valley. The guard immediately answered that, according to what he had heard from his superiors, Zeke was required to stay there until the graduation ceremony. But Zeke suddenly spoke and said, "About 3 years then." The guard fell silent and looked at Zeke with pity after realizing that this kid Zeke would be staying there for 3 entire years. Deep inside, the guard believed that if Zeke was extremely lucky, he might survive in that place for at least 3 days, while at worst, he could die on the very day they arrived. After all, not a single person had ever returned alive from the abandoned Dragon Valley. The guard then called out to Zeke again and began explaining the route toward the bottom of the valley, pointing out that Zeke could descend using the stairs built along the side of the cliff. He also warned that the stairs were already decaying, meaning whether Zeke could reach the bottom safely would depend entirely on his luck. But before he could finish explaining, he was stunned when Zeke suddenly waved goodbye and thanked him for guiding and escorting him to the valley. Zeke then jumped straight from the cliff, leaving the guard completely frozen in place. The guard could barely process what he was seeing as Zeke had already fallen, yet Zeke simply wore a wide smile and told him that they would see each other again in 3 years. The guard immediately crouched toward the edge of the cliff, unable to believe that Zeke actually had the courage to descend all the way to the bottom by simply jumping. As Zeke fell toward the bottom of the valley, he could feel that the closer he got, the thicker and heavier the presence of death became. Before reaching the bottom, Zeke wondered how things would turn out and what kind of journey awaited him in this place. Then, the moment he landed, a golden aura exploded around him as the ground beneath him crumbled and shattered from the impact. Afterward, Zeke declared that he was looking forward to this so-called abandoned Dragon Valley. He stretched his body and noticed that aside from the weight of the bangles, falling from such a height without using True Star, Ether had been a slightly too hasty decision for his current body, as the impact had rattled his bones. Zeke then wondered if this was truly the bottom of the valley while looking at the countless bones scattered throughout the area. He also noticed that the surrounding landscape was quite impressive, yet this particular place was especially gloomy. Zeke genuinely disliked such a gloomy atmosphere, and although he welcomed dangerous places, he would have preferred somewhere a little brighter if given the choice. At that very moment, just as Zeke seemed to notice something, a gigantic tail suddenly struck him, sending him flying straight toward the cliff wall and causing a massive explosion upon impact. Before Zeke could even recover, a giant claw suddenly appeared and stomped him into the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth beneath him to crack and shatter. Just then, a blue dragon suddenly flew toward them, excited by the fresh prey that had finally entered their territory, and warned the red dragon not to kill Zeke so easily. But the red dragon's eyes suddenly lit up as it told the blue dragon to be quiet, reasoning that a tiny human like Zeke would not be enough to satisfy its hunger anyway. Before the red dragon could continue, however, it suddenly felt something moving underneath its claw. The blue dragon noticed the red dragon's sudden silence and wondered what was wrong. The red dragon insisted that nothing was wrong, but its claw suddenly began trembling. Before either dragon could react, a brilliant golden aura surged toward the sky as Zeke unleashed a devastating punch directly against the red dragon's claw. Both dragons were momentarily shocked and frozen by what had just happened. Blood began dripping from Zeke's face as he clutched his chest. Yet, instead of showing fear, he could not hide his excitement at finally finding such a fine training ground. The blue dragon was stunned by Zeke's reaction, while the red dragon could not accept the fact that Zeke actually considered them and the abandoned Dragon Valley to be nothing more than a training ground. Enraged by the humiliation, the red dragon roared furiously as a fierce red aura erupted from its body. Zeke remained silent, firmly observing the dragon standing before him. Saliva dripped from the dragon's enormous fangs as it warned Zeke not to misunderstand the situation. More dragons began appearing from the surrounding cliffs, and with their numbers steadily increasing, the red dragon declared that this place would become Zeke's graveyard. Meanwhile, back at El Dragon Academy, Mentric handed over the individual training regimens that Zeke had asked him to deliver. Lika remained silent as she carefully browsed through the training instructions, while Alan wondered why he had also received a training regimen from Zeke. Mentric explained that according to Zeke, since he was already preparing training for them, he might as well train everyone while he was at it. Lila then wondered whether they would actually become stronger if they followed everything written in the letters, but Mentric was not certain. He had no idea whether the training would work for them as well, although to be honest, the training methods detailed in the regimens were the same techniques that Vanille and Lila had learned from Zeke. Mentric then reminded them to look at how much stronger they had already become after training under Zeke, and he immediately asked Lika and Vanille whether he was wrong about it. Instead of answering, Lika asked Mentric how long Zeke would be staying in the abandoned Dragon Valley. Everyone was shocked when Mentric informed them that Zeke would remain there for 3 years, all the way until his graduation from the Dragon's Nest. Vanille then asked what exactly the abandoned Dragon Valley was, explaining that although he understood that it was a dangerous place, he wanted to know more about it. Mentric remained silent for a moment before finally telling them everything he knew about the abandoned Dragon Valley. He explained that the abandoned Dragon Valley was the place where dragons who had lost the power struggle were sealed away. Aegis could hardly believe what he had just heard and immediately asked Mentric if there were really dragons living in that place. Mentric confirmed it without hesitation, explaining that dragons were inherently powerful beings, and even the weakest among them could go toe-to-toe with someone at the 7-star level, including himself. The abandoned Dragon Valley was a place filled with countless dragons like that. Aegis then asked whether Zeke, who had been sent to such a place, would actually be able to return alive. Mentric remained silent once again before admitting that it would be extremely difficult for Zeke to return alive, and it might even be difficult for them to recover his remains. Hearing this, everyone fell into a deep silence, especially Lika, who was now deeply worried about her brother. However, as she continued browsing through the training regimen Zeke had given them, she suddenly noticed a hidden letter from him. Inside, Zeke told her that he was looking forward to seeing just how much stronger she would become by the time they met again. Lika read Zeke's letter over and over again, before suddenly shocking everyone with the loud sound of her slapping herself. She then gritted her teeth and declared that if it was Zeke, then he would definitely come back alive. With tears beginning to fall from her eyes, Lika encouraged everyone to become stronger before Zeke returned, so that they could surprise him with how much they had grown. Lila fell silent after hearing Lika's determination, while Aegis simply smiled and agreed that she was right. Zeke had always been the one surprising them up until now, so this time, they should be the ones to surprise him instead. They needed to grow strong enough to leave Zeke astonished when he finally returned. Alan unexpectedly agreed with them, although he pointed out that by the time Master Zeke returned, they would have already graduated. Those words immediately irritated Sandy, who asked Alan not to throw cold water on everyone just when they were getting fired up. Alan argued that he was merely stating the facts, and as the two continued arguing, Mentric could not help but smile at their reactions. Deep inside, he was relieved, realizing that perhaps all of his worries had been unnecessary after all. Meanwhile, back in the abandoned Dragon Valley, the dragons continued wondering what was wrong with the tiny human, as Zeke kept laughing maniacally. The dragons stared at him in confusion, wondering why he was laughing like that, before immediately launching themselves toward him. Zeke simply explained that the sensation of his bones crying out in pain was incredibly nostalgic. Before one of the dragons could land a tail attack on him, Zeke firmly planted his foot into the ground and caught the dragon's tail with his bare hand. He then firmly urged the dragons to make sure they entertained him even more before swinging the dragon around and throwing it high into the air. Every dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. They could not comprehend how a mere human could swing a dragon like them around as if it weighed nothing, leaving them wondering what kind of ridiculous joke this was. However, the dragon that had been thrown by Zeke quickly recovered, and immediately told the other dragon to stop wasting time talking. If it had enough time to flap its jaws, then it should use that time to attack the monster instead. The monster the dragon was referring to was none other than Zeke. The dragon then launched itself toward the so-called little monster with all of its strength, but Zeke successfully defended himself against the attack. Rather than being frightened, Zeke was excited, as he could finally feel the immense strength he had expected from the dragons. Even as the dragon's hands continued trembling from the impact, Zeke observed that the amount of true star ether coming from the dragon was only around the 6-star level, yet compared to human standards, its actual physical power reached the 7-star level. The dragon clicked its tongue in disbelief and wondered what the hell Zeke actually was, pointing out that he was nothing more than a tiny human, and questioning how someone like him could possibly possess such overwhelming power. Zeke remained silent before suddenly releasing a massive golden aura that spread throughout the entire area. The moment the dragons felt Zeke's golden aura, buckets of sweat began pouring down their faces as they desperately tried to convince themselves that the pressure coming from a mere human's aura could not possibly be real. Zeke, however, spoke with a grim expression as he made it clear that what he was did not matter. At that moment, all he wanted was to enjoy this blood-pumping sensation and experience a heart-racing battle. As he spoke, his golden aura began taking the shape of a gigantic, piercing golden dragon. The red dragon could not understand the presence it was sensing, wondering what kind of monstrous existence Zeke truly was, and why the entire dragon race was trembling before a mere human. One of the dragons then warned the others that if they allowed Zeke to continue having his way with them, no one could predict what the elder dragons would say about their failure. The red dragon admitted that it already knew that, and questioned what exactly the elder dragons expected them to do. Before it could continue, however, Zeke suddenly jumped toward the red dragon with his eyes glowing brightly. He wondered what was wrong with them and why they were having a meeting without including him, since being left out made him feel lonely. With that, he launched a golden aura-infused punch toward the red dragon, which narrowly avoided the attack before it landed. While still in midair, Zeke suddenly noticed something rushing toward him. Before he could even react, a massive breath of fire struck him head-on, an attack so powerful that even the surrounding dragons were shocked. Just then, a massive dragon emerged and complained about how noisy everyone was being. The red dragon immediately recognized the newcomer as Elder Dusk. Elder Dusk questioned what was going on and whether they were really being toyed with by a mere human. The dragons immediately bowed their heads toward Elder Dusk and begged for forgiveness, explaining that Zeke was not an ordinary human at all. This only angered Elder Dusk, who immediately shouted at every dragon in the area, making it clear that he did not want to hear any excuses. With a grim expression, Elder Dusk reminded them that even though they were dragons who had fallen into this land, failing to kill a mere human was still unacceptable. He then questioned whether they intended to disgrace the dignity of Lord Lunarex. The ordinary dragons immediately denied that they had any intention of doing such a thing, but Elder Dusk ordered them to stop arguing. He speculated that perhaps fewer dragons have fallen into this land recently, causing them to grow somewhat slack and complacent. Because of that, he declared that they would personally receive discipline in the near future. The red dragon immediately acknowledged the order, and Elder Dusk turned around to leave. But before he could even take another step, Zeke suddenly interrupted them, expressing his interest in the personal discipline and finding the idea incredibly fun. Elder Dusk turned around once again and stared toward Zeke, questioning what he meant. Still covered in raging flames from the previous attack, Zeke calmly stretched out his hand and made it clear that he wanted to join in on the disciplinary action as well. At that exact moment, the fourth star within Zeke's body suddenly lit up. Meanwhile, in the house of Lizardi, countless corpses were scattered throughout the area, with blood covering the floors and walls. A gray-haired man stared at the horrifying scene in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had happened to his family. This man was Kallion, the patriarch of the House of Lizardi, and sweat rolled down his face as he struggled to accept that the elite forces of his house had been defeated so easily, and that his entire family had been destroyed by a single woman. The white-haired woman then addressed Kallion as the patriarch of the House of Lizardi, and with a firm voice, she accused him of colluding with the Kerberos family and leaking information concerning the House of El Dragon, before asking whether he admitted to his mistakes. However, Kallion shouted back at the white-haired woman, demanding to know what she was talking about, while also asking if she had any idea what she had done to his Lizardi family. With a trembling voice, Kallion could not believe that the House of Lizardi had fallen like this, after supporting the House of El Dragon for countless generations. But the white-haired woman simply told Kallion that he seemed to have underestimated the House of El Dragon. In the next moment, Kallion was shocked when the woman threw countless papers into the air, each one containing evidence against the House of Lizardi. Kallion immediately fell silent, his sweating becoming even heavier as he stared at the papers raining down around him, before asking the white-haired woman what all those documents were. The woman responded by explaining that they were documents regarding his deals with the Kerberos family, documents that he had hidden with great care. She added that the House of El Dragon possessed various other pieces of evidence as well, although she doubted that any more would be necessary. Hearing this, Kallion gritted his teeth and immediately charged toward the woman, drawing his sword as he cursed her. He raised his sword and launched his attack, but the woman simply remained where she stood without even budging, as an intense ice aura began to spread from her body. In the next instant, her icy power covered the entire area, freezing Kallion himself, along with everything surrounding the House of Lizardi. Afterward, she informed Kallion that, in accordance with the laws of the House of El Dragon, he was to be executed. The woman then drew her sword and swiftly cut Callion's frozen body into pieces. As his shattered body began to fall to the ground, she reminded him that no matter how prestigious a house might be, anyone who broke the laws of the House of El Dragon would face nothing but annihilation. The woman was then introduced as Sylvana Needhog El Dragon, the captain of the Silver Dragon Corps. Outside the House of Lizardi, Sylvana's subordinate praised her for completing the mission so efficiently, adding that although the House of Lizardi had already lost much of its former strength, single-handedly destroying a once prestigious family was still an incredible feat. However, as Sylvana calmly smoked her cigarette, she explained that a house led by a mere 6-star patriarch posed no real threat at all, before asking whether anything had happened while she was away. Ray, the vice-captain of the Silver Dragon Corps, then informed Lady Sylvana that Lady Lika and the others who had headed to the Special Rift had all returned safely. Sylvana was slightly surprised to hear this, as she had expected the Kerberos family to make some sort of move. Ray then explained that, just as Sylvana had predicted, there had indeed been interference from the Kerberos family, but Lika and the others had successfully repelled them and safely retrieved the magic water. Sylvana acknowledged this and remarked that it was a shame, because if Lika and the others were truly that capable, she would have chosen them during the graduation ceremony. Ray agreed, and explained that almost all of the members this time came from prestigious families, meaning that during the graduation ceremony, they would most likely be assigned to units led by their respective patriarchs. The only exception was Master Zeke, the patriarch's illegitimate child. Ray then suddenly remembered that Master Zeke was in deep trouble, and when Sylvana asked what she meant, Ray explained that during their rift mission, Zeke has deliberately instigated Laika and the others to drink the magic water from the rift, and upon learning about what had happened, the patriarch became furious and banished Zeke to the abandoned Dragon Valley. Hearing this, Sylvana's expression suddenly darkened as she asked Ray whether what she had heard was really true. As they continued walking, Ray confirmed it, and added that Zeke seemed to be taking the consequences of misunderstanding the mission and drinking the magic water extremely seriously. Sylvana simply snorted and remarked that there had been rumors that the patriarch's illegitimate child possessed quite a bit of backbone, but if he had truly been sent to the abandoned Dragon Valley, then he would not survive. Still, she added that if Zeke somehow managed to emerge from the abandoned Dragon Valley alive, she would not mind taking him under her wing. Ray was immediately shocked and asked whether Lady Sylvana truly thought that was a good idea, explaining that from what she had heard, Zeke did not get along well with the patriarch, and taking someone like him under her protection could easily embroil her in trouble. Sylvana simply questioned why she should care, especially since there was hardly anyone who actually got along with the patriarch in the first place. Ray still urged Lady Sylvana to be careful with her words and watch her tongue, but Sylvana smugly replied that she was merely stating the truth. Ray then asked whether the abandoned Dragon Valley was truly as dangerous as everyone claimed, since she had heard about the place many times. Sylvana answered that someone like Ray would not last even a few seconds there. Ray became even more curious and asked what could possibly be inside such a terrifying place, and her question caused Sylvana to fall silent for a moment. Sylvana then explained that within the land known as the abandoned Dragon Valley, terrifying and legendary dragons truly existed. Meanwhile, deep inside the abandoned Dragon Valley, Elder Dusk reminded Zeke that he had deliberately held back his previous attack, yet even that attack should have been powerful enough to reduce a mere human like Zeke to cinders. Zeke simply smirked and agreed with Elder Dusk's assessment, acknowledging that his fire was certainly hot, but insisting that it was nowhere near hot enough to burn him to ashes. This response immediately intrigued Elder Dusk, who found it remarkable that a human sent to such a land could still possess enough spirit to make such bold remarks. At the same time, the other dragons noticed Elder Dusk's growing anger as flames began gathering around his mouth once again, prompting them to quickly fly away and put as much distance between themselves and Elder Dusk as possible. Elder Dusk warned Zeke not to become arrogant in their territory before immediately unleashing a powerful breath of fire toward him. The attack was so tremendous that even the other dragons were forced to close their eyes and brace themselves against the immense force. With the staggering heat of Elder Dusk's flames engulfing the area, they assumed that Zeke had already been melted and reduced to ashes. But when the smoke finally began to clear, Elder Dusk was shocked to see Zeke still standing, already gathering his source power into his fist. Zeke then leapt toward Elder Dusk, while continuously concentrating more of his source power into his fist, and as he attacked, he acknowledged that Elder Dusk's fire breath had some impressive heat this time. Elder Dusk believed that he had already avoided Zeke's attack, but to his surprise, Zeke managed to land a direct hit that tore into the side of his body. At the same moment, the other dragons noticed that Zeke's burned body was already beginning to heal. Zeke then explained that he took great pride in his vitality and healing capabilities, revealing that the Dragon King's breath drew the surrounding True Star ether into his body, while simultaneously enhancing his natural healing abilities. This was the reason Zeke could display such extraordinary regeneration. Elder Dusk immediately recognized Zeke as a dangerous human and decided that he needed to be eliminated on the spot. He flew towards Zeke and suddenly seized him between his jaws. Trapped inside Elder Dusk's mouth, Zeke desperately tried to prevent himself from being bitten and eaten alive, but Elder Dusk suddenly unleashed another blast of fire breath directly at him. The attack struck Zeke head-on and sent him crashing toward the ground, causing a massive and deafening explosion. Yet even after such a devastating attack, Zeke managed to survive, and as his wounds began healing once again, he praised Elder Dusk's fire breath for becoming hotter every time. This only enraged Elder Dusk further, and he immediately attacked Zeke with his massive claws, pinning him against the ground with overwhelming force. But Zeke managed to defend himself, and suddenly released a tremendous burst of aura, shocking Elder Dusk once again. After successfully pushing back the Elder Dragon's massive claws, Zeke gathered his golden aura into his fist, and this time, struck Elder Dusk directly in the face with tremendous force, sending the Elder Dragon flying backward. The other dragons could do nothing but call out Elder Dusk's name, unable to believe that Zeke had actually managed to land such a devastating blow. As Elder Dusk recovered from the attack, he stared at Zeke in disbelief and declared that he could not believe such strength belonged to a human, before demanding to know who Zeke truly was. Suddenly, a six-winged dragon flew toward them and ordered Elder Dusk to stop, declaring that enough was enough. It was then revealed that in the abandoned Dragon Valley, a fierce battle had once been fought against the current Dragon King, a battle that had been waged over the throne, where a silver dragon had ultimately been sealed away. Elder Dusk looked up at the six-winged dragon and called out his name, recognizing him as Lord Lunarex, the silver dragon.